Chapter 1. The Primal Planet. In one of the smallest continents, the Dying Isle continent, a small dark purple ray of light moving faster than the speed of light crossed countless solar systems and universes to reach a certain solar system. The ray of light entered the green planet, known as the Primal Planet. The purple light ray then descended like a shooting star towards the Dying Isle continent, which was one of the smallest continents on this planet. The purple light eventually reached the city of Azure without anyone noticing. The purple light that was moving faster than the speed of light itself reached a certain bedroom where a young man was lying on the bed unconscious. The light ray entered the young man's body. Ding! After searching countless universes, the first host has been found. Ding! The system is activating. 1% ding activation. 88%. Ding! Dragon Monarch System has been activated. Ding! Scanning the host's body. 1% ding scanning. 77% ding. Scanning complete. Ding! Merging the memories of two hosts. 1% ding. Memory merging. 66%. Ding! Memory merging is complete. The sky was dark. The clouds were covering the moons, preventing any light of the moon from reaching the Azure City. Lying on the bed, a young man whose age was 19 years old suddenly started feeling uncomfortable. Where am I? Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked around. He tried to get up, only to realize that his current body was too weak. He couldn't even lift his head. How the hell have I become so weak? The last thing that I remember was reading a book on history about the great Alexander. For a moment, the young man closed his eyes. It was then all the memories of the previous owner began to resurface. Isaac remembered everything that the owner of this body had gone through ever since he was a young child. So his name, my current name is Aditya Baineth. Isaac, or current and will be known as Aditya, was a man from Earth 21st century. He came from a world where technology has progressed a lot. At this point, his previous world was experiencing an outbreak of a virus, wars between countries, and the economy had almost been crushed. Being the son of a prime minister of a small country, Aditya was trying his best to come up with a solution to stabilize his country's economy, while the real Aditya of this world was different. The Aditya of this world was the son of the Dragon King. Yes, Aditya was a dragon himself. However, there was a certain problem with Aditya, a problem that was also the root of his suffering. Even though Aditya is a dragon, he couldn't awaken his dragon lineage. This caused Aditya to be bullied all his life. As a result, he became mentally tired and tried to escape reality by drinking alcohol. Seeing that the son of the Dragon King didn't cultivate but instead had become an alcohol addict, Aditya's furious father, who also hated him for not awakening their family lineage, threw Aditya out. Aditya was thrown to one of the smallest and poorest continents of this world. Aditya was banished from his royal family, meaning he no longer had any rights to the throne. A small noble, king of this continent, decided to adopt Aditya and pass the throne to Aditya when they died. There was certainly a lucky thing about Aditya. He had something that no one in this world had. Men would die in jealousy knowing what Aditya had. Aditya was the husband of 7 fairies. Aditya's dragon family ruled the biggest kingdom in this world. When Aditya was born, to establish close connections with the strongest and biggest empire, the influential families with big backgrounds decided to marry their daughter to Aditya. So under Aditya's father's order, 7 contracts were forged. The main reason why Aditya still was the husband of the 7 fairies of this world was because of this contract. If Aditya were to die, all 7 of his wives will also die with him. So when Aditya was banished from his royal family, the big families that once got their daughters to marry Aditya through the contract could no longer do anything, as there was no way to break the contract. The reason why his wives are known as the 7 fairies of this world is that his wives are world-class, experts in their respective fields. Each of his wives has goddess titles on their names. If that wasn't enough, each of his wives belongs to one of the 7 continents of the Primal Planet. His wives were the top beauties of their respective continents, and no other women could even come closer in terms of beauty and power. Any man wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his very soul to get one of the 7 fairies as his wife. So, knowing that Aditya was the husband of the 7 fairies, he was hated almost by every man who has seen or met of one of his wives. It's not like I wanted to get married the 7 fairies anyway. Even I, who is the husband, still have never seen all of my wives except for 1 or 2. Just remembering all the depressing things that the previous Aditya made caused the new Aditya to feel depressed. The previous Aditya had completely given up on his life. It was his 7 wives who kept him alive. System. Ding. The Dragon Monarch System is at your service. Ding. Does the host wishes to open the beginner gift package? Open it. Ding. The gift package has been opened. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating Inferno Blaze Dragon Bloodline. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting an innate skill of instant learning and adaptation. Ding. Activating the hidden bloodline of the host has gained some skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for learning the innate skill Fiery Blaze. Ding. Congratulations to the host for learning the passive skill Eruption Wave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for learning the passive skill Molten Bolt. Ding. Awakening Dragon Lineage has increased the host stats. Ding. Stamina 50 plus, 50 plus, 50 plus, 50 plus, and 50 plus. Ding. It has been detected that the host still hasn't chosen a class yet. Please choose a class to complete the final process of acquiring the system. Classes are divided into 3 different grades. Normal classes: Swordsman, Spearman, Archer, Brawler, Mage, Medic, Navigator, Spellsinger, Scavenger, Samurai, Scout, Cavalier, Marine, Ranger, Slayer, Mercenary, Binder, Corrupt Mercenary, Emissary, Ninja, Spy, Butcher, Tank, Assassin, and so on. Rare classes: Puppet Master, Bishop, Trapsmith, Viking, Maiden, Mystic Knight, Windwalker, Crusader, Trickster, Beastmaster, Mage Hunter, Ghostwalker, Sky Mage, Battle Mage, Paragon Knights, Demonologist, Dread Weaver, Shadow Seer, Corrupt Battle Mage, Armored Engineer, Corrupted, Tempest, Venom Samurai, Demonic Paragon, Pyro Witch Doctor, Demon Conjurer, Battle Brawler, Pyro Legionnaire, Necromancer, Nightwalker, Night Ranger, Magician, Archmage, Demon Hunter, Arachnomancer, Gunslinger, and so on. Mythical classes: Blade Dancer, Stormlord, Stormzinger, Hero, Sunmaster, Wardencer, Dragon, Knight, Illusion Sorcerer, Shadow Master, Armageddon Warmaster, Frost Sorcerer, Cataclysmic Seer, Battle Marauder, Warlock, Sage, Lightning Master, Fire Master, Water Master, Earth Master, Wind Master, and so on. Ding. Currently, the host can choose only 1 class. Whenever the host reaches a new order, the host will be allowed to choose a new class besides the existing classes. The system recommends the host choose a mythical class. Being a dragon, only a mythical class can benefit the current host. Looking at the list of almost endless classes, Aditya nearly fainted. There were so many classes out there, he is not even sure which class he should pick. From memories of the previous Aditya, each person in this world has a class. When a child reaches the age of 15, they are required to choose a class. Each class comes with its own unique set of skills and powers. Each class has its unique cultivation manual. Looking at the almost endless list of mythical classes, Aditya realized that some classes were not known to the people of this world. Most of the mythical classes on the list were either extremely rare or not known to the residents of this world. Since my bloodline already has given me fire powers, even though I am tempted to choose magic-type classes for now, I will go with a class that gives me an advantage with my physical stats. I will go with War Dancer. Ding. The host has chosen a mythical class. Ding. Stamina 20 plus, 20 plus, 20 plus, 20 plus, and 20 plus. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a new innate skill Weapon Mastery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a new passive skill Silence Mind. Ding. More skills related to mythical class War Dancer can be acquired either through training or by leveling up. When all the ringing sounds disappeared, Aditya no longer felt any weakness. Previously he couldn't even raise his head, but now his entire body was full of energy. I feel like I have been reborn. Aditya could feel it. This new kind of energy was flowing along with his blood. This was his mana. His heart was the mana storage and producer. Rumbling. It feels like I haven't eaten anything for ages. Aditya felt he could devour anything at this point. Without wasting another second, he quickly got up from his bed and walked out of his room. From the memory of the previous Aditya, he reached the dining hall. I should find something to eat in the kitchen. Master Aditya quickly was about to walk to the kitchen when he heard someone's voice. Turning around, Aditya's eyes widened, seeing the figure sitting on the chair. Chapter 2. Master is unconscious. Should we feed him a healing potion? At this rate, he might end up in a coma, or worse, he might even die. Watson Singer was an old man who has been working as a butler for generations now. Despite looking 60 years old, he was actually a few hundred years older. His long life has allowed him to see the rise and fall of many great nations, geniuses, and powerhouses. Watson had long hair and a white beard. He was wearing what a typical butler would wear. He currently was the head butler of his castle. "There is no need to do that. That bastard should just die," coldly replied the maid sitting opposite Watson. Her name was Julia Honored. Julia was the daughter of one of the most powerful noble houses on this continent. Julia was one of Aditya's wives, but she always had disguised herself as a maid so that Aditya would never know about her and see her real face. "But milady, if we don't heal Lord Aditya, his death will mean the end of your life. As the butler and servant of Honored's noble house, I cannot allow that to happen." The only reason a princess of a powerful noble house was disguised as a maid was that she needed to protect Aditya from secret, as her life was connected to his. "I know, Watson. I am just sick of it. That man, no, he is not even worthy of being called a man. He doesn't mind whether we live or die. If it wasn't for the contract binding me, I would have never come to a place like this. Milady, I think." Both Watson and Julia turned silent, hearing the footsteps. Tap, tap, when the figure, whose entire body was shrouded in darkness, walked onto the dining table and kept walking forwards the kitchen. For a second, both Watson and Julia were left shocked to their core. Others might not know it, but Watson and Julia knew how drunk Aditya was. They were not expecting Aditya to regain his consciousness for at least a week. The dining hall was about 50 meters big. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge 10 meters long and 2 meters wide table with multiple chairs. Sitting at the table, both Julia and Watson looked at Aditya, who was murmuring something about eating while walking toward the kitchen. "Master." Aditya stopped walking and looked at the dining table. The entire hall was shrouded in darkness. There was no light in the whole castle. It was only because of the moonlight that he was able to walk in the darkness. The yellow light of the candles that were placed on the dining table made it easier for Aditya to see the faces of his loyal butler and maid, Watson and Julia. When Aditya came here, both Watson and Julia has been working to serve him. Even when all the butlers and maids of this castle left, Julia and Watson never left his side. "What is it, Julia?" Aditya stopped and asked with a smile, remembering the things both Watson and Julia did for him in the past. Aditya couldn't help but smile. Unlike normal cultivators, both Julia and Watson were able to see through the darkness. Both of them were left astonished, seeing the pure smile on Aditya's face. Before, Aditya was always drunk, so he never had any proper conversation with Watson and Julia. This was the first time they had seen Aditya smile. Although Aditya's hair was messed up, his pure smile added more charm to his face. This Aditya looked completely different from his drunken version. The current Aditya looked very charming and handsome. Being a dragon, Aditya was naturally handsome. His face was even more charming without being drunk. Aditya had long dark blue hair that reached his back. He had a sharp jawline and an otherworld handsome face. He was 177 cm tall and was about 85 kg. Due to his constant drinking of alcohol, his weight has been increasing. What happened to him? He doesn't look like he is drunk anymore. What is this sudden change in the aura around him? Did he perhaps change? No, a man like him can never change. What I am even thinking. No one knew the thoughts going on in Julia's mind. "Young master, when did you wake up?" Watson, being a man with 100 years of experience, kept his expression unchanged. Since Julia was thinking about something else, she failed to see the changes in current Aditya, but Watson was able to see the changes. Watson decided to not talk about the changes within Aditya for now. I just woke about 30 minutes. Aditya's eyes fell on the dining table, seeing the food on the table. He felt he couldn't hold himself any longer. Watson, do you mind if I joined you too? Aditya asked without moving his eyes from the dishes that were served on the table. Once again, both Watson and Julia widened their eyes in shock. The Aditya they knew would never sit to eat with them. Even though Aditya was kicked out of his royal family, he never forgot his noble etiquette. Aditya never allowed any servants to be with him. Everyone in the castle was ordered to eat after Aditya did. If you don't mind, then you can join us, young master. Watson quickly replied while trying not to show his shock. Since when did he become so polite? Julia asked herself once again. Without thinking too much, Aditya took the head chair of the dining table. Julia was on his right side while Watson was on his left. Watson began to serve food on his master's plate, while Julia didn't stop looking at Aditya, which was making him feel a little uncomfortable. Julia, why are you staring at me like that? Aditya asked with an awkward smile. Julia was been staring at Aditya non-stop. While asking, Aditya also took a few extra seconds to look at Julia. Julia had long purple hair that reached down to her waist. Her hair is always tied in two messy low pigtails with a square fringe hanging just above her purple eyes. Julia had a curvaceous body. Her chest was above average. Despite not using any makeup, Julia was more beautiful than any average girl. Many men in this town have a crush on Aditya. Whenever the previous Aditya went to a bar, there were always some men who wanted Aditya to sell Julia to them. But the previous Aditya always refused to do that. Master, I noticed that you seem different than before. Julia couldn't speak, looking at Aditya. Seeing his intense gaze, Julia spoke while lowering her head. There was a small blush on her face that no one noticed. Not even Julia herself knew about it. I somehow managed to awaken dragon bloodline. I see you awakened your dragon bloodline. That's real. Say what? Both Julia and Watson dropped their forks on the table as their entire bodies froze in shock. Without being bothered about their reaction, Aditya started to eat as if the more time he wasted, the more hungry his stomach was getting. After an entire minute passed, both Julia and Watson recovered from their shock. Seeing Aditya eating calmly, Julia didn't know whether he was lying or not, even though she felt the changes within his body. Before, there was no mana surging throughout Aditya's body, but now there was not much mana in this body. Master, is it really true? Watson asked. Aditya could hear Watson's voice trembling in excitement. Gulp. Swallowing down the piece of bread, Aditya nodded his head. Today when I woke up, something strange happened. After that, I discovered my entire body has changed. Master, what bloodline did you manage to awaken? Aditya's royal family's bloodline has various types of heavenly dragon's bloodline mixed in it, so it was totally random which bloodline one would awaken. In the world of cultivation, bloodline plays a very important role in determining the power of an individual. For dragons, awakening their bloodline means they are bound to reach great heights. My bloodline is Inferno Blaze Dragon. Young master, are you really sure it is an Inferno Blaze Dragon bloodline? Aditya just normally nodded while eating. Why both of you are reacting this way? Is Inferno Blaze Dragon bloodline that powerful or what? Aditya had zero knowledge about the dragon bloodline. Since he never managed to awaken his bloodline, he stopped studying about them. Julia and Watson looked at each other and sighed. This was their Aditya. There was no doubt about it. At first, Watson suspected that this Aditya was a fake, but seeing his uncaring and unsurprised attitude, it was clear that this Aditya was their master. Master, you might not know it, but Inferno Blaze Dragon bloodline is very rare. Though the bloodline is not strong enough to compare with the bloodline of the royal family. In thousands of years, the young master is the first person to awaken Inferno Dragon bloodline. By the way, Watson, I have been meaning to ask this for a while, but what happened to the light mosses of our castle? In this world, light mosses are a special kind of moss that glows brightly in the darkness. Usually, these mosses are used for lighting houses and streets. Not everyone in this world could afford these mosses, as they were a little expensive and rare. Master, don't you remember? A week ago you sold all the light mosses to buy alcohol. For some reason, Aditya felt Julia was mocking him when she said those words. Sigh. Aditya put his on his forehead and sighed. Just how low the previous me had fallen to even the mosses of this castle. No wonder everything was so dark in the castle. It looks like years of drinking alcohol have emptied the treasury. I doubt there is any money left to even pay Watson and Julia's salaries. The previous Aditya had sold many things just to get money for alcohol. He even dismissed all guards and maids of the castle to save enough money for wine. Even the food that Aditya was eating was the food that was meant for low-class families. The food was also bought using Watson's money. It looks like I have to go through the budget reports and secure at least enough money to buy daily necessities. Young master, are you okay? Watson worriedly asked. How can I be okay, Watson? At this rate, we will be brought to the streets. I have to secure enough money to pay the debts and start my future plans. Being a man who worked under his grandpa, who was the prime minister of a country, Aditya knew everything there is to know about ruling a kingdom. In this mind, Aditya already had some thoughts on improving the conditions of his tiny kingdom, but to do that he would need funds. Young master, are you out of money to drink alcohol again? Watson mistakenly assumed that Aditya wanted money for his wine. Hearing Watson's question, Aditya felt embarrassed and ashamed of himself. It was because of this his loyal butler and maid were suffering. No, from now on I won't drink anymore. Let's not talk about this now. When we are done eating, Watson came with me to my study room. Not understanding why Aditya suddenly looked so changed, both Julia and Watson continued to have their food. By the way, did the nobles pay their taxes yet? Although this kingdom was one of the smallest kingdoms in this world, Aditya still had 2 nobles working under him. Watson stopped eating as a complicated look appeared on his face. Young master, the thing is in recent years, both nobles have stopped giving any taxes. It is rumored that both of them are working with the neighboring kingdoms and making a plan to overthrow Master from his rule. So far we have killed at least hundreds of assassins. Recently, the number of assassins only increased. I see. A bone-chilling smile appeared on Aditya's face, since somehow was planning on assassinating him. There was no need for him to hold back against them. Chapter 3. Cultivation in this world is divided into orders, starting from 0 order to 9th order. Not everyone in this world is blessed with the power to cultivate. Aditya was also the same, but now, with his bloodline awakening, Aditya can cultivate. Even among the people who can cultivate, not everyone has the talent to reach 2nd order. Hence, almost 60% to 70% of the cultivators are forever stuck at the 1st order. Around 65% of the population doesn't have the ability to cultivate. However, after thousands of years of research and development, the people of this world have found a way where even the people without cultivation ability can get stronger. The cultivation path is divided into 2 paths, external cultivation and internal cultivation. People who can't cultivate use external cultivation, which involves making the body stronger with mana, while internal cultivation is regular cultivation, where one can use mana to use elemental powers. After reaching a certain stage, one can use elements, or another way of using elements is by having an elemental type bloodline. Just like Aditya, who now has Inferno Blaze Dragon bloodline. There are 5 primary elements: fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning. Other than 5 primary elements, there are also certain individuals who have rare elements mainly due to their bloodline or because they are born with them. In the world of cultivation, only the people who are fortunate enough to awaken their bloodlines have the most advantage. Awakening a bloodline comes with hundreds of benefits. It can increase strength, increase cultivation speed, increase recovery speed, can give the user certain rare elemental powers, and many more. Even though Aditya has never cultivated and was still considered a 0 order, when he awakened his bloodline with the system's help, He got a huge boost in his stats. Young master, we only have 100 soldiers and one second-order guard. Other than 100 soldiers, everyone left the army because we couldn't pay their salaries on time. Hearing Watson's words, Aditya felt like an invisible arrow has been shot at his heart. Since both new and old Adityas' memories have merged, both of them basically have become one person. The current Aditya has memories of his previous self. Knowing that he is the reason why everyone in the city was suffering, he felt very guilty about it. If the nobles had paid their taxes on time, I think our current situation would have been much better. The previous Aditya had left all the financial work on Watson's shoulder. It's a miracle that this castle was still standing given the large number of debt that was taken to run the castle. In this world, 100 silver was worth 1 gold, while 100 gold coins were worth 1 royal gold. Counting all the debt that the current Aditya had in his name, he needed to pay 50 royal gold coins. Generally, 1 gold is more than enough for a middle-class family to cover their expenses for 1 month. Even if Aditya decided to sell some of his lands, he still wouldn't have enough money to pay off the debt. Also, given how small his territory was, selling his land was an option for him. Master, not just the nobles, even the people who are running their business in this city has stopped paying any taxes. Slap. Aditya couldn't help but slap his own forehead in frustration. Just how bad the situation was. As the king of this land, Aditya wasn't feared by anyone. Even the owners of small shops dared to not pay their taxes. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone else started to govern this land. Aditya put all the papers down and seriously looked at Watson. Judging from the aura around Watson, it was clear that his butler was a second-order body cultivator. Watson, who is the biggest business owner in this city? It's the Norler family. A few years ago, their family had 2 shops, but now they have 19 shops all around the city. The Norler family controls 80% of the total business of Azure City. For how long their taxes were left unpaid? 24 months. No, actually, it's 25 months. Watson, what do you say? Shall we pay a visit to this Norler family? Aditya coldly asked. Being a dragon himself, Aditya had pride engraved to his very bone. If someone dares to disrespect him, he won't just sit around and tolerate it. I will follow my young master. Aditya could see that even Watson couldn't wait to wash his hands. Good, then we will leave tomorrow. Scene change. After leaving Aditya's room, Watson went to report everything to his real master Julia, who was one of Aditya's wives. Meanwhile, Aditya didn't go to sleep. Aditya took some time to check his stats and skills. Name, Aditya Bainith. Race, Dragon. Bloodline, Inferno Blaze Dragon Bloodline. Current class, War Dancer. Current class level, 01. Innate skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation, Fiery Blaze, Weapon Mastery. Passive skill, Eruption Wave, Molten Bolt, Silence Mind Strength, 70 Speed, 70 Stamina, -70 Health, 70 Mana, 70 Free Stats, 0. Instant Learning and Adaptation. The skills boost the user's brain, making the user a genius when it comes to learning and adaptation. The skills will allow enhances the brain by 25 times. Fiery Blaze. This skill allows the user to control fire. Every time the user activates this skill, it will 2+. Eruption Wave. When this skill is used, the user can control lava. Whenever this skill is activated, 5+. Molten Bolt. Using this skill, one can fire a lave bolt. Each time this skill is used, it will consume 0.5+. Weapon Mastery. This skill gives the user knowledge and instant mastery over any weapon that 10%. Silence Mind. A special type of skill that helps the user keep his mind calm on the battlefield. During a battle, the host will stay alert all the time. Did you use that spell? Julia asked while looking at the moon. Standing behind her, Watson replied in a serious tone. I have used this orb to check if the young master was really under some mind-controlling spell. The result is the opposite of what we had expected. No one is controlling the young master. Sigh. Watson, after today's interaction with Aditya, do you think he has changed? Julia has cursed her fate so many times. being married to a man who is not even a cultivator, and worse, he was an alcoholic addict. If Aditya can really change, then this will be for the best. Watson didn't reply immediately. He remained silent, showing that he was thinking deeply. After about 5 minutes of silence, Watson finally replied. After our today's interaction, it was clear that the young master was very worried about the situation of this kingdom. He looked really angry when I told him about Noble's corruption. I do believe that the young master has changed. As for whether this change will bring fortune or not, even I am not sure. I see. Watson, for we will continue to observe him. Use your power to assist him whenever he needs your help. I understand, milady. But milady, for how long do you plan on hiding your identity? Watson felt, now that the young master was showing signs of changing into a better person, it would be better to reveal the young lady's identity. For now, I will observe him. Just because my parents decided to marry me to Aditya doesn't mean that I have feelings for him. Next day, Aditya, Julia, and Watson had breakfast together. After eating, Aditya took a bath. The whole castle was empty. It was only Julia, Watson, and Aditya. While walking around the castle, Aditya noticed that there were some parts of the castle which were broken or about to fall apart. The castle was very old and was in desperate need of renovation. "Are you ready, young master?" Watson asked. Currently, Watson was wearing simple clothes that made him look like a commoner. It was Aditya who told Watson to hide his true identity and use a disguise. For now, Aditya didn't wish to let anyone know about his recently awakened bloodline. So, today, Aditya and Watson were using different identities. Uncle Jack, call me Isaac, were the guards sent by the king to collect the tax. Watson nodded his head with an awkward look. Watson was not comfortable calling someone whom he has been calling young master for years now. Young master, is there any specific reason why you disguised your identity? While walking, Watson curiously asked. Watson, if I want to catch the nobles off guard, I can't just reveal my identity to anyone. To them, I am still an alcohol addict. If I let them know about my move, they will become alert and might do the worse, which is fleeing to another kingdom with all the wealth of this kingdom. I understand, young master. While walking on the streets, Aditya once again realized just how bad the condition of this city was. This city was supposed to be the capital of this kingdom, yet the condition of this city was worse than a village. The roads were not properly constructed. There was garbage thrown in the open. Wild dogs and cats were roaming everywhere. Beggars were lying on the sides of the roads. The houses were poorly constructed. Some mud houses looked like they are about to fall down at any given moment. There were slaves carrying goods for rich merchants. Drunken men were struggling to walk. After walking and observing the city for 10 minutes, even a normal can tell that his city was not planned. The previous king should have given some attention to the hygiene and cleanness of this city. Master, we are here. Chapter 4. Knock. Knock. Who is bothering us at early in the morning? Watson and Aditya exchanged gazes, hearing the angry tone of an old man. Cough. After clearing his throat, Aditya tried his best to not show his anger in his tone. Sir, we're here from the neighboring city with your goods. You guys arrived quickly. Hold on, I will be there in a second. Watson was left speechless. He wasn't this kind of cheap lie to work. Click. Opening the door that was made from iron. An old man who, despite being younger than Watson, looked older than him, stood in front of Aditya. The old man was supporting his body with a wooden stick. He appeared to be wearing expensive-looking kimono. He was wearing a thick gold chain around his neck and a golden bracelet on his left hand. Who are you? I don't seem to recognize the two of you. The old man, who was also the head of the Norler family, spoke while looking at Aditya and Watson's faces. Neither Aditya nor Watson spoke anything. Aditya was already angry at the Norler family, while Watson was getting pissed seeing this old man's attitude. Whether his lady liked Aditya or not, since Aditya was Lady Julia's husband by contract, Watson always served Aditya like he was serving his true master. Seeing someone disrespect his master, Watson was reaching his boiling point. Our Lord has sent us here for you to pay the tax for 25 months. Hearing Aditya's words, Contrary to what they had expected, the old man named Sam began to laugh loudly. "Ha ha ha, you mean that trash who drinks alcohol every single day?" Watson frowned hearing those words, while Aditya could finally see it with his own eyes. Even a small merchant like the Norler family wasn't afraid of Aditya, so why would the nobles obey him? "You know what? I was thinking of taking over his castle. With the mercenaries that I have hired, taking over that trash's castle shouldn't be a problem. I know you two should start working for me instead. I will pay double the amount." "Why you?" Watson was about to charge at Sam, but Aditya stopped him with a smile. "Sir, I am really interested in your offer. Why don't we talk more about this in that alley?" With an innocent smile on his face, both Aditya and Sam went into the abandoned alley. "Ah, please stop. I beg you. Not my hair. Ah, not my pants. Ah, stop." A moment later, sound screams woke up everyone in the neighborhood. The scream continued for the next 5 minutes. Everyone in the nearby area opened their windows and looked very annoyed. "Hey, what's happening so early in the morning? Who is screaming? Someone stop this screaming sound. Fuck my luck, I can't sleep at all." Watson, seeing how angry the people were getting, felt a little worried. The sounds of screaming also brought the two sons of the Norler family. "Who the fuck is screaming like a dog? Which son a bitch dares to ruin my sleep?" Both sons of the Norler family got out of their house with an enraged look. Both sons of the Norler family, just like their father, were wearing expensive kimonos and gold rings and chains. Another minute later, the screaming sounds finally stopped. "Hey, who are you?" Spencer, the eldest son of the Norler family, asked Watson when he saw a strange standing in front of their house. "Before I answer, I think you two should look at the person whom you two just called a bitch." Just as Watson's words were finished, like a rotten mango, Sam fell right in front of his two sons. Bang, cough, cough. When the dust settled down, both Spencer and Robert saw an old man wearing nothing but white, dirty underwear lying in front of them. The old man's head was covered in drops of blood, his entire face was swollen, and both of his eyes had large dark circles, almost like there were bruise marks on his arms and shoulders. The old man's clothes were worn apart. It was only due to Aditya's mercy that he let the old man go with his dirty underwear. Aditya had beaten Sam to an unrecognizable shape. "Who is weird animal? I better stay from this animal, otherwise I might catch some unknown disease." Robert, the youngest son of the Norler family, stepped back with a disgusted look on his face. "He looks like a monkey whose hair has been removed." Ha 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 ha. Aditya almost fell on his butt hearing Sam's own two sons calling their father money and a weird animal. Even Watson was wearing to keep his usually calm face. His body was slightly trembling, showing his struggle to hold back his laughter. "You morons, look carefully, that bitch is your fucking daddy." Both Spencer and Robert exchanged confused gazes, and then closely looked at the old man's face, which was beaten into an unrecognizable shape. Even though Sam's face has changed after a close look, both Robert and Spencer realized who this old man was. "Father, what happened to you? Father, please open your eyes." Both Robert and Spencer kneeled and checked their father's condition. Guards, hearing Robert's angry shout, all the hired mercenaries came out from their mansion. Within 10 seconds, 20 mercenaries surrounded Watson and Aditya. Spencer coldly looked at Aditya. "Don't kill him. I will personally torture this man in front of the crowd. I will wash today's shame with his blood." All the mercenaries were wearing black clothes and covering their faces with black masks. Despite being surrounded by 20 mercenaries, both Watson and Aditya showed no bothered look. "Isaac, should I kill them?" "Nah, Grandpa, you just chill. I will deal with these insects." Judging from the aura, it was clear that none of the mercenaries' strength was above first order. "How dare they underestimate us? Everyone attack." Aditya was expecting to fight some strong opponent, but here he was stuck fighting some low-level mercenaries. "Whatever, free experience points for me." Swoosh. Watson, Spencer, Robert, and Sam, who just regained consciousness, all suddenly found Aditya disappeared from his place. When Aditya moved, the faster around him also seems to move. Everyone was shocked by the display of his speed. Not even 2 seconds had passed, and the killing streak began. Holding the sword in his hand, Aditya moved faster than the mercenaries could ever move. Before they could even react, their heads were severed from their bodies. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. What's happening? One by one, all the 19 mercenaries' heads fell to the ground. Only the leader of the mercenary was alive. However, seeing the dead bodies of these subordinates, his very soul was shaken to the core. I just gave them a quick death. Aditya appeared behind the leader like a ghost appearing out of thin air. Just when the leader turned around, as his entire body trembled in fear, Aditya grabbed the leader's head and lifted it in the air. Please let me go. The leader struggled to free himself from Aditya's hold. Aditya, without caring about the leader of the mercenary, looked at the trio of father and 2 sons. You guys haven't been paying the tax for the last 25 months. Did your Norler family really think that our Lord has forgotten about this? Since today our Lord ordered us to come here, I will get the tax along with interests. Fiery Blaze, Sam, Spencer, and Robert, all the Norler family members widened their eyes as their entire bodies began to shiver violently, seeing a red flame engulfing the leader and burning him alive. The scream of the leader was enough to send chills down everyone's spine. When the flame started to burn his body, he struggled with his might to free himself. Even Watson, who was a man with hundreds of years of experience, couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of his eyes. At this moment, everyone was terrified. No one was expecting the man sent by the king would go this far to collect their taxes. This crazy event soon spread throughout the entire city like a wildfire. After a minute of burning, Aditya just threw the leader's body like throwing garbage. After that, Aditya coldly approached the Norler family and crouched down in front of them. You guys didn't pay tax for 25 months. Did the Norler family really think that the king would let you guys go away with this big crime? When I asked for the tax, you instead insulted me and my king. You even went as far as to attack the king's right-hand man with mercenaries. Now, what punishment do you think the king will give to the 3 of you? Looking at those demonic eyes, that seems to reflect the red-hot flame that burned someone alive right in front of their eyes. The Norler family men couldn't stop trembling. Please, sir, take whatever you need. Please spare us, please, my lord. Sam was a commoner. At the end of the day, this kind of scene was just too cruel for him. He and his sons were afraid of death. After seeing how mercilessly Aditya killed everyone in front of them, Sam nor his sons had the courage to resist anymore. Fear had completely taken over their hearts. Aditya smiled inwardly hearing Sam's words. Aditya already had achieved his success. For not paying taxes for 25 months, for insulting the king and daring to attack the king's right-hand man with mercenaries, the Norler family shall be publicly executed to serve a lesson for everyone individual living in this city. Furthermore, all the businesses, wealth, and properties belonging to the Norler family will be seized away. Sam's face completely turned pale hearing Aditya's words. Everything was over now. Greed blinded him. If only he had paid the taxes, then nothing would have happened to him and to his family. With Aditya's announcement, every merchant and shop owner felt scared. The news spread throughout the entire city. All the merchants who haven't been paying their taxes for years rushed to pay all the taxes with interest. What happened to the Norler family had scared every small and big merchant in the city. Many even tried to flee from this city. But fortunately, before coming here, Aditya already had ordered Watson to order the 100 soldiers to guard the soldiers and not to allow any merchants from escaping the city. 2 hours later, in front of the public, Norler and his son was executed. This whole incident has left a deep mark on the people of this city. Not even the previous king of Azure City was cruel enough to publicly execute anyone. After today's incident, everyone will have fear in their hearts. The people, merchants, shop owners, and everyone will live in fear. This fear will drive them to pay their taxes on time. Did you hear? The biggest merchant house of the Azure City has been publicly killed by our new king. No way that alcohol addict can do something like this. It's true, I just witnessed the public execution. Let me give you a piece of advice: you better pay all the taxes with interest, otherwise, who knows when the right-hand man of the king will knock on your door. Yeah, I guess. I heard that the security of the city gate also has increased. Standing on the roof of a house, Watson and Aditya observed the reaction of the public. Young master, can I ask you something? Unlike other times, this time there was admiration and respect in Watson's eyes for Aditya. Go on. You purposely gave cruel deaths to the mercenaries, and also went as far as to publicly execute the Norler family. You did all of this for a reason, didn't you? Since you're asking that, you already should know the answer. Aditya looked at Watson with a mysterious smile. You wanted to install fear in the people's hearts. You knew that you have lost your respect as the king among the people. So by giving cruel deaths, you created fear and panic in the people's hearts. You even indirectly gave a message to the other shop owners and the merchants to pay the taxes through the Norler's family's death. This was completely a genius move from your side. Aditya smiled and did not reply. Sometimes a king must use the sword of darkness to eliminate the virus from his kingdom. I used cruelty to give a message to everyone. This message was not only for the people, but also for the criminals and thugs hiding in the city. Chapter 5. It was already evening time. The sky had turned slightly red as the mild wind blew from the south. Sitting in the garden, which now was an empty field, Aditya was reading the reports when Julia came with tea and some snacks. Master, I have bought your tea. Aditya nodded his head in a daze. He looked lost while reading the budget reports. He completely has changed. Julia has stayed disguised as a maid with her husband for 2 years. She knew Aditya's past habits better than anyone. Aditya was a type of person whose entire life depended on alcohol and wine. In her 2 years of staying here, she has never seen Aditya, the former dragon prince, come to the castle garden. It was as if the Aditya that everyone knew and despised was gone. The former dragon prince in front of her is a new person. Last night, Julia assumed that Aditya was doing all this because he wanted a budget for drinks. But after all the things that he did throughout the day, Julia has to admit that Aditya is now a changed man. After returning to the castle, Aditya ordered Watson to sell all the wine and alcohol bottles that he has kept in his room. This was a huge thing for someone who was an alcohol addict. Everything feels like a sweet dream. In a world where Aditya is a hard-working king trying to do the best for this country. If Aditya can stay then way forever, then I don't mind being his wife and staying by his side all the time. While thinking about being his wife, Julia couldn't help but glance at Aditya, who was focused on reading reports. No, what I am even thinking. Even Julia herself didn't know what she was thinking. But now that I look closely, Aditya is really handsome. Previously, Julia was so disgusted with Aditya that she never took a proper look at her face. Almost 99% of the time, Aditya was drunk and unconscious. Maybe now that Aditya has started to change, I no longer find him disgusting as before. Julia was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice the tea that was overflowing. Julia, stop. Aditya's words snapped the virgin maiden back to the reality where she found what a grave mistake she had done. Oh no, master, I apologize. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice when the tea spilled on the table. Julia quickly bowed her head and apologized. This was the first mistake she made in 1 year. After working here as a maid for 2 years, Julia now was a professional maid. She very rarely made any mistakes. Don't worry, it's okay, Aditya replied while checking if any tea fell on the papers. I will clean this table. Julia was about to leave, but her master's words stopped her. It's all right. You can wash the table later. For now, why don't you sit down and join me for a cup of tea? Aditya already had finished reading all the budget reports. Normally, these many reports would have taken at least 3 to 5 days to finish reading, but with his innate skill of instant learning, Aditya's reading and processing speed have increased a lot. After some hesitation, Julia took the chair next to Aditya and sat down. Julia then proceeded to pour another cup of tea for her master and for herself. While Julia was pouring tea, Aditya suddenly remembered something from the past. You know, back when you had just started working as a maid, I remember you used to make lots of mistakes. You couldn't even do the simplest things without making mistakes. Master, please don't mention my past mistakes. Julia felt embarrassed remembering her past mistakes. Julia was the princess of the biggest noble house on this continent. Before coming here, Julia had lived the life of a princess. When she suddenly became a maid, Julia had a lot of mistakes compared to other maids. If it wasn't for Watson covering her, she would have been kicked out. By the master, how much taxes did you manage to receive today? Honestly, Julia was really impressed knowing what Isaac did today. Seeing how Aditya was conducting his work, Julia had a feeling that her master, who is also her husband, will rise in power very soon. Hearing the word tax, a happy and innocent smile appeared on the young king's face. You won't believe how many coins we managed to collect just in 5 hours. First, just from seizing all the assets of the Norler family, we managed to earn about 100 royal gold coins. The public execution of Sam really created fear in others' hearts. The plan worked like a magnet. Without even telling others, all the merchants and shop owners of the city have paid their debts with taxes. Now we have over 306 royal gold coins. This daddy is now rich. Now I have enough capital to start new plans for my kingdom. Julia was taken back seeing how innocently Aditya's eyes sparkled when he held the white gold coin in his hand. I have given Watson the 6 royal gold coins to pay all the soldiers and yours pending salaries. I ordered him to use the rest on buying daily necessities for the castle, and also to hire 5 new maids and 2 chefs. This will reduce the burden on your shoulders. Julia was touched to know that Aditya thought so deeply of her. I also have told him to buy some young and strong slaves with the potential to become stronger. But master, why buy slaves? Except for a few kingdoms, almost every kingdom on this continent allowed slave trading. Julia didn't understand why they would need slaves. Julia, I am currently building this entire kingdom from the beginning. I realized that other than you and Watson, we don't really have any powerful warriors. And as the king, I can't always go everywhere. So I am planning on buying some slaves with potential and train them to become a core part of our kingdom, though I realize that training the slaves will take some time. Consider this as an investment for the future. Julia can't help but feel impressed by how far Aditya was thinking. The more she listened to Aditya, the more fond she was getting of her master. Without her even knowing, she was beginning to look forward to the future, where Aditya builds his own empire. While both master and maid were enjoying their tea, the maid, who was the wife of the master in disguise, suddenly had a question in her mind. Master, do you know about one of the 7 fairies, also nicknamed the goddess of alchemy? Hearing Julia mentioning one of his wives, Aditya, without realizing, straightened his back. I do know her, but I never had the luck of meeting her in person. Aditya replied when looking at the sky with a lonely look. While he replied, he or no one at that moment knew what the goddess of alchemy was thinking. Soon, Watson returned with 7 slaves who were slightly different from the types of slave that Aditya wanted. Sitting on the old and rusty throne, Aditya sighed and looked at the slaves that his butler Watson bought for him. Watson, who are they? I am sure you have a logical explanation for this. Watson nodded his head and began to explain. Young master, I understand why you want to acquire slaves. I believe bringing them here was the best choice I could have made. Aditya didn't interrupt Watson and let him finish his words. As you must already know, their mana heart was crippled. All of them here are body cultivators, also known as external cultivation users. Even with their crippled mana heart, their bodies are strong as first-order warriors. As long as we heal their crippled mana hearts, all of them will eventually regain their former second-order strength. I personally believe each individual here has the potential to reach at least fourth order. Aditya sighed while rubbing his forehead. Watson, the problem is how we're going to heal their crippled mana hearts. In this whole world, no one knows how to heal a crippled mana heart. Master, I think you're forgetting about a certain person. Even if healing a crippled mana heart is impossible to everyone, there is one being in this world who can do the impossible. Okay, who is that person, and how we're supposed to find this person in this world? Aditya at this point had stopped thinking and had shut his mind down. He let Watson do everything. Watson, before replying, looked at the 7 slaves standing behind. You all can go out and rest at the training ground. The slaves nodded and without making any noise left the room. Master, actually, that master lives in this city. Really? Where? Aditya became excited. Before telling you where she lives, let me tell you about her. That person is a genius at alchemy. At the age of 12, that person managed to defeat even an alchemy grandmaster. That person's alchemy talents are said to be unrivaled in this whole world. At the age of 15, she became a legend. Her name spread far wide on every continent on this planet. The excited look on Aditya's face started disappearing cause from his words. He already knew who this person was. The door suddenly opened up as Julia walked into the room with a completely different expression than her usual self. That person is known as the goddess of alchemy, and her name is... Chapter 6. The door suddenly opened up as Julia walked into the room with a completely different expression than her usual self. That person is known as the goddess of alchemy, and her name is Julia Honored. Silence. For a moment, neither Aditya nor Watson said anything. Aditya blankly kept staring at the figure in front of his own eyes. The woman standing in front of him could be described in thousands of ways. Just looking at her, Aditya couldn't describe how shocked his heart was. The woman in front of Aditya was still wearing the maid uniform that she wore when she had disguised herself as a maid. Now that she was no longer using makeup to hide her face, Aditya finally was able to see the face of the most beautiful woman on the continent of Dying Isle. She was the very woman who was his wife. She had long purple hair that reached down to her waist. Her hair is always tied in 2 messy low pigtails with a square fringe hanging just above her shiny purple eyes and charming face. Shining purple eyes watched the reaction of Aditya with an amused smile that further enhanced her beauty. She stands seductively despite her narrow frame. There's something intriguing about her, perhaps. It's her composure, or perhaps it's simply her company. Just looking at those shiny purple eyes, the young dragon found himself unable to resist her charm. Her beauty is enough to cause wars. All the models and actresses in his previous world started to feel average when he laid his eyes on her. She had an hourglass figure. It seems her maid uniform couldn't hide her curves. Standing at the height of 5 feet 6 inches, Julia's beauty was enough to give herself the title of goddess. In his 2 lives, Aditya has never met anyone as beautiful as the woman who was his wife. At this moment, Aditya also realized how lucky he was. He understood why millions of men all around the world envied him. For the entire 5 minutes, Aditya never blinked his eyes. The more he looked at Julia, the more he wanted to keep looking at her. There was no lust in his eyes, even though male dragons are known to have second most lust after the succubus race. Are you done looking? Julia asked in an irritated tone. Even though Julia sounded angry on the surface, inside she was very happy. Most of the time, Julia would just hide her face because she didn't like the lustful gazes of other men on her body. What made her happy was the fact that Aditya didn't look at her with lust. There was only warmth and appreciation in his eyes. Julia has finally decided to reveal her identity. After the conversation she had with Aditya, she was convinced that her man had changed. Julia wanted to give Aditya a chance. Before, Aditya's life was all about alcohol, but now that he had changed, she wanted to support him for a better future. Also this morning, she had a small talk with her loyal butler Watson. The current Aditya needs her help more than anything. If her little contribution can help Aditya in becoming a great man, she wouldn't mind doing it. I apologize. Aditya looked away while trying to lower his heartbeat. I am ashamed to know that Miss Honard has been working as my maid for 2 years now, and I couldn't recognize her. Aditya wondered what the people of the continent of Dying Isle would do when they learns that their goddess has been working as a maid for someone low-level alcohol addict. There is no need for you to address me this formally. You can call me Julia. Unlike what Aditya thought, even though Julia had revealed her identity, she still remained the same Julia that he knew. There was no change in her personality, which greatly relieved Aditya, as he also didn't want to deal with some arrogant princess. Julia, do you have a way of curing their crippled mana hearts? If Julia really can cure their crippled mana hearts, then in the shortest time Aditya would have the power to build an army of second-order warriors. When a cultivator's mana heart is crippled, that person loses their ability to harness mana from the atmosphere. For internal-type cultivators, this would mean the end of their cultivation carrier. But for body-type cultivators, since their main focus was getting their bodies stronger like a weapon, even if the mana heart is crippled, they don't lose all of their strengths. That's why the slaves that Watson bought still had the strength of first-order warriors. If Julia can cure their crippled mana hearts, Aditya can just buy all the body cultivators with crippled mana hearts from the slave merchant and add them to his army. He won't even have to worry about the slaves betraying him, since the slave's contract will prevent the slaves from betraying him. I know the method of curing a crippled heart, but the material is the real issue. What materials do you need? I am more than willing to invest all of our reserved money to buy the materials. Aditya won't hesitate to use all the gold coins that he earned as tax today. Having 7 second-order warriors could greatly increase the strength of his kingdom. Even the 2 nobles who are under him only have 4 second-order warriors. The weakest of the second-order warrior can easily kill 100 peak first-order warriors. The difference between having first-order warriors and second-order warriors is like comparing a lion with a dragon. Master, the materials that I will need are the heart of wyvern, phoenix ash, and poisonberry flower. Since getting the heart of wyvern will be super expensive, I can replace it with a master's drop of blood, since dragons are superior to wyverns. The phoenix ash has a hidden property that can heal injured organs. What about poisonberry flower? Aditya thought poisonberry was used to make poison. The blood of a dragon has a lot of vitality. Even a single drop of blood contains lots of energy. I need that energy to restart the mana heart. While the phoenix ash, when mixed with the blood of dragon, the hidden healing property will be activated, which will heal the crippled mana heart. But the process is over. Julia looked at Watson, who also looked astonished. When a cultivator's heart is crippled, their body starts accumulating lots of impurities. These impurities will block the mana pathways. When the poisonberry flower is used in a proper ratio, it will give us a substance that can clean all the impurities. Well, Watson, what are you waiting for? Take the money we earned today and buy all the materials. Young master, poisonberry flowers are not cheap, and each flower can cost up to 15 royal gold coins. Also, it might take a few days to get all the needed materials. No problem, we can wait a few days. It's not like Aditya was going to attack the nobles tomorrow. He had other things to be taken care of. Watson was about to leave, but then Aditya stopped him. Before you leave, make sure to buy at least 100 slaves that we can train to become our soldiers. Now that Aditya had 7x body cultivators, there was so much he could with them. Those 7 could use their experience to train the new young soldiers. After Watson left, Aditya and Julia walked together. Master, why do you need slaves to become your soldiers? You could always recruit new soldiers. Please stop calling me master. You can just call me by my name. Aditya felt uncomfortable, knowing that his wife was calling him master. Even though Aditya still hasn't developed any feelings for the woman walking beside him, she was still his wife in name. Aditya wanted to give her the respect that she deserved. As for your question, the salary of an average soldier is 1 gold per month. We are already paying 100 gold coins to our 100 soldiers. In our current financial situation, I don't want to invest in recruiting soldiers when I can just buy slaves and train them to become soldiers. Aditya already hasn't paid the salaries of his remaining 100 soldiers for 5 months now. By recruiting more soldiers, more money will be required. But if the salaries that he is going to pay to his new recruits are used in resources for raising the power of slaves, Aditya will receive more benefits. Also, once their situation gets better, Aditya is planning on giving even the slaves a small sum of salary each month. But master, I mean Aditya, it might affect your reputation if people learn that you're using slaves as soldiers. Every king cared about their image more than anything, so they never used slaves to become soldiers. Julia, I don't care about my reputation. It's not like I had any good reputation. I don't understand why the other kings don't use this cheap method. Aditya already had a negative image because of being an alcohol addict. He wasn't the type of person who cared about his reputation or image. What mattered more than anything was the power. In this world, power was everything. Well, if you're in need of money, then I have something for you. Aditya raised his eyebrow and looked at Julia. As long as you buy me the needed materials, I can make 1-star healing potions that can completely heal any first-order cultivator. The healing potion that I am talking about is much cheaper than the ones available on the market. The ingredients needed to make the potion will cost only 50 silver coins per potion. Julia had no knowledge about the market or economy, but whenever she needed money in the past, she always used her alchemy skills. Julia, are you really sure? Aditya tried his best to not show his emotions on his face. Well, the kingdom does need funds to rebuild everything. If you're okay with it, then I can tell Watson to buy the materials. Julia wasn't sure if Aditya was going to agree with her suggestion. There was still a hint of hesitation in her voice. Julia, I thank you enough. Suddenly, the goddess of alchemy widened her eyes when Aditya bowed his head. There is no need for you to bow your head. Julia quickly replied. So how are we going to divide the profits? How about 50 out of 50? Aditya asked after calming himself. I don't need the profits as long as you promise me something. Julia, with a tone of hesitation. As long as it's within my powers, I will promise anything. I was planning on building my laboratory in the castle. I want you to help me with the funds that I will need to do my alchemy research. Julia was known as the goddess of alchemy. Back when she was living with her parents, Julia always had the needed materials for her research. But after coming to Azure City, due to the lack of funds, she was unable to continue with her alchemy studies. Seeing Aditya thinking so deeply, Julia felt that she had asked too much. If you want, we can postpone. No, I was thinking where we should build your lab. Aditya replied while thinking. The previous Aditya has never explored the castle. We can build the laboratory next to the library. There is an abandoned building next to the library. Aditya never knew if his castle had any library. After that, both future husband and wife discussed how the healing potion production was going to take place. Aditya didn't wish to share the production method with anyone, so the production of the healing potion for now was going to take place in Julia's laboratory. Julia also had asked Aditya to buy some female slaves who can help her with the production. Scene changed to the training grounds. The training ground that once used to be filled with soldiers training was now empty. Standing in the middle of the training ground, 7 slaves that Watson previously bought was standing before their lord. Hello everyone, my name is Aditya. Chapter 7. The Istaran Dynasty. One of the smallest kingdoms on the continent of the Dying Isle was located at the bottom of the map, near the sea. The Istaran Dynasty was said to be found when all the local fishermen came together under a single rule. When Aditya was thrown out of the royal family, the Istaran Dynasty king, whose name was Ahmed, decided to adopt Aditya so that the young dragon can take over the dynasty. When the old Ahmed died, the old Ahmed had lost his wife and son in an assassin attack that happened 9 years ago. After that, being a man who dearly loved his wife, Ahmed never married anyone and died of old age. The Istaran dynasty was very small, having only 23 square kilometers of area. Despite being one of the smallest kingdoms in the dying Isle continent, the Isteran dynasty managed to thrive and prosper because of the natural minerals found in this land. The kingdom's economy was very stable until Ahmed died 3 years ago. When Aditya became the king, his lack of care and his attachment to alcohol gave the two nobles of the Isteran kingdom the chance to rise in power. With no king keeping them in check, in 3 years both nobles looted the entire Isteran kingdom in daylight. This caused the economy of the kingdom to fall down. Even the capital, which was supposed to be the most prosperous city of a kingdom, even fall. The people and the nobles stopped being bothered by the king, who was an alcohol addict. As a result, the crime rate in the Isteran dynasty began to increase. The dynasty that once was very prosperous now was on the verge of collapsing. This made the other two kingdoms with whom the Isteran dynasty shares their borders with to be very happy. The Isteran dynasty was located on the eastern edge of the continent. The dynasty shared boundaries with the kingdom of Nepoka Empire in the north, and sharing boundaries with Zuluk's dynasty in the northwest. In the south, the dynasty shared borders with the forest of Silver Meadow Grove. Being located at the edge of the continent, the dynasty had something that most kingdoms didn't have, and that was accessibility to the sea. I have drawn a rough map of the 3 kingdoms. If you don't understand, then you can take a look at it. The Isteran dynasty was in the most strategic location to build a port and start international trading. Unfortunately, the previous king Ahmed never thought of building any port, as he was afraid, because the Nepoka kingdom located in the north also had its eyes set on the Isteran dynasty for that very reason. Building a port on the western edge of the continent would make international trade easier and less time-consuming. The huge chunk of coins that one can earn just from building this port was enough to start wars. During King Ahmed's time, it was predicted that the natural resources in the land of Isteran would soon exhaust, meaning that the future generation would have to find a new source of earnings. However, King Ahmed never took the steps forward in building the port, as it could potentially start a war with the kingdom of Nepoka. However, Aditya was very different from King Ahmed. Being a man who has worked for the Prime Minister, Aditya's ambition has no bounds. There was no way he would drop the plan of building the port city just because another kingdom had its eyes on them. In this world, the territories of small kingdoms and dynasties kept changing. There was no peace, even in the present moment. There were 2 small kingdoms located on the dying isle that were having a war. Whenever there is a war, neighboring lands would receive the most benefits. Sometimes the captured warriors would be crippled and sold off as slaves, meaning that whenever a war started, the number of slaves in the markets also increased. If Aditya wanted to build a strong kingdom, then he would eventually have to start his plan of building the port city, meaning the clash with the Nepoka kingdom was something that will happen in the upcoming months. Before the young dragon could shift his focus on launching his plan, he would have to clean the pest from his kingdom. Aditya has been thinking of dealing with the nobles for a while now. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as he had someone who could let him use the slaves with cripple mana hearts. Sir, my name is Scott Young. As you can see, I am a dark elf. In front of Aditya, they're 22 years old, young man who was the same height as Aditya. Being a dark elf, Scott's skin was darker than others, but this did not mean that Scott was ugly. In fact, Scott was a handsome young man with short spiky dark hair and brown pupil. Scott was an excellent bow user. I am Tyler Ryan. Tyler was a man with a muscular built body. He was 6 feet tall. Tyler was about 39 years old. The scars on his hands and the long scar on his cheek were proof of how experienced he was in fighting. Before becoming a slave, Tyler had fought multiple wars. It was only when he faced a third-order body cultivator that his mana heart was crippled, and he was sold off as a slave. Unlike Scott, Tyler was a great sword user. Nathan, like a real ninja, covered his nose and mouth with a mask. Only his eyes and the upper part of the cheeks can be seen. Nathan had dark red hair that covered his left eye and red pupil. Nathan used to be an assassin before he was captured by his target which he was about to kill. After his mana heart was crippled, he became a slave. Unlike Tyler, Nathan is a dagger user, and his class was assassin. I am Josh Dawson. Josh was a man from a lion tribe. In this world, various races live together. One of those races was the lion tribe. The lion tribe had the body of a human with the face of a lion. Their entire bodies were covered in thick fur. Any beast race man and woman was far stronger and muscular than humans. Even though Josh had lost his cultivation, being a beast man, he still had enough raw power to tear even a second-order human. After dragons, lions had the rawest strength. Just like any other beast man, Josh was 7 feet tall and had a muscular-built body. Josh had red hair and used a giant hammer as his weapon. I am Amber Lawrence. Please do thank Miss Julia for giving me this beautiful kimono. Amber here was also a beastman from the fox race. Unlike Josh, Amber's body was 5 feet 6 inches tall. She had long yellow hair, fox ears, and 9 fluffy tails. The color of her tails was the same as her yellow hair. Fox race women are known to have the second most charm after the succubus race. Just like any other fox race woman, Amber had a seductive body that she tried to hide by wearing red kimono that further enhanced her beauty. It was like nothing can escape her yellow pupils. It was a shame that Amber's face was ruining long scars that resulted in no one wanting to buy her. I am Alina Reed. Alina was human. Alina had long black hair that covered her eyes. She looked a little shy. Just like Nathan, Alina also used to work as assassin. I am Henry Ward. Henry was another human that Watson bought. Henry was a commander of a small dynasty, but in the war his forces were killed and he was captured. The enemy tortured him for days before selling him off as a slave. Henry held a normal sword. Unlike others, the coldness and hatred in his eyes were more clear. Just looking at him, one could tell that he was thirsty for blood. The 7 of them specialize in something unique, maybe except for Alina. I don't what is her specialty, whatever, I ask her later. Among the 7 slaves, it seems Julia has taken a liking to Amber. Since 7 of them specialize in something unique, I can divide the newly recruited troops into 7 divisions and let 7 of them train the new troops of their division. Aditya had decided to appoint the 7 of them as the future head of 7 divisions. Each division will be unique and will specialize in one thing. In the future, the 7 slaves would go on to become world-famous generals that no empire wants to face. After a simple introduction, Aditya asked them to show their power and abilities. This continued for an hour before Aditya left with a satisfied smile. Aditya was very impressed by Watson. Each individual had shown the potential that they had inside of them. Aditya finally got some free time at the end of the evening. Stats: name, Aditya Baineth. Race, Dragon. Bloodline, Inferno Blaze Dragon Bloodline. Current class, War Dancer. Current class level, 05. Innate skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation, Fiery Blaze Weapon Mastery. Passive skill, Eruption Wave Molten Bolt, Silence Mind Strength. 70 right arrow 75 speed, 70 right arrow 75 stamina, minus 70 right arrow 75 health, 70 right arrow 75 mana, 70 right arrow 75 free stats. 10. It looks like killing low-level beings won't give me any experience points. I need to hunt bigger fish if I want to level up. As the king of the Isterin dynasty, there is no way I can fall behind my own generals. I have to get stronger. For now, Aditya decided to save 10 free stats points for the future. It would be a waste to not use my instant learning and adaptation skill. Now that Aditya temporarily had some free time, he decided to head to the library and do some research. Second chapter of the day. Vote for more chapters. Chapter 8. Huff, 29th September. How did this happen? Standing on the corpses of countless enemies, Aditya looked at the people who stood 20 meters away from him. Currently, Aditya was standing in a place that had countless corpses lying dead. The entire battlefield was overflowing with blood. Countless weapons, flags, and armors were lying on the ground. along with the dead bodies of the enemies. I fought this hard from the beginning, so why did things turn out this way? The desperation, panic, pain, anger, and regret in his tone were heard by his enemies. Currently, Aditya was standing in the middle of the battlefield, with countless corpses of soldiers, painting the entire place with red blood. Even the heavens seemed to feel sympathy for the dead as the sky also turned slightly red. With the sun going down, Aditya felt as if all of his hopes were also being turned to ash. Huff, huff. This war started a month ago. It took away everything that I earned. Even with the system, I failed to keep the people I love safe. Is this how my life is going to end? The current Aditya was wearing armor that was half destroyed, and cracks had appeared all over it. His right arm was missing and his right shoulder was constantly bleeding. There were countless small wounds and cuts all over his body. Aditya was also missing one of his dragon wings. He was only alive because of his strong dragon vitality. Ha ha ha, it looks like you lost Dragon King. Hearing the mocking laugh, even though Aditya was exhausted to the point where his body had stopped moving, he felt his blood boil hearing that man's words. Aditya gritted his teeth so hard that they started bleeding. At this moment, the only thing that he wished to do was kill the person who was responsible for everything that happened to him. I have killed your so-called 7 generals. Aditya looked at the dead bodies of Scott, Tyler, Nathan, Josh, Amber, Alina, and Henry. Looking at their dead faces, Aditya's breathing quickened as the anger was visible on his face. What's more, I also have killed your loyal butler Watson in a rather stylish way. Aditya again looked in a certain direction where he saw the dead body of Watson. The black suit that he was wearing and the white shirt were completely soaked in blood. Some fingers Watson has been cut off, which again proved that these people has tortured Watson before his death. Now all that is left is to kill you, dear wife. Aditya's entire body trembled as he desperately tried to move. The army of more than 100,000 stood behind that man with long dark red hair. The red star-shaped flag of the enemy was fluttering in the wind. Aditya's very heart trembled seeing the girl who once had disguised herself as his maid. The girl whom he eventually came to love being held by the enemy. The person who was holding Julia was a young man whose age was around 25. That 5 feet short man held Julia by her neck. The lust in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Your Majesty, before I kill this woman with all the help I gave you, I would like to know how the most beautiful woman on this continent tastes. Aditya, listen to me. You have to live. Julia shouted as tears rolled down her eyes, seeing the very last thing that kept Aditya sane all the time was being captured. Aditya at that moment felt he had lost all of his motivation to live. Thanks to the Black Heart, I managed to build army warriors who are capable of killing a third-order cultivator despite being a second order. I have to thank you, Amos. If you had not found the way of making the Black Heart, the Dragon King already would have defeated us. The man with long dark red hair said the last part while looking at Aditya. So it's only fair if I let you have this woman in exchange for the gift you gave me. Bang! Suddenly out of nowhere, a huge explosion took place. Before Aditya could figure out what was happening, he suddenly opened his eyes. Ah, huff, huff. Aditya immediately stood up from his bed and started heavily breathing. His heart was anything but calm at this moment. The images of what he saw in his dream started flashing before his eyes. Huff, huff, huff. What was that? Aditya touched his cheek only to feel something wet. When he took out the mirror, he noticed that his right eye was bleeding. Blood was rolling down from his right eye like tears. That dream, Aditya noticed that his arms were trembling. What he was in his dream was so frightening and real. Everything felt so real. Aditya quickly washed his face with the water that he bought in his room for drinking. Not caring about the water falling on his bed, Aditya repeated the process multiple times while trying to calm himself. Everything happened on 29th September. But Aditya quickly got up from his bed and checked today's date on the calendar. But today is July 6th. Does that mean I saw the future? No, no, no. How is this even possible? Only certain individuals with special class can see a glimpse of the future by sacrificing hundreds of years of their lifespan. I neither have any class that can let me see the future, nor do I know the method of seeing the future, but everything felt so real. I could even feel the physical pain of losing my right arm. Calming his head, Aditya sat on the floor, not caring about his royal image at all. Judging from the red star-shaped flag, it was the army of the Zulux dynasty. But why would the Zulux dynasty attack the Istaran dynasty? For generations, both kingdoms had great friendships. Remembering the death of Watson and his 7 future generals, and most importantly how his very wife was captured, Aditya felt like destroying everything in his sight in anger. His anger had reached the point where his eyes had become red, and smoke had started coming off his body. I clearly remember each of those bastards' faces. I swear to the heavens, before 29th September, I will kill each of them with my own hands. After 10 minutes, Aditya finally managed to calm himself to the point where he was able to think about the whole situation without letting his anger take over him. The Zulux dynasty is bigger than the Nepoka kingdom. With the military strength that this dynasty has, I don't think even the Nepoka kingdom can win against them. And from the corpses that were lying all over the battlefield, it was clear that before the Zulux dynasty's troops came, the future me fought against the Nepoka kingdom. I somehow managed to survive the fight and kill all the troops, but that also cost me my right arm. Aditya does remember seeing the Nepoka king standing beside the Zulux dynasty. From the way things looked like, both Zulux dynasty and the Nepoka kingdom had allied. But I thought both kingdoms were enemies. Both kingdoms' troops often clashed. Aditya again closed his eyes and remembered the face of that short bastard who held Julia by her neck. Just thinking about that bastard, Aditya felt like going berserk. I have to find this bastard named Amos before he finds the Black Heart, or whatever thing that made the Nepoka and Zulux kingdom's troops much stronger than before. From the words that Amos bastard said, it was clear that everything started with him. So it shouldn't be wrong to assume that at some point in the future, Amos will eventually meet me and Julia. After he finds the Black Heart, he will go to the Zulux kingdom for revenge. Now that Aditya knew what started all this, he finally was able to calm his heart. He was relieved to know that he had some hopes of changing the future. I will have to ask Julia about this Black Heart thing. From the way the king of the Zulux dynasty spoke, it was clear that the Black Heart was going to play a huge role in this upcoming war. Scene change. 4:00 in the morning. Wearing an old dirty cloak that covered his entire body and face, Aditya walked out of his room and walked onto the training ground to leave the castle. Who is there? At the training ground under the full moonlight, Aditya found a person whom he never expected to see here. Amber, what are you doing at the training ground in the middle of the night? Aditya noticed Amber was holding a sword in her hands. She was breathing heavily. Seeing her dirty clothes and disheveled figure, it was clear that she was training in the middle of the night. Your Highness, I apologize for not recognizing you. Amber quickly bowed her head and greeted Aditya. However, Aditya wasn't in the mood for such things. He had more important things to do now. Since I got the chance, I took some time to practice my old skills. It's been a while since I last used them. Aditya nodded. You continue with what you were doing, but I suggest you take a few hours rest, because from today onward, all 7 of them are going to train the other slaves. Before dinner, Watson had bought 700 slaves in the castle. It was all thanks to Watson and Scott helping the slaves settle down, otherwise things would have been a huge headache for Aditya. Since the castle was not big enough to accommodate all 700 slaves, Aditya had no choice but to let some man sleep under the moonlight. Since it was summer, the cold wind blew during the night times and none of the slaves had any problem sleeping outside. I understand. Amber was very grateful in her heart. She was grateful and happy about the fact that she managed to leave that hell and come to this place, which was no different than a paradise. To her, when Amber was still a slave, she and others were caged in an underground place where they wouldn't see the sunlight for weeks or even months. Amber and others got meals every day, but the slaves who were commoners, not cultivators, were treated much more harshly. Those slaves are forced to starve for days. Unaware of the thoughts in Amber's heart, Aditya decided to not waste any more time. Amber, please inform Watson that I am going out. If nothing happens, then I should be back before afternoon. Without waiting even for a single second, Aditya vanished. He used his full speed and moved out of the castle at late night. The Azure City was not that big. The city was a little bigger than an average town. The population of the city, that was also the capital of the Istran dynasty, was somewhere between 50,000 to 70,000. The capital experiences an increase in population during the harvest seasons, while during the winter, since the economy of the kingdom was falling rapidly, causing the prices of everything to rise exponentially, most people goes to spend their winter in villages where they won't have to worry about food. There were huge 12 meters big walls surrounding the city. The city fortress was built by the previous King Ahmed's grandfather. For 100 years, no kingdom has attacked the Istran dynasty. The previous kings never had any need of renovating the city walls. As a result, the city walls were in pretty bad condition, with large cracks and moss growing on them. Since there were only 100 soldiers who constantly patrolled the two entrances of Azure City, many criminals easily managed to sneak inside the city. And without anyone stopping them during the night times, most of the illegal activities took place. The bar should be here. Since the previous Aditya was an alcohol addict, there is no way he wouldn't know about the bars in his own capital. In fact, most of the time Aditya came to this bar to drink alcohol. The criminals stopped paying attention to the king of this kingdom after knowing that their king was an alcohol addict. Some criminals even went as far as to buy bottles of alcohol for Aditya with the illegal money. The previous me saw countless illegal things happening but never bothered to step forward. This further ruined my image, but today I am going to use this bar for a different purpose. The hood covered Aditya's face. At this time, other than red hotels, prostitute centers, and bars, everything else was closed. Ding! Opening the door of the bar, Aditya noticed that the atmosphere of the bar seems a little different than other days. Several people lazily looked at Aditya for a second before enjoying their drinks. As this bar was the place where most illegal activities took place, it wasn't surprising to see people walking with large hoods covering their faces. Aditya directly went to sit in front of the bartender. "Hello, sir. What can I get you today?" The bartender couldn't recognize Aditya, as this was the first time he was coming to this place in disguise. Without saying anything, Aditya put a royal gold coin on the table and passed it to the bartender. The bartender, who was the old man, widened his eyes in greed. His hand moved faster than the wind and took the royal gold coin from the table. "I wonder what Mr. would like to drink today?" the bartender asked while cleaning a glass with a towel. He acted as if he had never taken or even seen the money. "I would like to have Amos, please. 2,300 plus chapter. Vote for more chapters." Chapter 9. The bartender, who was the old man, widened his eyes in greed. His hand moved faster than the wind and took the royal gold coin from the table. "I wonder what Mr. would like to drink today?" the bartender asked while cleaning a glass with a towel. He acted as if he had never taken or even seen the money. "I would like to have Amos, please." Hearing those words, the bartender widened his eyes. But unlike the last time, this time there was a shock in his eyes. "Sir, I am afraid that we don't serve Amos drink here. I apologize." Aditya snorted in his heart. Of course, this old man knew everything. In this place, everything worked on money. Everything had value. Without saying anything, Aditya put 5 royal gold coins on the table. Like the last time, the bartender moved his hand very quickly, causing the coins to disappear. For a moment, Aditya really doubted whether this bartender was a thief in secret. "Since Mr. is so generous, this old man will surely fulfill your request." The bartender began to make a special type of drink. After being called an alcohol addict so many times, Aditya has sworn to himself that he will never drink again. But for the sake of this information, he would have to at least take a sip of the drink. After making the drink, The bartender passed the glass with a light blue liquid in it along with a small folded piece of paper beneath the glass. Aditya put the folded piece of paper in his pocket and then took a sip of the drink. In others' eyes, Aditya has drunk alcohol from the glass, but in reality, the liquid was still in his mouth. These kinds of activities are very risky. Oftentimes, there are chances that the bartender would mix strange substances in the drink to knock people out. I have enjoyed your drink. I will surely pay you a visit again. This was Aditya's way of telling the bartender that he was going to come again. But the next time he wasn't going to wear any disguise. Aditya quickly went out of the bar. Just as he began walking back, he noticed several people were following him. Just like I expected, this bartender really sold me out. Fortunately, I never consumed that drink. Looking at the group of people who were following him, Aditya wanted to kill them here. Too bad. Killing you dogs would spoil the plan. I promise I will give you another visit. Killing these men would alert the bartender. That old bastard might even escape. There is no way I am letting that bastard leave, especially when I gave 6 precious royal gold coins. Just remembering the 6 royal gold coins, Aditya's heart ached in pain. It was not easy to earn money, but it was always super easy to spend the money. Aditya purposely walked into a dark alley. When those men following him also reached the alley, Aditya already had vanished. Swoosh! Without anyone noticing, Aditya jumped from one roof to another roof and continued moving to the other side of the city. Aditya was moving so fast that even the first-order cultivators couldn't see him moving. Also, his black cloak helped him further blend into the darkness. Today, Aditya confirmed something. After awakening his bloodline and when he chose his class, his current stats were above first-order body cultivators. First-order cultivators have a total of 250 plus and 375 plus, all the mercenaries without much effort. By using his skills and free stats point, Aditya is confident that he can even go against a mid-second order cultivator and survive. As Aditya was on the western side of the city, while he was about to pass by some old wooden houses, he suddenly heard a scream that stopped his movement. "My lord, please forgive this lowly person. I swear to pay back all the money that I took from you. Just give me a few more days. Please don't burn our house." Curiously, Aditya decided to take a look. There was a fat man who was kneeling in front of a group of thugs. The man who was kneeling in front of them was about 38 years old. Under the moonlight, Aditya could see that the thugs had beaten the man, causing bruises to appear all over his face. Why does this whole scene feels like it is taken from a cliché novel? Aditya decided to observe everything for a little longer. "Give you time. We gave you money 1 year ago. You still haven't paid the interest, not to mention the actual amount is also unpaid. Our business runs on interest. We didn't open this business to give charity to people like you." The fat man's entire body trembled hearing one of the thug's words. It was true he had no choice but to make money to feed his family. The man thought he would be able to pay off all the money, but little did he know that he had fallen into a trap. It was only after 5 months he learned that these people charged a very high amount of interest. "But sir, when I took the money, your people told us that the interest would be only 10%. But now, you're charging 60% interest, and that is per month. Please, sir, I think we have some misunderstanding." Bang! One of the thugs kicked the fat man's stomach. "You dared to talk back with us. Who do you think you're?" "That's it. We're not going to waste any time here. Burn his entire family with their house." The man tried to get up but failed. The pain in his body was not allowing him to get up and stop the thugs. At this moment he felt extremely powerless. Despair was written all over Alex's face. His family was tied inside the house. There was nothing he could do to save his precious family. "I never knew thugs have started doing business." Hearing the sudden voice, every thug became alert. Everyone looked in a certain direction, only to see a man whose face was covered in a hood standing on the roof. "Who are you?" Tusk, classic cliché line. "Can't you people ask something else? Whatever, I should end this." Before any thug could understand what was happening, a red bolt of lightning shot out from Aditya's body. The molten lightning split into 10 small lightning and hit each thug who was standing in front of Aditya. Ah, weaklings. I shouldn't have expected any experience points from these people. Aditya then removed the hood that was covering his face as he landed in front of the man named Alex. "Hey man, how are you doing?" Aditya asked while pulling Alex to stand up. "Not so good, but thank you for saving me and my family." The man bowed his head to Aditya. "No worries, so can you tell me who these thugs were?" Aditya wasn't saving this man and his family only out of pure kindness. What he wanted was the leader of these thugs. A great man once said, "Plundering is the easiest way of getting rich." Aditya was exactly following that man's words. The quickest way of getting rich would be by targeting the criminals of this city. In this way, Aditya can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This method will lower the crime rate and also give a boost to his treasury. This was the Vile Crew group. Vile Crew, are they pirates or what? What kind of idiotic name is that? Alex weirdly looked at Aditya. This was one of the biggest gangs in this city that they were talking about. Even if this person had the strength to kill them, he shouldn't take them lightly. "Sir, I think you shouldn't take the Vile Crew lightly. I heard their number is well over 200. Their leader is a man with terrifying strength. Rumor has it that the Vile Crew leader is a mid-second order body cultivator." "I see. By the way, my name is Aditya. What is your name?" "My name is Alex. I don't have any family name." In this world, only the rich and the nobles are allowed to have family names, while the commoners most don't care about having family names, while the rich and noble families want to preserve their family name for generations. The commoners don't have the same thought as the nobles. "Alex, do you know where I can find this Vile Crew gang?" Aditya's eyes flashed in killing intent. After that nightmare, Aditya has been wanting to vent his anger on someone. "I do know where the Vile Crew gang operates their business." "Good. By the way, I can't help but notice you seem to be knowledgeable about calculations." Earlier, Aditya heard Alex talk about interest. It sounds like Alex knew a lot about mathematics. "Yes, father used to be a merchant. He taught me everything that I know about finance." Alex replied with an awkward look. Before Aditya, no one had ever asked Alex about his financial knowledge. "Great, I need men like you, Alex. Tell me, Alex, do you want to work for me? I promise you and your family won't have to worry about food and shelter. I will give you a monthly 5 gold coin salary as well." Aditya looked very excited for some reason. Watson was a butler, not a financial expert. It was all thanks to the 100 years of knowledge that Watson was able to help Aditya with the financial work. As their financial condition continues to improve, the workload on Watson's shoulders will also increase. Watson also had other works to do. Aditya can't just pull Watson to sit with him and work the whole day long. So sooner or later, Aditya will need an assistant. Alex was perfect for this job. As long as Aditya trains him for a few weeks, Alex should grasp the basics and would be able to work without Aditya's guidance. "Sir, can I know what kind of job you're offering me?" Alex asked. "You will know later. For now, take this scale with you and give it to a person named Watson." Alex looked at the shiny red scale that was the size of a fingernail. The scale was very durable and seems to shine even in the dark. This scale was Aditya's dragon scale. Since Aditya had recently awakened his dragon bloodline, he still can't transform into a dragon. As long as Aditya manages to reach second order, he should be able to transform into a dragon. Unlike humans who grow weaker with age, dragons, vampires, and fox people, elves only keep growing stronger with their age. Even if Aditya stops cultivating, his cultivation will continue to increase with his age. But the process will be too slow for Aditya. It might take him 100 years to reach second order. That's why most dragons prefer to cultivate instead of relying on their age. Although Aditya still can't transform into a dragon, he noticed that as his strength keeps increasing, he can grow scales on his dragon body. This crimson-red scale that he gave to Alex is his signature to Watson knows. "Take your family with you and head to the castle." Saying that, Aditya left as he had to deal with certain stupid pirates who were staying on his land. "Head to the castle, The only castle that I can think of is that king's cast. Does that mean? Alex's entire body trembled in excitement. The excitement was so great that he no longer felt any pain in his body. Alex quickly ran into his house to free his wives and children and let them know about this amazing news. Who the fuck are you? A man whose right eye had a long scar and was holding a cigar in his hand asked the cloaked figure who just entered his house. Let's just say, I am Inferno Blaze. Saying that, Aditya rushed towards the leader of the vile crew. Vote for more chapters. I keep uploading, you keep supporting me with power stones. Chapter 10. Who the fuck are you? A man whose right eye had a long scar and was holding a cigar in his hand asked the cloaked figure who just entered his house. Let's just say, I am Inferno Blaze. Saying that, Aditya rushed towards the leader of the vile crew. Bang. What the hell do you want? Why are you even attacking me? The man who was the leader of the vile crew gang asked as he defended himself from Aditya's attack. Being a body cultivator, this man's stats were higher than Aditya's. But Aditya had an advantage in firepower. I came to repay the interest. Aditya replied in a sarcastic tone as he charged at the man named Amir once again. Clang. Repay the interest. I don't remember paying you. Saying that, Amir pushed Aditya back and then retreated 10 meters away. The man named Amir was 5 feet 5 inches tall. His body was slim and muscular. The scar on his right eye gave him a scary appearance. Amir had long black hair that he tied in a bun. He was wearing a black kimono that had a pirate symbol on its back. Amir here was a mid-second order body cultivator. Unlike normal cultivators, his cultivation was rather focused on making his body tougher. Well, I don't know which fucker sent you here. I am not going to let you live. Scene change. On the streets, most of the gang members of the vile crew were drunk and pissed. Did you hear what that alcohol addict did today? Of course I did. I was here when the Norler family's head was being publicly executed. Thanks to that bastard king, today we were forced to use our profits to pay the tax. I swear one of these days I will kill that king by my own hands. Idiot, you're only a first-order cultivator. From what I heard, the king has a right-hand man who can even kill a peak first-order easily. Only our mighty leader can put an end to this king's rule. Yeah, if things continue like this, then we won't able to earn any money. While the gang members were talking to each other, they suddenly heard a loud sound. Boom. Everyone looked at their left side, only to see two figures fighting each other. Aditya charged forward, aiming his sword at Amir's neck, but at the last moment, the pirate leader sent the young dragon flying with a kick on his stomach. Aditya was pushed 5 meters back. That kick almost broke my ribs. I have to be careful. Ignoring the pain in his stomach, Aditya quickly used one of his skills. Molten Bolt, a crimson-red bolt of lightning, was sent forward in Amir's direction. Being a middle second-order body cultivator, Amir quickly bent his back and narrowly dodged the molten bolt by only a few inches. When the bolt passed by his chest, Amir in a small second was able to feel the terrifying temperature of the attack. Aditya knew that Amir could dodge his attack. He wasn't foolish enough to think that his attack would hit a middle second order. The young dragon quickly charged at Amir as soon as he fired the molten bolt. System, add all of my free stats to my agility. Just after dodging the molten bolt, Amir's eyes landed on Aditya. That attack was so powerful. I can't let his attack hit me, otherwise I will be doomed. As Amir prepared to engage Aditya in close range, he widened his eyes in shock. What the? Clang. When Aditya was only 3 meters away, his speed suddenly increased. As Amir noticed the tip of the sword that was about to touch his chest, while gritting his teeth, Amir somehow managed to use his dagger to block the attack. Clang. I thought this would be enough to end your life. Aditya looked at the small cut on Amir's chest. Fiery blaze. The next second, Amir was greeted with a huge wave of red flame coming from his right side. Without thinking anything, just relaying on his instinct, Amir quickly moved to the left side. But just when Amir moved to his left, he noticed a sly smile on Aditya's face. Something is wrong. Before he could understand what was going on, just when Amir took a fourth step towards the left. His left leg was on fire. All the criminals and thugs in the western part of the city heard the loud and painful scream of Amir. Amir quickly looked down. A horrified look appeared on Amir's face, seeing the lave right under his left foot. Molten bolt. Without wasting any time, Aditya put his both palms together. A powerful red-orange volt of lightning shot towards Amir and hit his chest. Bang! Amir was sent flying more than 15 meters away. He directly crushed the city walls as the walls beneath him cracked. Cough. Looking at the figure who was standing 20 meters away as red flame danced around his body, Amir, at the moment of his death, had only one question in his mind. How? After a few seconds, the pirate leader's eyes turned lifeless. His entire body was still stuck on the city wall. The molten volt had burned his chest, shoulders, and his thighs. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. The host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has received 2 free points. Ding, the host has leveled up. I wouldn't have won the fight if I had not used my eruption wave. The eruption wave allows me to control lava at a certain range. I already had created this trap when we landed on the ground. All I had to do was lure Amir into the correct position. So I used the fiery blaze to launch a fake wave of fire to move Amir towards the trap. Just when his feet touched the lava, I knew I had found my opportunity. Instant learning and adaptation is a terrifying skill. Just when the battle started, Aditya's mind has been working on finding perfect counters against his opponent. Both Adityas had never killed any human or any animal. But thanks to the silence mind, Aditya's mind remained calm in this situation. Now that I have taken care of the root, it's time to clean the rest and plunder everything. The next second, Aditya vanished from his place. What happened next could be said in a few words: pure slaughter. At late night, when the people of Azure City were sleeping peacefully, the western part of the city, where most of the gangs were located, heard the screams of the vile crew gang. Aditya went on a complete rampage against the 200 members of the vile gang. That night, Aditya had dyed his sword and his black cloak with the blood of vile crew gang members. The slaughter ended within 5 minutes. But that 5 minutes was one of the most frightening times in Azure City. Other small gangs who were allies of the vile crew tried to stop Aditya. The Blaze Dragon, of course, wasn't going to let those people leave. After killing the 200+ members of the vile crew, he went to kill the nearby small gangs. By the time Aditya stopped, the whole western part of the Azure City was in chaos. Flames were burning the hideouts of the gangs, the roads were dyed in red blood, and corpses were lying on the streets. 600+ minutes, the people who saw Aditya that night were traumatized. Those unfortunate people witnessed how brutally Aditya killed his victims. 500+, running for their lives. However, other than ordinary people, no other criminal who saw Aditya was left alive. Since most of the criminals were only first-order body cultivators, no one was able to give challenge Aditya. After dealing with the gangs, Aditya took all of their spoils back to the castle. After doing all that, Aditya, without making any noise, left the Azure City as he had something important to do. Scene change. A long time ago, when the Istaran dynasty was founded, 3 powerhouses came together to form Istaran dynasty. The first king of the Istaran dynasty gave the other 2 powerhouses 2 cities near the borders of the Zulux dynasty and the Nepoka kingdom. Both cities also acted as fortress to defend the Istaran dynasty from both neighboring kingdoms. Located in the northeast part of the Istaran dynasty, the Eastgard noble house governed Ziraka City for generations. The Eastgard noble house has been governing and also guarding Ziraka City against intruders. While in the western part of the Istaran dynasty, located near the borders, the Sarlis noble house defended the Vrain city. Both rulers of the Ziraka and Vrain cities were dissatisfied and were angry about the fact that King Ahmed chose a person who can't even awaken his bloodline as their next king. Both noble houses were very unhappy with the decision due to Adiria's years of negligence towards the Istaran dynasty. Both noble houses began to operate on their own. Both noble houses stopped paying taxes. Instead, both noble houses invested heavily in the military, increasing their number of troops. The Eastgard noble house, who ruled the Ziraka city, went as far as to cut off all the connections with the Istaran king. The Eastgard noble house began to act independently on an unofficial note. Ryan Eastgard, who was the ruler of the Ziraka city and the head of the Eastgard noble house, decided to take things to the next step. Unlike his ancestors who swore to serve the king of the Istaran dynasty, Ryan was an ambitious man who wanted to conquer and expand his territories. He wanted to become the emperor. In a large hall that has been decorated with gold and red carpet, sitting on a luxurious chair, the Ziraka city ruler Ryan listened to the reports. "Sire, I got some serious news from the Azure city." The commander of Eastgard noble house, Zane, kneeled in front of Ryan, who now called himself the king of the Ziraka city. "What news?" Zane gritted his teeth and replied while lowering his head. "Today, under King Adiria's order, one of the biggest merchant families in the Azure city was publicly executed for not paying taxes. Not only that, King Adiria also sent a warning message to other merchants in the city to pay the taxes." Ryan was a middle-aged man with long white-silver hair that reached down his waist. He always carried a sword on his waist. Despite looking like 30 years old, Ryan was actually 60 years old. Being a handsome man, Ryan had multiple wives and concubines. At this moment, the handsome ruler of the Ziraka city didn't look too pleased. "Zane, didn't I tell you to not call that bastard this formally? He doesn't deserve to be the king." "I apologize, Your Majesty." Zane tried his best to not show his anger. Zane was a commoner from a small village located near the Azure King city. Zane became a soldier with the intention of serving this dynasty. Zane wanted to protect his village, so he came to Ziraka city. Being a talented man, Zane quickly rose in the ranks. Eventually, he became the commander just after 4 years of his service. Everything was going great for him until he learned the truth. Ryan wanted to expand his territory, so began to expand his territory towards the Silver Meadow Grove Forest. However, in the process of doing that, Ryan's cruel orders have forced Zane to take the lives of many innocent people. Not only that, Ryan was also planning on betraying King Adiria in a few months. "All right, you may leave." Ryan stood up, and after bowing his head, even though he didn't want to, Zane left the mansion. After leaving the mansion, Zane wrote a message to a certain person, without anyone knowing about it. Vote for more chapters. Chapter 11. What just happened last night? Julia asked. This morning, everyone in the city and in the castle 600+ part of the city were dyed in blood. Many big houses were burned to the ground. This incident frightened ordinary people. The ordinary people now were in a panic, not knowing when their turn will come. Some people even went as far as to complain to the king and ask for his protection. "Sigh, I am not sure what happened, but this was done by the young master." This morning Watson had personally gone out to investigate the entire place. From the investigation, it was clear that all of these criminals were killed by a fire cultivator. Also this morning, a person named Alex came with his family. Alex showed Watson a red scale that Adiria gave him. Watson, without asking any questions, helped Alex in settling down. Since the number of slaves in the castle was already too big, Watson had no choice but to temporarily give Alex and his family 2 rooms that were previously used by King Ahmed and the Queen. "By the way, where is Adiria?" Julia felt concerned. At first, she feared that last night Adiria had gone out to drink again, but later she learned from Amber that Adiria has gone somewhere else. "I am here." Hearing the familiar voice, everyone sitting at the dining table turned their heads. At the entrance, Adiria was standing wearing an old and dirty cloak. "Young master, where have you been all this time?" opposite of what everyone was expecting. Aditya smiled and took out a leather bag. "Master, what is this?" Aditya gently shook the leather bag. Everyone heard the sound of coins. "Master, from where did you get all this money?" Watson asked with an astonished look. Just like Watson, Julia, Amber, and Alex all had the same shocked reaction. "Plundering is the easiest way of getting rich. Last night, I happened to run into some criminals who needed to be punished, so I just took things in my hand and killed them." Seeing the innocent smile on Aditya's face, no one would believe that this innocent-looking man was responsible for 600 plus Aditya's words. Compared to everyone, Watson was the most excited as he knew how desperately they needed money. "Young master, how much did you manage to earn?" Alex, Julia, and Amber's right eyes started twitching hearing Watson's words. Watson's words sounded like Aditya had profited after doing business. Watson sounded like he was praising and encouraging Aditya. Aditya grinned and gave the leather bag to Watson. "There should be at least 800 royal gold coins." Watson opened the bag and looked at the shiny white gold coins. "Young master, it looks like we have become rich. Now we can finally separate enough budget to renovate this castle." Both men grinned like fools. "Together with the remaining money that we have in the treasury, now we should have over 1,050 royal gold coins. We won't have to worry about money for at least for next 2 to 5 months. We can even recruit new soldiers. Not only that, we have enough money to start repairing the city walls." After seeing that nightmare, Aditya was not going to hesitate in investing in his military powers. Currently, this kingdom urgently needed an upgrade in its military powers. "Are the two of you done?" Julia asked in an impatient tone. Everyone was waiting to have their lunch. "I apologize. You all should have lunch without waiting for me. I have to take a bath." After all the killing last night, there was still blood on Aditya's body. He was not going to have anything without washing his body first. "Aditya, we will just wait for you, but don't take too much time." Julia, after saying that, sat down and began to talk with Amber. Aditya still hesitated. He felt bad for making everyone wait for him. Aditya quickly went back to his room and grabbed a set of new clothes and entered the bath. The bath of this castle was completely different from the baths on Earth. The baths of the servants and the royal family members were separate. The bathroom was about 30 meters in size. At the center, there was a large pole with rose petals on. The water, normally servants of the same gender would accompany to help in washing, but Aditya, being a man from the 21st century, preferred to bathe alone. After bathing 15 minutes later, Aditya joined everyone for lunch. While having lunch, Aditya, everyone a few questions to know the current state of the castle. First of all, after accommodating more than 700 people in the castle, there wasn't any space left in the castle. The entire castle was very old and had cracks all over it. The castle was in serious need of renovation. "We will have to build houses for the slaves." Aditya decided to build houses for the troops outside the castle. Scene change. After having breakfast, Aditya ordered all the slaves to gather in the training ground, standing 700 plus, except for the slaves belonging to the beast race. All other slaves were skinny and malnourished. And the last and most important thing, Aditya could see fear in everyone's eyes. With this kind of mentality, these slaves can never become a soldier. I will also have to train their mentality along with their bodies. These slaves are like unrefined iron, or just have to go through several processes to become sharp steel swords. But these slaves have one advantage over the other newly recruited soldiers. Everyone here has lived the life of a slave. All of them here have gone through the dark times of being a slave. They are used to being starved and getting injured. Their instinct for survival is stronger than normal soldiers. As long as everyone here is properly trained, then I am more than 100% sure everyone here will become elite troops who have the killer instinct and easily can slaughter 10 normal soldiers. If someone asked anyone other than Aditya if these malnourished and skinny people who have been living as slaves could become soldiers, anyone in Aditya's place would immediately answer saying no. While other lords and nobles would have found these slaves as useless trash, Aditya viewed them as unrefined diamonds. Being a man from the 21st century, Aditya's mentality was very different from the people of this world. It was his mentality and his ability to use any resources at his disposal that made Aditya more dangerous than other nobles and kings. Young master knows when he needs to be ruthless. He is not careless. He is always thinking 3 steps ahead. He can see the bigger picture. His every action is always calculated. He has the vision of leading his kingdom to a golden age. Watson felt pride when he looked at his young master. Before, Watson only served Aditya because of Julia's orders, but now he wanted to serve Aditya from his heart. Watson wished to witness when a new page of history will be written. There were even times when even I couldn't comprehend the meaning of his words. After working with Aditya for a day, Watson has learned many things. Aditya has told Watson the changes that he would like to bring to this kingdom. After hearing the changes that Aditya wanted to bring, Watson was convinced. Right now, even if his lady Julia left this kingdom, Watson would still stay here to see the young dragon rise. 700 plus mouth and began to speak. My name is Aditya. I am the king of Eastern Kingdom. By now all of you should know why I have brought you here. All the slaves curiously stared at Aditya. There was something about Aditya that made it hard for them to ignore him. I don't know how long each of you have been a slave, but I do know that each of you here has suffered. All of you have experienced what cruelty really is. Aditya paused for a second and looked into the eyes of the slaves. Aditya's words have managed to capture their interest. People were laughing at my back when they heard that the king of the Eastern dynasty is training slaves to become soldiers. I don't care what others say, but in my eyes all of you are unrefined. Diamonds that could become the mightiest elite troops of this kingdom. Julia was watching this from the kingdom. Her eyes couldn't stop looking at Aditya. At this moment, Julia just couldn't resist this man's charm. With that being said, I am not going to take away your freedom of choice. I give you all of you 2 choices. The first option is that you become my soldiers. Those who become my soldiers will have to go through harsh training for months. I will give my future soldiers body cultivation techniques and the resources for you to cultivate. I will make sure all of you get 3 times meals and proper shelter. I promise those who agree to become my soldiers will never be mistreated. Those who work hard for this kingdom and manage to collect a certain amount of merits will be freed from their slave status. Aditya smiled, seeing that determination in everyone's eyes. It seems his words have worked. Aditya has purposely asked Watson to only buy young adult slaves. If Aditya adds any weak or old slaves, then those people won't able to become soldiers. Having young soldiers would mean that Aditya can expect their service for at least 10 to 15 years before retiring. Compared to elderly people, young adults are hot-blooded. Compared to elderly people, young ones wouldn't hesitate to do hard work for a better future. Also, once you become a full-time soldier, no one would dare to call you slaves. You will have known as soldiers who protect this kingdom. Your status will no longer be associated with slaves. The people will have to respect you. These few sentences had deep meaning for the slaves. If the slaves can disband their identity and walk in society with a proud look, then becoming soldiers of the Eastern Kingdom is a small thing for them. Aditya's words affected all the slaves' minds. Their determination to become soldiers increased. Aditya, Watson, and others could feel the sudden changes in the slaves' eyes. Their eyes now were burning with passion, as expected of the young master. His words really motivated everyone. Watson smiled, looking at the people who will become their elite troops. As for the second option, do you people want to hear it? Aditya asked with a loud voice, showing the passion that was burning in him. No. Do you want to go through harsh training to become the future light of the Eastern Empire and live your lives as a respected citizen of this empire? Yes, just like Aditya expected, since everyone here was young and hot-blooded, they wanted to abandon their slavery status more than anything. What Aditya was giving them was the opportunity of a lifetime. By becoming slaves, everyone here would become a citizen of this empire, meaning they wouldn't be called or treated as slaves anymore. Now I called the 7 warriors to step forward. With Aditya's order, his 7 future generals stepped forward and next a few meters away from Aditya. Watson already should have told you everything. Aditya then looked at the slaves behind. From now on, these 7 are going to be known as your captain. In ordinary times, you will address them as your captains, while on the battlefield, everyone shall call them generals. Scott, Amber, Scott, Tyler, Nathan, Alina, and Henry all looked shocked to hear Aditya's declaration. Watson had not told them about becoming the Eastern Empire's general. This sudden revelation was so shocking for each of them. It's not like Amber and others hated it. Every 7 individuals felt extremely proud standing before Aditya. But deep inside, Scott and others feared something. Since their mana heart has been crippled, everyone felt that they are not worthy of becoming a general. Your Highness, I don't think we're worthy of becoming your generals. Chapter 12. Your Highness, I don't think we're worthy of becoming your generals. Although Josh was very proud and happy that a slave like him was given the chance of becoming one of the generals of the Eastern Kingdom, deep down he just felt unworthy. When Cultivator Mana Heart is crippled, before reaching the 5th order, everything is over for them. The countless years of hard work disappear in thin air. When Josh lost his cultivation, the only thing that he had left was his body, which was strong as a first-order cultivator. Josh had lost all of his hopes. Josh felt if an unworthy person like him becomes the general of His Majesty's army, then it will affect His Majesty's reputation. What if I told you that I can repair your mana-crippled hearts? Josh, Scott, Amber, Henry, Alina, Nathan, and Tyler all widened their eyes in shock. All 7 of them raised their heads and looked at Aditya's eyes to see if their king was lying to them. Don't worry, in a few days you will know what I mean. Aditya then looked at the slaves who were going to become his future troops. From now on, I announce the formation of 7 divisions. Scott, you will be the captain and leader of the 1st division. I admire your skills with a bow. You will train the soldiers in your division to become archers. Scott immediately kneeled in front of Aditya. The gratitude was written on his face. Tyler, you will be in charge of Division 2. It is your responsibility to train the soldiers in your division to become heavy infantry. Tyler slightly nodded his head after bowing to Aditya. Nathan, among everyone, you're the most special one. You will be the captain of Division 3. Your responsibility will be to train the member of your division to become assassins, while the other 6 are the main forces of the Eastern military. Your division will focus on intel gathering and assassination. Your division will be named Shadow Guardian because you and your men will protect this kingdom from the shadows. Nathan simply bowed his head, though deep down he was really happy that someone finally had recognized his skills. Nathan was really satisfied. The purpose of creating Shadow Guardian is mainly to assassin people. The Shadow Guardian would help Aditya in gathering information on the enemy. Information was the most important key to a winning battle. It would be the job of the Shadow Guardian to keep the city and the empire clean. Next is Josh. Josh, you will be responsible for the 4th division. Your group will only have people from the beast race. You will train them to become beast warriors. Josh's body trembled in excitement. Just imagining the beast warriors charging in and destroying the enemy made Josh's blood boil in excitement. The captain of the 5th division will be Amber. Among everyone here, you're gifted with extraordinary agility. Your division will focus on agility and quickness. Amber lowered her head. 700 plus and 50 plus become easier for her to train her race people, but it will be a little difficult to train people from other races. Since His Highness has put his faith in me, I will do the extra work and train every one of my divisions to become capable. Amber was confident that her division can easily beat the Shadow Guardian. Inwardly, she was already competing with every other division. Aditya was unaware of the thoughts in Amber's mind. Even if he did, he wouldn't stop her, because competition between divisions was a good way to motivate soldiers and improve faster. Next, Alina, you will be the head of the 6th division. Your job will be to train soldiers with spears. Your division will mainly focus on using spears. Eleanor was an assassin just like Nathan, but in terms of experience, Eleanor only worked as assassin for 9 months. Even though Eleanor was an assassin, she was better at using spears. Her attacks were swift and deadly. And lastly, Henry, unlike everyone here, you have experience in commanding your troops. You will be the head of the 7th Division. Your division will train normal soldiers to become legionnaire. Legionnaire was the type of soldier that used a sword to attack while a shield to defend. They are the most common type of soldiers. To be honest, among all 7 generals, only Henry's 7th Division looked ordinary. The only thing that was special about Henry was his experience as a general. But Aditya has a feeling that the soldiers trained under Henry won't be weak at all. Now that all the divisions and captains have been selected, it's time to start the training. You won't be allowed to join any divisions without learning the basics. So for this 1 week, all the captains and the recruits will train to make their bodies physically stronger. Normally, even a month of training won't be enough to make these slaves' bodies stronger. Everyone other than the captains was malnourished and very skinny. Before anything, Aditya must focus on making their bodies stronger. Julia, fortunately, managed to come up with a special pill that can decrease the 2 months of training to only 1 week. Although this pill was a little expensive to make, the benefit of this pill was too big. This pill only worked on non-cultivators. Julia was currently making the pill in her bedroom. I will have to hire someone to do the castle renovation as soon as possible. After that, the harsh training began. Aditya first told everyone to run around the castle 10 times. With his knowledge of the earth and also some help from Watson, Aditya created a training regime for his troops. Watson, please hire someone to renovate the castle. If possible, make the castle even bigger. As if knowing what Aditya was thinking, Watson asked, "Young master, are you planning on building training facilities for the 7 divisions?" "Yes, each division is unique in its way. I want each division to be big enough to let 500 soldiers train at the same time. In the future, we can increase that number, but for now, this much capacity should be enough." "Young master, if that's the case, then I suggest you build the training facility behind the castle. Behind the castle, there is a large empty land." Aditya nodded in agreement. "Young master, what about the slaves? Are you planning on building houses for them?" Aditya shook his head. He had other plans for the slaves. "For now, we will let the slaves stay in the castle. I have a plan on renovating this entire city. At that time, I will build a training camp for our future soldiers next to the training facility." Watson nodded while remembering the things that Aditya told him to do. "I will also have to invest in upgrading the military weapons and armors." "Young master, what should we do about the citizens? After seeing so many dead bodies, I think the people of this city are now scared. I think your words should help the citizen in calming down." Although most people still couldn't place their trust in Aditya, after what he did yesterday, the people had some hopes that their king has changed. "Tell the people that the culprit has been captured, and in 3 days the culprit shall be executed in public." Watson noticed the sly smile on Aditya's face. Seeing that smile, the old butler was sure that his young master was plotting something in his head. "By the way, did the ingredients needed to make the 1-star potions arrive yet?" "No, young master. The ingredients should arrive before this evening." "That reminds me, you should buy some slaves that can help Julia with her work. While you're on that, you should also hire some trustworthy maids and servants for the castle." "I understand, young master." While talking to Watson about the various problems, Aditya and his butler arrived at his study room. "Young master, did the 2 nobles reply to your letters?" Watson asked, even though he knew the answer. Watson wanted to see how his young master would react. He wanted to see how this master was going to solve this problem. Watson wished to see what path Aditya was going to take. Was Aditya going to shed blood, or was he going to use some other ways? After sitting on his chair, Aditya sighed and shook his head. "It seems Duke Ryan and the other Duke are not interested in answering my summons." "Young master, do you think that both dukes are planning on overthrowing you?" Watson asked in a serious tone. If the two dukes were to attack the Azure City, there is no way that Aditya can defend the city. If the two dukes had submitted to Aditya, then things would have been 10 times easier for him. As Aditya supported his chin with his right palm while his right elbow rested on the table, a cold and murderous look appeared on the young dragon's face. I am not sure, but both dukes have done grave mistakes by not paying the taxes all these years, and by not answering my summons. For that I will make them pay. Young master, leaving the two dukes aside for a moment, how are you planning on cleaning the mess of the western part of the city? The western part of the city was filled with criminals who escaped from other nations. Watson, I promised a certain person that I would pay him a visit. I will keep my promise. Watson was unable to understand the meaning of Aditya's words, but seeing the killing intent in his eyes, it was clear that the king himself was going to take matters into his own hands. While I am at it, I should check my stats. After all the killing, my level is still 15. I have to kill people like that pirate if I want to level up quicker. Most of the criminals that Aditya killed were too weak. They were a little stronger than normal humans, while Aditya's current strength was above a first order, so he needed to defeat enemies on peak first order or above strength if he wanted to earn more experience points. Name: Aditya Bainith. Race: Dragon. Bloodline: Inferno Blaze Dragon Bloodline. Current class: War Dancer. Current class level: 15. Innate skill: Instant Learning and Adaptation. Fiery Blaze Weapon Mastery. Passive skill: Eruption Wave Molten Bolt. Silence Mind Strength. 75 Right Arrow 85 Speed. 85 Right Arrow 95 Stamina. Minus 75 Right Arrow 85 Health. 75 Right Arrow 85 Mana. 75 Right Arrow 85 Free Stats. 20. After that, it was all boring writing and reading various reports. Alex was being taught my Watson, while Aditya was making plans for his next step. Aditya knew that each step that he took was monitored. The very first people who watched him from the shadows were his other wives. Surely, the news of what he has done and the changes within him must have reached their ears, given how powerful their reputations were. Knock, knock, come in. Amber curiously opened the door. Her golden sharp eyes fell on Aditya, who seems to be very focused on his work. For a moment Amber couldn't stop staring at Aditya. Someone said that a serious man was 10 times more handsome. There was something about Aditya that made it hard for the fox race woman to resist the young dragon's charm. What is it? Watson asked while pretending to not notice how Amber was staring at Aditya. Well, 4 carriages have stopped in front of the castle. Some woman is requesting to have an audience with His Majesty. Aditya put his pen down and looked at Watson. Watson professionally nodded his head and left. After 10 minutes, Watson returned with a serious face. Young master, the guild master would like to meet you. The 7 division is like the 13 divisions in Bleach anime. Each division has a role on the battlefield. Chapter 13. After 10 minutes, Watson returned with a serious face. Young master, the guild leader would like to meet you. The guild leader? Why would the guild leader come here to meet me? And which guild are we even talking about? In this world, guilds existed almost in every one city and in every kingdom, since the Istran dynasty was too small, and its economy wasn't that big. No guild ever bothered to set up its branch office in Istran dynasty. Even when King Ahmed requested several guilds to open their branch in his kingdom, those guilds never gave any reply to King Ahmed. Currently, there was a certain guild that was considered the most powerful and influential guild in the continent of the Dying Isle. The Seekers of Impurity was a guild that suddenly started rising in power in the last 5 years. The Seekers of Impurity guild became powerful to the point where it suppressed the power of existing guilds. Although Aditya is not sure, he did hear from some people that the Seekers of Impurity were expanding very rapidly in all kingdoms regardless of any kingdom's political and financial structure. The old Aditya was a man of alcohol. He stopped listening to these kinds of rumors. Because of the negligence of the old Aditya, the new Aditya has to suffer. Young master, I am not sure why the Seekers of the Impurity Guild would come over to our territory, But this is a rare opportunity. If a guild that is influential and powerful to be called Dying Isle Continent's #1 guild opened its branch in our territory, it can push our economy. When a guild opens its branch in a city or in a rural village, that place receives a huge increase in visitors. Adventurers would come to that city or rural town, bringing foreign goods with them, thus affecting the prices of goods in the market. It also opens more job opportunities for the common people. But there is one disadvantage. Normally, adventurers are second-order or above-order cultivators. Currently, Aditya can only handle mid-second-order cultivators. If a higher-order adventurer comes to this city, then he won't have the power to defend his city in case something bad happens. With the increase in adventurers, there is a high chance that the order of the city might get disturbed if the adventurers decide to fight in the city. What I am even thinking, compared to the benefits that my kingdom will receive, the disadvantage could be overlooked. Also, I still haven't even met the guild leader, so the reason for the guild leader's sudden visit is still unknown to me. Watson, let go. Today's meeting might be one of the most important meetings in the Istran dynasty history. If things go smoothly, Aditya might receive the golden fruit that will help him in lowering the food princes of his dynasty. Tap, tap, tap. The guild leader who was sitting on the couch turned around to see a man walking in. The man was wearing sky blue kimono with red rose petal designs on the kimono's shoulder and chest area. The man was 177 cm in height. He had long dark blue hair and crimson-red pupils with a vertical slit. The man was 19 years old. Despite his age, there was an aura of authority, an aura of nobility, and an aura of superiority around him. Despite his young age, he looked very mature. His otherworldly, handsome face seems to have the power to charm any woman's heart. The guild leader noticed when the king of the Istran kingdom walked. His posture was always straight, his face never even for a second showed a trace of nervousness. He looked very proud, but not arrogant like other noble men of his age. I hope I didn't make you wait long, guild leader of Seekers of Impurity. Saying that Aditya sat on the couch located opposite. I should apologize to His Majesty for coming here without any notice. Please forgive my offense. Hearing the guild leader lowering her head, Aditya chuckled inwardly and said nothing. Aditya was an inferno blaze dragon. He could sense the power sitting opposite was extremely dangerous. The guild leader wasn't even trying to hide her powers. She was even stronger than Watson and any other cultivator that Aditya met after coming to this world. Even if she had not decided to apologize, it's not I could have done anything in response. Her power is definitely in third order or above. This was the gap between cultivators. A third order has the power to destroy a small country like the Istran dynasty within 1 day or 2 days. So since guild leader came to suddenly, I am sorry I couldn't prepare anything for you. But if you wait long enough, I could tell my butler to bring you tea and snacks. The guild leader sitting opposite Aditya looked very mysterious. She was covering her face with a black veil. The guild leader was wearing a beautiful black kimono that covered her sinful body, but her dress couldn't properly hide her curves and tempting curry hip. It was like the kimono was sticking on the skin like glue, highlighting her curves even further. Any man would have a hard time not looking at the guild leader's lustful body. But Aditya was the king. He is different from others, even though dragons high sex drive. That won't be necessary, but I have to thank your highness for asking. I am going to stay in this city for a while if our guild and this kingdom manage to reach an agreement. The guild leader said the last part, hinting at the reason why she came to meet Aditya. Aditya was not a fool. He could see that the guild leader wanted him to get into the business. If the Seekers of Impurity Guild wants to open their branch in the kingdom, then I am more than happy as long as the guild follows all the rules and regulations of this kingdom. Don't worry, Your Highness. The Seekers of Impurity Guild would give its 100% in following the rules and regulations of this kingdom. Our guild has a strict policy for adventurers. Even if some adventurers violates the rules and regulations, the guild will take strict actions and also will compensate the kingdom. Also, each of Our branches is protected by fourth-order cultivators. If any adventurer dares to start a fight in this city would be punished by the guild master himself. I think this should give your highness the assurance that you need." Aditya silently nodded his head. Now that one of his biggest worries has disappeared, it was time to talk about another matter. Our guild follows a certain set of rules. First rule, the Seekers of Impurity Guild shall never intervene in wars between two kingdoms or in any kingdom's political affairs. The second rule, the Seekers of Impurity will never accept any assassin mission, regardless of the target's identity. Even if the target happens to be a criminal, that rule can only be bent for bandits. Third rule, the guild does not promote any kinds of ideals. The guild is neutral in all kinds of fights. Fourth rule, the contract shall be terminated if any noble or the king himself tries to meddle into the affairs of the guild. Fifth rule, the guild does not sell information. If any king or noble of any kingdom or empire tries to force the guild into giving information on other kingdoms, the contract shall be terminated. Without the contract, the guild will stop working in that empire. The sixth rule, if the king or the nobles tries to force the adventurers of the guild into joining their troops, the guild shall stop operating in that particular city, and that city's king or noble won't receive any taxes. Seventh and most important rule, if the guild is attacked under any king or any noble's orders, the guild shall take appropriate measures. In worst-case scenarios, the guild shall use a sixth-order cultivator as a counterattack. A sixth-order. I don't think the guild leader is lying. If she was, then her guild wouldn't have been this continent's top guild. Just realizing how much destruction just a single attack of sixth order could do sent chills down Aditya's spine. The dying Isle continent never produced any sixth-order cultivator. Most fifth-order and higher-order cultivators live in the main continent, or also known as the higher continent, the very same continent from where Aditya's biological parents live in. I have no problem with the rules of your guild. I am happy that the guild wants to take a neutral stance and won't interfere in political and economical matters. But what about the taxes? This was the most important part of this negotiation. Since the kingdom of Istaran is located near the Silver Meadow Grove Forest, it wouldn't be surprising if 10,000 or even 100,000 of adventurers come to the Istaran kingdom and choose a monster extermination mission. Aditya knew that as long as his kingdom continues to develop, the tax number would only continue to increase. Not just that, if a guild is opened in his territory, it would generate thousands of jobs for the people of this kingdom, which will be a great help in restoring the economy. Before we talk about taxes, let this lady tell your highness about the ranking system of our guild. Each cultivator, according to its cultivation order, will be given a rank starting from E all the way to S or SS or SSS rank. Similarly, the job requests are also ranked according to their difficulty. Generally, E-rank jobs can pay from somewhere between 5 silver coins to 20 silver coins, while D-rank jobs can pay somewhere from 10 silvers to 50 silvers. C-rank jobs can pay somewhere from 25 silvers to 5 gold coins. B-rank jobs can pay between 1 gold coin to 100 gold coins. Our guild generally pays 18% of our total earnings. For example, for a B-rank mission, if the mission completion reward is 100 gold coins, we will take 2 gold coins as fees. Although 18% might not look much, given the millions of adventurers connected with the Seeker of Impurity Guild and the huge number of missions posted by the guild, at the end of the month, Aditya would still get a huge chunk of money. I am good with 18%, but what about the other businesses owned and will be operated by the Seeker of Impurity Guild? Aditya was not stupid, even though he doesn't have much information on how the guilds in this world operated. From his experience, he was sure that the continent's biggest guild must have other businesses. This is how the giant business companies back on Earth operated. For example, Amazon, the company started with delivery and then gradually expanded its business in other sectors. The guild leader looked visibly surprised when Aditya asked about their other businesses. She wasn't expecting Aditya to think so far. Being this continent's biggest guild, the Seeker of Impurity also run their potion store, auction house, weapon store, hotels, and restaurants. She mentioned 18% of their total earnings in Eastern Kingdom's territory. I would be stupid if I had signed the contract only for 18%. Generally, weapon stores, auction houses, and potion stores had high tax rates. If I agree with only 18%, then I would take a huge loss. After some discussion, both parties came to an agreement. In the end, the Seeker of Impurity Guild agreed to pay 18% of their total earnings from guild jobs. For auction houses, the tax rate was set to 37% of the total earnings. And for potion and weapon stores, the tax rate was 40% and 30%. Your Highness, tomorrow I will send someone with the contract. After discussing with Aditya for an hour, the guild leader knew that she couldn't underestimate Aditya. Aditya was like a natural merchant. He saw through her plan. Even she was terrified of Aditya's financial knowledge. Aditya nodded his head with a relieved smile. Fortunately, the guild leader didn't try to pressure Aditya with her power as the continent's largest guild. In this contract, no one wasn't losing anything. The guild was getting a new kingdom to expand their business, while Aditya was getting a new source of earning. Now that we have talked about the contract, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. The guild leader stood up to leave. There was a hidden smile beneath that black veil that no one saw. Aditya also stood up. One more, I was told to pass this to Your Majesty by a certain interesting person. A black scroll with golden borders lines on its edges appeared in the guild leader's hand. Can I know who that person was? Aditya asked while taking the scroll from the guild leader. I don't know her name, but she is famously known as the Goddess of War. Vote more chapters. Chapter 14. I don't know her name, but she is famously known as the Goddess of War. The guild leader said, with a mysterious smile that Aditya couldn't see. Just when the nickname of one of his wives was mentioned, Aditya for a moment lost his composure. His breathing quickened as his hand slightly trembled while holding the black scroll. Among Aditya's 7 wives, there was a woman who was famously known as the Goddess of War, mainly because of her high battle IQ, unique battle techniques, and her power to wield any weapon. Even her class was War Goddess class. Rumor has it that she is so strong that despite being the 4th order, she has the ability to slaughter a 5th order cultivator. One had to know that it was extremely hard, if not impossible, for a cultivator to defeat someone with 1 order higher cultivation. Only certain rare persons in this world could achieve this feat in lower orders, while Aditya's wife was able to do it in higher orders. Because the gap between each order is like heaven and earth. Even the weakest 2nd order can kill 101st order very easily, while even the weakest 3rd order can slaughter an army of 2nd orders. The gap only continues with higher orders. Among Aditya's 7 wives, the Goddess of War was undoubtedly the strongest one. People mainly feared her because of her terrifying battle IQ. So far, she never has lost even a single battle. She was one of those few people who was to this day undefeated on the battlefield. Whenever she has led an army, just using her battle IQ, she was able to destroy the enemy. She was a battle genius. Even if the odds were against her, the Goddess of War had the ability to overcome all odds and win. She was also called the Child of Heaven because of her frightening cultivation speed. Her comprehension ability to learn spells and fighting techniques could compare to no one. May I know when the guild leader actually met the Goddess of War? Aditya asked while looking at the black scroll. As much as he wanted to open it, he refrained from opening the scroll in front of the guild leader. I am sure exactly how much time has passed, but it shouldn't be longer than 12 hours. I see, you have my sincerest gratitude. There is no need for His Majesty to express his gratitude to me. I owed her a favor which I am repaying by delivering this scroll. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After the guild leader left, after taking a deep breath, Aditya slowly opened the scroll. Aditya was not scared that this might be a trap or explosion. Aditya knew that his wives wouldn't try to kill him. If he dies, then his 7 wives will also lose their lives. Blast of divine fury. This looks like some kind of battle technique. And here I was expecting this. Scroll to have some kind of message. It looks like I was thinking too much. Curiously, Aditya began reading the blast of divine fury. As Aditya began reading, he felt with each passing second his comprehension of this move was increasing. Aditya didn't realize that he was so focused on comprehending that he had entered into a deep, enlightened state. After the guild leader left, Watson and Julia came to ask Aditya about the contract, but seeing that Aditya was so focused, both of them didn't bother Aditya anymore. After about 4 hours, Aditya finally closed the scroll with a smile on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning a passive skill Blast of Divine Fury. Blast of Divine Fury, description, reached its perfect level yet. Currently, this skill can only be used by dragons who have fire affinity. Function, and 15+. Used, the host will enter into a berserk state. All of the host stats except for mana will be 5+. Activated. After using this skill, the skill will enter a 24 hours cooldown. With this skill, I am confident that I can even hold on my own against a peak second order. As Aditya was in the middle of celebrating, he heard someone knocking on the door. Knock, knock. What is it, Watson? Young master, the ingredients has arrived. Although we still haven't received all the ingredients. Yet, I believe there are enough ingredients for one person. So who are we going to choose? Aditya asked. Miss Julia has selected Miss Amber to be the first person. All right, let's go. Aditya wasn't surprised when Julia picked Amber out of everyone. Aditya still can't understand how Amber and Julia became friends on the very first day of her arrival. Is she confident? Young master, although Milady has never done anything like this before, I believe she is more than confident. Both Watson and Aditya reached the underground place where criminals were used to being tortured. This was the torture chamber that no one used. Coming to the torture chamber, Julia and Amber were already there. Took you long enough. What benefits did you get from your enlightenment? I learned a new skill. Moving on, Amber, are you sure you want to go first? Although Julia was known as the goddess of alchemy, since it was her first time doing something like this, Aditya couldn't help but be worried. Amber showed a determined smile. Young master, I am sure it. I trust my friend with my life. I am sure everything will go well. All right, enough talking, Julia said after she finished wearing white gloves. Amber, please lay down on this bed, and you two can wait outside. But why? We can help you. Both Watson and Aditya had the same question. The smile on Julia's face disappeared. She coldly glared at Aditya and spoke in a threatening tone. I am going to perform a small surgery. Amber will have to take off her clothes. Do you want me to continue, or? Julia showed the knife in her hand. Cough. Of course. Me and young master were planning on waiting outside. Isn't that true, young master? Aditya repeatedly nodded his head while giving a secret thumb up to his loyal butler. Fortunately, Watson came in time and saved him. Both Watson and Aditya were about to leave, but Julia stopped him. Wait, how I can perform the surgery if I don't have your blood? Julia gave Aditya a test tube. Without any hesitation, Aditya picked up the knife on the table and cut his index finger. I have been meaning to ask, why do you have to perform a surgery? I thought you were going to make a pill and feed it to her. Julia surprisingly didn't get angry. She instead sadly looked at Amber and replied. Amber's heart was injured. Just feeding the pill won't help her. In her case, I will have to directly pour the medicine into her heart. Also, the process cannot be rushed. I have to be gentle, otherwise Amber wouldn't able to handle the pain. After filling the test tube, Aditya and Watson silently walked out of the torture chamber that now had become the temporary laboratory. Julia took out an orange color pill that was the size of a round marble. Amber, eat this pill. This pill will knock out unconscious for the next 15 minutes. This pill will also make your body insensitive to pain. Amber nodded and ate the pill like normal candy. In the meantime, Julia began to prepare the ingredients needed to cure Amber's crippled heart. Amber, while you're conscious, I think you should change your clothes and wear these. You don't want to get your kimono stained with your blood. While Julia was busy with the surgery, Watson and Aditya stood outside. Both men leaned against the wall and looked at the thick steel door. After a few minutes of silence, Aditya broke the ice by asking first, "How is Alex's family settling down?" Alex was Aditya's very first employee and assistant. "I have helped Alex in settling down, but he has a child of 8 years old. I think we will have to open a school in the near future. The literacy rate of this kingdom is very low. Young master, if you want to build a powerful empire, you will have to increase the literacy rate of this kingdom." There weren't any schools in this kingdom. In most parts of this world, only the nobles or the rich people goes to school. In a kingdom where the people are struggling to even find 3 times of meals, going to school was nothing but a stupid dream for them. Not to mention the ridiculous high school fees. I was thinking of building schools in the upcoming months, but with our current income, it would be best to teach some people and let them run a school. Normally, most school teachers were either nobles or rich class people. Just hiring one teacher belonging to a noble family for a month would cost up to 100 royal gold coins per month. Say, Watson, have you ever met the goddess of war? Aditya was increasingly getting more curious about the goddess of war, the very same woman who also was his wife in name. Unfortunately, no. The goddess of war is from another continent. She very rarely visited the dying Isle continent. Other than some kings of big kingdoms, no one really has seen her. I did hear people saying that her beauty was unrivaled in her home continent. What about the other 5? Have you seen any one of them? No, just like Lady Julia. All other 6 goddesses are the most beautiful women in their respective continents. Just like Lady Julia, everyone mostly hides their faces in the public to not attract the attention of the crowd. I wonder what kind of women my other wives are. Even though we don't have any feelings between us, I would still love to meet them, at least even for once. Just like any other man in this world, Aditya also held lots of admiration and respect for the 7 goddesses. After about 20 minutes, Julia opened the door. "How did the surgery go?" Aditya and Watson asked while walking inside. After walking in, both Watson and Aditya saw a completely different person. Even though she still had yellow hair and 9 fluffy tails, she now wouldn't lose to Julia in terms of beauty. The bad scars on her face were no longer there. She looked like a plant that had regained its vitality. As you can see, the operation was a success. With the experience I had with alchemy, things went very smooth, even though this was my first time. Yes, I used some secret medicine to remove the scars from her face. The Amber in front of Aditya now looked like a completely different person. Other than her yellow hair, her body seems to have gone through changes. With all the changes, her charm and seductiveness also reached another frightening level. When Julia and Amber stand together, Julia looks like the symbol of pureness and beauty, while Amber's body itself was made to tempt men to commit sins. Amber radiated the seductiveness of an older woman, even though she was a virgin. Her body has become more curvaceous than before. Even her height had increased by a few meters. With the changes in her body, Aditya, being a dragon who was known to have high lust, was having a hard time keeping his eyes from looking at Amber's sinful body. Her kimono seems to be tightly held against her body, which seems to give a unique kind of charm. "Young master, I think Miss Amber has awakened a unique kind of bloodline and has become a fox queen." Watson, in this multiple-century-old life, has seen multiple fox queens. He clearly knew how terrifying each queen was. When a fox queen reached a certain age, their powers would naturally reach 5th order. Fox race people were naturally born very beautiful and handsome. The longer a fox race woman lives, the more frightening her charm becomes with her increasing cultivation strength. After succubus race women, only the fox race women are said to have the most charm and seductiveness, while the fox race queen, which is a unique kind of mutation within the fox race, said to have seductive powers that can rival even the succubus queen. Today, I might not able to upload another chapter since I have to spend time with my family this Eid. We only need 4 more reviews to get a rating. Everyone please give 3 minutes of your precious time and write a review. Chapter 15. Hey, did you head? Your bastard king has told the people that he was going to bring the culprit who killed our brothers last night and publicly execute that murderer. 600 plus minutes, don't forget. Among the people that person killed, there was also the Amir who was a mid-second order cultivator. I think the king is trying to calm the people with fake words. Your words do have a point. Who knows, you might be right, and on the day of execution he might execute a fake person to calm the public. In the same bar that Aditya went to last night, all the thugs and criminals in the city had gathered for an emergency meeting about the incident that shook the underground world of this city. If this incident had happened with just one gang, then others wouldn't have been much worried. Instead, they would have been happy because, with one less gang, they can increase their earnings. But what happened yesterday night has left a seed of fear in other gangs' hearts. They were afraid. Everyone gang in this city was now living in fear of not knowing when that demon will appear and start killing once again. Everyone please come down. I have a few words that I would like to say before we will decide what to do. The one who just spoke was the old bartender who gave information to Aditya last night. I know what happened last night was very horrifying and disturbing. Today, after some investigation, we have found some clues on the murderer's identity. Today, the bar was closed to outsiders. It was a special gathering for all the gangs in this city to discuss the last night's incident. Hearing the bartender's words, all the gang leaders and criminals went silent. Everyone here highly respected the old bartender. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this old-looking man was the real leader of the mafia world of this city. After checking all the dead bodies, including the dead body of Amir, it was confirmed that the killer could use fire element powers. For example, when we checked the wounds on Amir's body, his chest was burned. The place where they bought had ashes. My people also have checked the 600 plus. Burns were not any normal burns. Their flesh was turned charcoal black from the heat. You all can imagine just how frightening the killer's fire attack was. Some thugs felt chills running down their spine just from listening to the bartender's words. They felt were seeing the whole thing in their imagination. My guess is the killer first attacked Amir and took him near the western gate. After killing Amir, the killer went ahead to kill all the gang members of the Vile Crew gang. In the process of slaughtering the members of the Vile Crew, some other gang members must have seen the killer and tried to attack him. And that's when the true slaughter began. He killed every single thug that came into his view. However, I have noticed something here. The bartender fell into silence for a second. What? One of the gang leaders asked. While the killer was killing the thugs, due to the loud screams, some ordinary citizens woke up and saw the killer, but the killer never went to silence those people. Just get to the point already. Another gang leader slammed the table with his fist and asked in anger, "Does everyone here remember how the Norler family was publicly executed 1 day ago?" Everyone nodded their heads with a confused look. Does the image of a certain fire user who brutally slaughtered the mercenaries in the public come to your mind? It was then everyone realized who the killer was. It was none than the person who called him the right-hand man of the king. It was that bastard Isaac. Exactly. But why would the king suddenly order his right-hand man to do something like this? I mean, the king could have publicly taken action, but instead he chose to do things in the dark. While other gang leaders were speaking, the bartender began to think about yesterday. There is no doubt it was that man who came for information who did all this. Then why did he ask about Sir Amos? As everyone was talking among themselves, the whole place turned quiet when they heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? The bartender signaled everyone to keep their mouth shut. Hey, why is this bar is closed? I just fought with my wife. Let me drink some alcohol. Everyone looked at each other with a speechless look. I hate to say, but today the bar is closed for some maintenance work. Grandpa, why the hell are you asking for entry permission? If someone blocks our path, we will just cut them down. Bang. The next moment everyone heard a loud sound. Looking at the other side, everyone found the male waiter lying on a broken table. "We're under attack. Everyone prepare yourselves." The old bartender shouted with a pale look on his face. "May I come in?" The old bartender's eyes widened in shock, and his face turned pale when Aditya walked in while holding a black sword in his hand. "It looks like everyone is here." From the shadows behind Aditya, another old man appeared and stood beside Aditya while holding a long sword in his hand. Foo, this big sister can't wait to kill some people." On Aditya's left, another figure emerged from the shadows. She had long, beautiful yellow hair, and she was holding a pair of daggers. At this point, all the thugs were on their feet and were ready to attack. "So, you're the one who killed my best friend." Aditya looked at the man with short silver hair and golden eyes. The man was 6 feet tall. "It's a good thing that you come here. I won't have to search for you. Now I will avenge my best friend." Without any warning, the man disappeared from his place and appeared behind Aditya in a few seconds. He was about to swing his battle axe aiming at Aditya's neck, but before his attack could reach Aditya, Watson landed a kick on the man named Jason and sent him flying. Bang! "Young master, please don't underestimate your enemies." Aditya wouldn't have thought of attacking tonight, but seeing that Amber had regained her ability to cultivate and also recovered half of her strength, Aditya changed his mind. "I am not underestimating anyone, though I was a little surprised by his strength. Amber and Watson, both of you handle everyone here. Meanwhile, I will settle the debt with certain someone." Saying that, Aditya looked at the old bartender who tried to poison him yesterday. "Understood, but please don't be too reckless. This man is strong. We will try to assist you as soon as we're done here. Let's take this fight somewhere else." Swoosh! Both parties appeared on 2 rooftops. Standing opposite each other, both parties tightly held their weapons. "I told you that I was going to pay you a visit. If I had known that you're this dangerous then, I would have done everything in my power to kill you last night. Bad for you then, but I do wonder, why are you trying to keep Amos's information a secret?" The piece of paper that the bartender gave Aditya had all the basic information written about Amos. Like, when did Amos start his merchant carrier, or when did he decide to expand his business? But there was no information on where Aditya could find Amos. "If you defeat me, I will tell you the answer. Before we fight, let me introduce myself. I am Connor. I will also do you a favor and tell you my name when I defeat you. Enough talking, let's start this fight already." The third party was none other than Jason, who wanted to avenge his best friend's death. Air compression. Jason jumped 5 meters above the ground and punched the empty air with his right fist, causing an air sphere to form and shot forward Aditya like a cannonball. Aditya quickly raised his left hand, index finger towards the incoming sphere, and shot a red-orange bolt from his left hand to destroy the sphere. Boom! "You shouldn't let your guard down." The old man, Connor, appeared behind Aditya and sent him flying with a kick. Bang! Aditya was forced to land 10 meters away on another roof. It's difficult to take on 2 mid-second-order enemies at the same time. If Aditya was fighting one of them at a time, then he was confident about defeating them, but now the situation was pressuring Aditya. This entire time, he was on his defense. "Nice work, old man." Both Jason and Connor rushed at Aditya at their full speed. Both men become so fast that Aditya couldn't keep track of their movement. Under the moonlight, 2 shadows rapidly closed the distance and were only 5 meters away when both stopped their bodies when Aditya's body suddenly started glowing in gold light. "What the hell is happening? I have no idea." The golden light covered Aditya's entire body. The light was so bright that even from another part of the city, the people were able to see the golden light. Ding! Blast of Divine Fury has been activated. All of the host stats except for mana have increased by 50%. Just when the Blast of Divine Fury skill was activated, Aditya instantly felt the increase in his powers, but his face soon turned pale due to the rapid consumption of his mana. Each second he 5+. "I can only keep this skill going for the next 14 to 15 seconds. I have to finish things quickly." Bang! The roof beneath Aditya's feet instantly cracked when he jumped by exerting his strength. The golden figure moved like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of his enemies. Both Jason and Connor were beyond shocked seeing Aditya's sudden increase in his strength. Without wasting any time, Aditya swung his black sword hoping to take out Jason with his attack. Clang! Connor intervened at the last moment and blocked the strike that was aimed at Jason's neck with a dagger. "I am getting sick of you, old man." Saying that using his left fist that was covered in crimson flame, Aditya angrily punched Connor's chest and sent him flying like a rocket. Bang! 10 seconds. By then Jason had recovered from his shock. He realized even though Aditya's speed had increased, his agility wasn't faster than his. Jason stepped back to dodge the sword attack while trying to land a punch on Aditya's body. 9 seconds. Damn it, as seconds passed, Aditya's face started turning paler and paler. He realized that he won't hold on for much longer. As time passed, his head was getting heavier. It felt like he was about to lose his consciousness. While gritting his teeth, stepped back and raised his sword above his head. Using both of his hands and with all of his strength, Aditya vertically swung his sword that was now showing some signs of turning crimson red, with the intention of cutting Jason in half. "Haha, this can't hurt." "What?" Jason laughed while moving out of the attack range, but then a red wave of flame hit Jason faster than he could react. Boom! The red flame consumed Jason. The flame wrapped itself around Jason's body. Bonus chapter. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I will try to release the other bonus chapter tomorrow. Thank you for all the Power Stones. I hope you all will continue to show your support with Power Stones. Chapter 16, 7 seconds. Mana, 35 out of 85. Ding, you have killed a mid-second order. You have gained experience points. Ding, you have leveled you. Ignoring the message, Aditya rushed forward to the old man Connor. The punch sent Connor flying more than 20 meters away. He directly crushed on the wall, causing the wall itself to crack like a spider web. Cough. That hurts. After coughing a mouthful of blood, Connor looked at his chest, his whole chest, even some parts of his throat severely burned. Connor was only alive because at the last moment he used mana to cover his chest, thus reducing the power of Aditya's attack. I don't understand why his flame is so powerful. Connor himself was a fire-type cultivator, but compared to the red-crimson flames that Aditya used, Connor's flames were nothing. It was like comparing a candle flame with lava. The difference was just too big. His flames are strong as a third-order cultivator. His single flame attack could turn any first-order to ash. This is why Connor didn't dare to attack Aditya with flame, as he knew his strongest flame attack wouldn't able to even come anywhere near injuring him. Boom! Connor looked to see a loud explosion take place. He immediately understood that Jason had taken this attack. As Jason was a body cultivator, and only Aditya had the power to use this type of attack. He will come for me soon. Connor somehow tried to stand up as Aditya moved at his peak agility to use the remaining seconds to finish the old man Connor. 3 seconds. Mana, 15 out of 85. It looks like I will have to use that pill. Looking at his mana, Aditya realized that he won't make it in time. He quickly stopped and ate a candy looking like a pill. This pill was given by Julia. It has mana stored in it. Although this pill wasn't that powerful, it could instantly recover half of Aditya's mana, thus buying him more time. But this pill also had a side effect. Once the effect of the pill is over, Aditya will feel pain in his heart. The effect could last for at least an hour. At that time, Aditya won't able to recover his mana, meaning that for an hour his heart will temporarily stop collecting mana from the atmosphere. Mana, minus 55 out of 85. Aditya felt a cool, refreshing feeling of energy entering his heart, but that ended with a burning feeling. Aditya started to feel his heart burn. It was like someone was burning his organs from inside. 11 seconds. Where is the old man? Aditya realized that he had lost track of the old man's movement. Looking for me. Aditya, without looking back, instantly lowered his head to dodge the incoming attack. Aditya's current speed had reached a terrifying level. Before killing Jason, he had used his free 105 plus 152 plus. It looks like you lost your sword. To kill Jason, Aditya used the fire element in his sword and released a wave of red flame. The high temperature of his flame instantly melted the iron sword. I won't need a sword to kill you. At this point, Aditya was almost out of mana while the old man was seriously injured. With each passing second, both of their conditions were getting worse. Fiery blaze. This will be my final move. Under Aditya's control, 7 red snakes made out of red flame appeared from his back. For a moment Connor was surprised. This wasn't any fire-type move, rather Aditya was controlling the flame. Just realizing this, Connor was again shocked. If Aditya had fire-controlling ability, this could mean that this young man had some rare bloodline that gave him this ability. Under the young dragon's orders, the 7 snakes shot forward and charging at Connor from 7 directions, leaving him with no choice but to move back. As Connor stepped back, a sly smile appeared on the young dragon's head. Even with his pale face, his smile was frightening enough to make Connor's entire body tremble in fear. For a moment, Connor felt like he was looking at the devil himself. Eruption wave. Without Connor realizing, the ground beneath him transformed into lava. And from the lava, a giant palm grabbed Connor. What is this? Ah! In the middle of the night, the Western citizen again heard a loud scream. Connor's eyes tremble in fear and in regret when the red lava wrapped his entire body down and consumed him entirely. Ding, the host has leveled up. All of the host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has gained 2 free stats points. Ding, the host has leveled up. All of the host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has gained 2 free stats points. Ding, the host has leveled up. All of the host stats have been increased by 1 point. The host has gained 2 free stats points. Ding, the host has leveled up. Huff, huff, huff. Finally, the fight is over. Old man, you never kept your promise, but I will keep my promise. I am the king of this kingdom. Aditya, while breathing heavily with the burning pain in his heart, Aditya lay on the roof, trying his best to maintain his consciousness. Huff, huff. At that moment, if I had not used my saved-up stats points, the result of this battle would have changed entirely. Mana, 0-1 out of 96. By killing these 2, my level reached level 26. I am tired. Aditya knew that with Watson and Amber, everything should be settled down there. There was no need for him to go there. Also, those thugs' levels are so low that Aditya won't get many experience points if even he kills them all. Sarless noble house defended the Vrain city name. Aditya Baneth race. Dragon. Bloodline. Inferno Blaze Dragon Bloodline. Current class, War Dancer. Current class level, 26. Innate skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation. Fiery Blaze, Weapon Mastery. Passive skill, Eruption Wave, Molten Bolt. Silence Mind, Blast of Divine Fury Strength. 85 Right Arrow, 96 Speed. 95 Right Arrow, 106 Stamina. 85 Right Arrow, 96 Health. 85 Right Arrow, 96 Mana. 85 Right Arrow, 96 Free Stats. 22. About 50 minutes later, both figures came in search of Aditya. Young Master, I was getting worried. We have been looking for you. Young Master, are you all right? Aditya opened his eyes and saw Watson and Amber's worried faces. He just smiled and nodded. I should be all right after the next 44 minutes. What about you two? Is everything done? Yes, we have killed all the thugs and arrested the gang leaders. What about their spoils? Aditya doesn't want to lose their hard-earned money. Scott and others are cleaning everything. I am sure they won't leave anything behind. Seeing Watson's mysterious smile, Aditya felt relieved. At least his butler shared his thoughts. By the way, I had no idea that Jason had come to fight you, young master. I thought he ran away, taking advantage of the chaos. I am sure this must have been a tough fight for you. The only reason Watson let Aditya fight the bartender, Watson knew that the young master had the power to kill the old man, but never did he think another person would join the fight. Don't worry, I got valuable experience from his fight. Again, I realized that I have so many things to learn. Aditya felt that he could have ended this fight very quickly if he was experienced enough. Amber, you help young master return to the castle. I will help others in return with our hard-earned profits. Amber's mouth twitched hearing the last two words. She decided to remain silent in this situation and do what she was ordered to do. After Watson left, Amber helped Aditya stand up. She put Aditya's right on her left shoulder while she used her right hand to hold his waist. "Young master, can you walk?" For a moment, Aditya felt he might have a reaction. Even though Amber was a body cultivator, her body was extremely soft. Aditya tried his best to keep his head clear from the impure and dirty thoughts. On top of that, for some reason, Amber's current stone sounded so seductive that it could melt even the coldest hearts in the world. If all the stimulations weren't enough, Aditya could smell her body's beautiful fragrance. Aditya felt his body was getting hot from smelling her body's fragrance. God, what kind of situation is this? My body is already tired, and now standing next to this vixen was only making things worse. No, I must not lose my focus. Stay focused, my little brother. We must stay focused, brother. What Aditya didn't realize was that due to all the stimulations, the pain he was supposed to feel in his heart was no longer there. Amber's body had something that was calming the burning sensation in his heart. "Young master, I have a request." After walking silently for 10 minutes, Amber opened her mouth. Amber, being a woman, had sensitive senses. She understood that her charm had reached a dangerous level after activating her Fox Queen bloodline. During these 10 minutes, Amber noticed that Aditya was trying his best to not fall under the stimulation. Seeing Aditya trying so much, the respect that Amber had for Aditya grew up bounds. Everyone knew that the male dragon had the second most sex drive after the incubus. It's just that dragons had a very low birth rate because of their powers. Amber knew that if there was any other male dragon in Aditya's place, then that person would have used his authority to try to force his lust on Amber. Because of this, when Amber noticed how hard Aditya was trying to hold himself and not show any kind of lust, Amber truly felt respected, and the admiration for Aditya only grew in her heart. It's not like Amber wanted to openly use her body to seduce other men. She was not that type of woman. She respected her body. She only wished to have a single mate in her whole life. But after activating her Fox Queen bloodline, her charms increased to the point where even the smallest thing that she did had a touch of seduction. "As long as it's not too much, I will grant your wish." Since Amber was Aditya's future general, he had to give his general certain privileges. But that doesn't mean he will grant them anything. Although I was supposed to celebrate my Eid, I instead took the time to write and upload a second bonus chapter. Continue to support this novel with your power stones. Chapter 17. As long as it's not too much, I will grant your wish. Since Amber was Aditya's future general, he had to give his general certain privileges. But that doesn't mean he will grant them anything. After hesitating for a minute, Amber finally decided to open her mouth. "Young master, if someday I asked you to save the fox race and give people of the fox race a place in your kingdom, will you grant my request?" Almost all of the beast race people lived on another continent. With the development and passage of time, a small part of the beast race people moved to different continents in order to find better living conditions. From what Aditya has heard, almost 80% of the beast race continent was prairie and rocky mountains. The living condition of the beast race people living in the prairie is very harsh. It is very difficult to find food or grow crops. As a result, subraces of beastmen have to rely on rearing. From her look, it was clear that Amber was planning on helping her fox race people. As for where her family and people live, Aditya is not sure. For now, the young dragon decided to not ask his fox general about her backstory. He decided to wait till she is ready to talk. "Of course, my kingdom is and always will be open for every race. I don't discriminate against people based on their race, color, gender, and sex. As long as the citizen of the kingdom can obey all the rules and work hard, I will protect them and their rights." There were some kingdoms on this continent that discriminated against the beast race people. Beast race people were banned from living in those kingdoms. The people in those kingdoms used beastmen as slaves. "Thank you, your majesty." The small and beautiful smile of relief was hidden by the darkness of the night. Unfortunately, Aditya will never see that smile as he was focused on his own world. The young dragon was trying his best to control himself and not lose control. Somehow both Amber and Aditya made it back to the castle. "Your Majesty, should I take you to your bedroom?" King Aditya felt his bones were going to melt hearing those seducing words. He quickly shook his head and stopped relying on Amber. "I can return to my bedroom without your help. Thank you for everything." The king quickly run away as he didn't wish to let his future general see his erection. Knock, knock. "Young master, I have returned to give my report." From Watson's excited tone, it was crystal clear that their gain was huge this time around. "Come in." Entering the house, the butler noticed that His Majesty was wearing his red pajamas and reading some books while lying on his bed. These books had information on different attacking moves. After the fight with Connor, Aditya felt that he should read books to expand his knowledge of cultivation and fighting techniques. "Your Majesty, after counting all the cash, liquid assets, and valuable items that we got from today's raid, we now have 4,918 royal gold coins. That wasn't even the biggest part. Among the items we found, there were also 15 two-star weapons of high quality. A single one-star weapon was priced from 25 gold coins to 1 royal gold, while two-star weapons cost from 10 royal golds to 100 royal gold coins. 15 two-star weapons of high quality meant that these weapons were worth nearly 1,500 gold coins. Watson, don't sell these weapons. You should know that two-star weapons are very rare. We would have to make a pre-order from our neighboring kingdoms if we want any two-star or any higher star weapons. First, let our 7 future generals take one weapon of their choice. You can take 1 two-star weapon of your choice as well. Then keep the remaining in the treasury for future use. And also if there is a sword, then leave it for me." Since Watson and his 7 generals were his current main forces, it would be best to give each of them a 2-star weapon, which would give them a significant boost in their fighting powers. "We already have burned all the drug packages, then taken away all the illegal items that were imported without paying taxes. With the help of soldiers, all the bodies were burned outside the city and the place was cleaned, leaving no sign of a battle taking place. We still have to torture the gang's leaders. I will do that later, probably tomorrow if I get time. Young master, while searching the interior of the bar, I found an interesting letter." Watson handed a neatly folded square-shaped piece of paper. Aditya noticed the dark and angry look on his butler's face when he handed the letter. After opening the letter, Aditya saw the name of the person who appeared in his dream, Grandpa Connor. "In a week's time, the capital of Eastern Kingdom will go through earth-shaking changes. By then the Eastern Kingdom should have Ryan as its new ruler. I already have talked with him. He is a clever man with big ambition. He will do anything for his interest. But this is just a small part of that kingdom's plan. This week, prepare all the money that you and your subordinate have earned. Be prepared to leave this city. Chaos will fall in the Eastern land. Please be careful, Grandpa." From Amos, "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Butler Watson asked in a serious tone. This matter was really serious. Just when things were beginning to get better with the Eastern Kingdom, a storm was on its way to crush everything that Aditya was trying to build. "Watson, you should know what I am clearly thinking." When the young dragon looked at Watson's eyes, the old butler was forced to take a step back. Currently, Aditya's eyes had turned red as the temperature of his body began to rise at a rapid speed. At this point, Aditya wasn't even bothering to hide his killing intent. There was no way Aditya was going to let his nightmare become a reality. This was the kingdom that was given by the old man Ahmed. Ahmed entrusted him with his kingdom when everyone in this world shunned him. The debt that this young dragon owns to the previous king was simply huge. Although he has failed to do this duty for 3 years, this Aditya, whose real name was Isaac, wasn't going to let someone take or harm his kingdom. "This is where I spent years of my life. I call this city my home. when my biological proud parents threw me out just because I couldn't awaken my bloodline. This city king welcomed me and made me feel like I was home. This kingdom will not perish, will not sink under the water as long as I am alive. Unknowingly, Aditya had tightly clenched his fists in anger. Young master, I think you should calm yourself. We can talk over this matter tomorrow. The old butler wanted his king to calm down first. Nothing will go right if Aditya lets his anger control his decision. There is no need, Watson. Tomorrow I will use that artifact. The old butler was relieved to know that his master was able to think and not get blinded by anger. Not everyone had the power to do this. Good night, young master. Butler Watson left knowing that Aditya won't go to sleep this soon. Scene change. Miss, I am, but you're not allowed to enter. In the middle of the night, a woman walked wearing a black cloak while covering her face with a hood. The woman was stopped from entering the inn. The woman looked at the two guards, who were not going to let anyone enter. I wonder if showing this would give an entry pass. The woman spoke in a playful tone while showing a golden color coin that had the symbol of a sword drawn on it. It was the royal seal of the Seeker of Impurity Guild. Milady, you can enter now. The guards dared not to offend a person with the royal seal of the Seeker of Impurity Guild. Only a certain handful of individuals in this world had this seal. Whoever had this seal was anything but ordinary. Knock, knock. You don't really have to knock for entering. It was the voice of the guild leader whom Aditya met today. The woman in the black cloak walked in while removing the hood. As the hood fell down, her long, purple hair come into the view, the woman proceeded to sit on the couch. Never did I think that the goddess of wealth would pay a visit to her husband in secret. I went to meet him as the leader of Seeker of Impurity. Julia knew what the goddess of wealth said is half true and half false. So what do you think? Think of what? Don't play dumb. I am asking about him. What's your first impression? He is way different than those rumors. I don't know what caused this change in him, but this change might be the best thing for all of us. Above anything, I have to praise him for his extraordinary knowledge of finance. I also heard all the things that he did in 2 days. I have to say that I am very impressed. The goddess of wealth and the goddess of alchemy had met each other in the past a few times. Both girls were friends. Does that mean you like him? Julia asked in a teasing tone. Don't be stupid. There is a big difference between being impressed and liking someone. Julia just shrugged her shoulders and didn't go with the topic. What about you? You have secretly stayed by his life for 2 years now. What impression do you have of him? The goddess of wealth looked at Julia's eyes to see. Everything was the same until 3 days ago. On that day, while I and Watson were having dinner, he came to eat with us. This was the first time we had food together. While talking, we learned that he has managed to awaken his bloodline. From that day, Aditya was a completely different person. Wait a minute, he really awakened his bloodline. When I met him, I did sense dense mana, comparable to second order in his body. I mistakenly assumed that he had found some way of cultivating with your help. Julia chuckled, seeing the guild leader's shocked expression. Trust me, I had the same reaction when I learned about his bloodline. So what's his bloodline name? Inferno Blaze Dragon Bloodline. Just 4 words were enough to give the goddess of wealth enough shock, but after a moment the guild leader calmed down. What's with that look? Julia asked. I don't think he knows about the incoming darkness that will sink this kingdom. After years of being weakened, the kingdom's power has fallen low. The neighboring kingdoms are keeping their eyes on Aditya and waiting for the moment to strike. I don't think Aditya can withstand the invasion without an army. So the reason why you wanted to set your branch in this kingdom. Yes, although I can't directly help Aditya as no one knows that I am the goddess of wealth. Without exposing my identity, I can buy him some time. But that won't be longer than a few weeks at most. Deep down, Julia felt a little sad. She tried her best to not show it on her face, but she didn't wish for the kingdom to sink under the water right when it was about to enter his golden period. She and Watson have seen the countless hours Aditya spends planning the future of his kingdom. I see, by the way, did you really meet the goddess of war? I did. She is currently in a war with another kingdom. meaning for the next few months it will be impossible to contact her. Vote for more chapters. Chapter 18. In the middle of the night, while everyone in the castle was sleeping, there was a certain person who couldn't close his eyes no matter how much he tried. Every time he closed his eyes, images of that nightmare event would flash before his eyes. After reading that letter, Aditya couldn't get rid of the uneasiness in his heart. He felt the time was running out. This should be the library. Walking into the castle library with a candle in his hand, Aditya noticed that the entire library was collecting dust and had become a home for the spiders. Spider web was everywhere. I should tell someone to clean the library. He then began to aimlessly go through all the books that were preserved in the library. Some books were old as the Eastern Kingdom. All the books in the library were enchanted with rune magic. The rune magic kept the books preserved. The library was massive. It was about 50 meters in size. The library had about 29 meters tall. The massive bookshelves reached 29 meters and had countless books which were collected by all previous generations of Eastern kings. The library looked something like this. If I am not mistaken, this library is supposed to be the main treasure trove of the Eastern king. This library was created by the first Eastern king. This library is old as the Eastern kingdom. During a certain period of Eastern history, the Eastern king of that time destroyed the three sects and took away their treasure due to certain crimes that they committed. All battle techniques used by those three sects were also placed in this library. Aditya's goal was to find a powerful skill for his use. In this world, just like cultivators, the skills were also divided into two. For body cultivators, battle techniques were most effective as they couldn't use elemental powers, while magical cultivators tend to use spells depending on their natural affinity. A magical cultivator can't use battle techniques, while a body cultivator can't use skills that were meant for magical cultivators. However, there were also third kinds of cultivators who cultivated both body and magical cultivation. But those cultivators also had a limit. Since they had to cultivate on both paths, their cultivation speed was a lot slower than an average cultivator. Aditya didn't need to cultivate as leveling up was giving him both cultivation path powers. As he continued to climb through levels, his body was getting stronger while his mana reserve was also increasing. Unlike everyone in this world, he can use both path techniques without any limit. What is this? After searching for 19 minutes, Aditya found a book that was covered in dust and aura of soul fire written on the top. This book does have an interesting name. Curiously, he decided to read the description of the aura of soul fire. Aura of soul fire, description. Cultivators. There is no requirement to learn this skill. This skill itself is a passive skill that will increase the user's stats after reaching a certain limit. Function. Skill. This skill works by collecting a small part of the enemy's soul killed by the host. When a certain amount of soul energy is collected by the user, this skill will increase the user's stats by 40% for a temporary period of time. The boost in the user's stats will disappear after 10 minutes. Note, this skill is totally passive. The activation of this skill cannot be decided by the user. This is a nice skill. I would learn it. With instant learning and adaptation, Aditya's compression speed was 25 times faster than the average human. In a few hours or so, he managed to finish learning this skill. Aditya was so lost in reading books that he didn't notice when the entire night passed. All the slaves, including 7 future generals, woke up very early in the morning. After waking up, everyone washed up and gathered in the training ground. Everyone, we will start with jogging around the castle. Yesterday, thanks to the pill that Julia prepared, almost every slave had undergone some changes. Their bodies were now more energetic than before. Wearing simple clothes, everyone started running. The generals run at the front while only Henry was in the back. He purposely stayed at the back to see if any recruit was skipping the training. While running at the front, the other 5 generals occasionally glanced at Amber. "Why all of you looking at me like this?" Amber asked with a confused face. Unlike others, Amber's mana heart has been repaired. Within a week's time, she was sure that she would recover her second-order cultivation. Amber could have run faster, but she chose to run along with everyone. Yesterday, High Highness told us that he had a way of repairing our crippled mana heart. Now, seeing your mana heart crippled, we are wondering when our turn will come. Scott spoke on behalf of everyone. Don't worry, according to Lady Julia, the ingredients should arrive today. As soon as the ingredients come, Lady Julia will call you for a small surgery. By the way, what happened to Miss Amber's body? You now look so beautiful. Eleanor, being a woman, was curious about how Amber suddenly became so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. When my mana heart was repaired, through some fortune I managed to awake my royal fox queen bloodline. With the awakening of her bloodline, not just her charms, but even her physical stats also have improved a lot. Her current mana was on peak first order. Wait a minute, you really awakened your royal fox queen bloodline. Unlike others, Josh was a beast man and knew more about the royal fox queen bloodline. Unlike other clans or tribes, the Fox tribe was one of those tribes where a fox woman was the ruler. Not just any fox woman can awake their fox queen bloodline. Only the descendants of the royal family can awake the royal fox queen bloodline. Then you're really a descendant of the royal family? Josh asked with a shocked look. Amber nodded her head slightly without much care. What is this royal family we're talking about? Hearing the familiar voice, everyone nearly fell down when they found their king running with them. Your Majesty, when did you come here? Not long ago. I came when you guys were talking about Amber's mana heart. Aditya replied. After a whole night of studying, his body was a little stiff, so he felt it would be better to do some training. This should also help him in clearing his mind. Long time ago in the lunar continent, which is also known as the Beastmen continent, there was an empire that was ruled by the fox race people. According to the legend passed down in our tribe, the empress of that empire had a royal fox queen bloodline. Although no one knows how a mighty empire fell down, it is believed that the many fox tribes have the royal fox bloodline descendants. After countless generations, the original bloodline lost its purity, thus becoming nearly impossible to awaken the bloodline. It looks like in the future, I will have to go to this lunar continent. Aditya wanted to meet more beast men. Their way of life was completely different from humans. The beast race people were divided into thousands of small tribes. Unlike other races, beast race people are very honest and direct. Beast race doesn't have any politics. The strongest gets to become the tribe leader while others follow their leader. Due to the evil nature of humans and other races, the beast race people don't really welcome any outsiders on their continent. After training for an hour, which hardly made Aditya sweat, he took a shower and joined everyone for breakfast. After breakfast, it was time for the meeting. In a large hall that had a luxurious red and white carpet, at the end of the hall, there was a golden throne. Climbing the stairs, Aditya had his way to the throne. For the first time, he sat on the throne with a serious look. On both sides of the carpet, white flowers were placed. Behind the throne, slightly 2 meters above, the Eastern Kingdom flag was placed on the wall. The flag was red in color and had a crescent moon symbol in the center. 7 meters away from the throne, Julia, Watson, Amber, and the other 6 generals stood there looking at Aditya. Your Majesty, the artifact is ready to use. Watson changed the way he normally addressed Aditya. He took out a crescent-shaped black earring and put it on his right ear. Good morning, King Aditya. I believe this is our first time having a meeting, although you can only hear our voices. My name is Marvin Sarlis. I am the head of the Sarlis noble household that has once sworn to serve the Eastern Kingdom forever. I am the governor of the Vrain city. Everyone in the hall was able to hear the voice of a middle-aged man. His tone was neither slow nor too fast. His deep voice was authoritative. Everyone noticed the way the Duke of Sarlis House addressed their king. I don't have the same patience as Duke Sarlis, so I will keep this quick. I am the Duke and also the ruler of the Ziraka city. My name is Ryan Eastgard. I don't care about your reason for calling this meeting using the artifact left by our ancestors. Instead of showing a frowning look, Aditya strangely smiled and listened. I and my Eastgard noble house won't serve an alcohol addict. In case you're unaware, let me say it directly. I, formerly known as Duke Eastgard, declare independence from the Istarian kingdom. The Ziraka city and the surroundings will be under my control. Watson angrily clenched his fists in anger. Duke Eastgard had some balls daring to say these words to the king's face. It was not just Watson, even Amber, Scott, Josh, Nathan, Henry, Alina, Tyler, and Julia all looked angry. King Aditya, I share the same feelings as Duke Eastgard. You became the king 3 years ago. Never, even for once, you bothered to have a meeting with your kingdom's dukes. This itself was a slap to our faces. You wasted this kingdom's wealth on partying and drinking alcohol. Under your negligence, the kingdom's economy has fallen. Food prices rose rapidly. The common people were unable to afford even their daily meals. Because of your negligence toward the kingdom, hundreds of thousands of people have suffered. Do you have a single idea of how many people were forced to leave this kingdom because of the ever-increasing food prices? Under your rule, the crime rate in this kingdom has increased rapidly. Your reputation has badly impacted this kingdom's name. Now, whenever our kingdom's name is mentioned to a foreign, the only thing they do is laugh and humiliate the Istarian name. Our kingdom used to be a 3-star kingdom. We used to have the same military power as our neighboring kingdoms. After you took the throne, you dismissed the army under your lack of care. All the soldiers lost their jobs, causing our military strength to fall. Now, if you're to lose both of our supports, this kingdom will be weaker than a 1-star kingdom. If Duke Eastgard and I weren't holding back the small invading forces from 2 kingdoms, by now this entire kingdom would have fallen. Aditya clenched his fists tightly while looking down. He was responsible for the suffering of the people. Because of him, the kingdom lost its prestige. Because of him, this kingdom was having food storage problems. It was only of his uncare that the crimes of this kingdom rapidly rose. Each of Duke Sarlas's words hit Aditya's heart. From the beginning, even Aditya himself knew and always was guilty of what he was doing to this kingdom. When Isaac took out Aditya's body, all those feelings of guilt, sadness, and depression were also passed to the current Aditya. The previous Aditya wanted to escape this world by drowning himself in alcohol, while this Aditya slowly wanted to fix his past mistakes and bring this kingdom back to its original state. HMPH. What's the use of telling him these things? It's not like he cares. The only reason why he called for his meeting was to ask for taxes, as he is out of money to buy alcohol. Duke Ryan, while it's true that in the past I was an addict, but I have changed now, and my reason for calling his meeting is completely different. Whether you like it or not, I am the king and I will protect this kingdom. Vote for more chapters. Chapter 19. Duke Ryan, while it's true that in the past I was an addict, but I have changed now, and my reason for calling his meeting is completely different. Whether you like it or not, I am the king and I will protect this kingdom. The last part of Aditya's words was an indirect threat to both dukes. He was saying that if 2 dukes didn't submit, he would have to use violence. It was your kingdom. It is your kingdom. But in a wee time, it won't be your kingdom. Being a dragon won't give you privilege everywhere in life. You're not worthy. I don't even understand why that old man chose you as his successor. I don't see anything special about you. Duke Sarlas also thinks that you're not fit to be the king. I will give you a chance. Why don't you surrender? I promise I will let you escape. Maybe you can start a new life in some other part of the world. At this point, Duke Eastgard was mocking Aditya and insulting him openly. But strangely, Aditya didn't look angry. Instead, it was Watson and others who seemed very angry. Aditya didn't lose his calm. He can't lose his calm here and act rashly. A mistake is a mistake. There is no use in crying over spilled milk. Instead, it would be best to think of a way of solving the problems. Duke Eastgard, I assume you're determined to stand against me. Not just stand against you, but also to kill you with my own bare hands. This is war. Since both of you are going to start a war, the House of Sarlas won't be joining in this meaningless fight. I have to defend the borders. But just because I am not participating in this war doesn't mean that the House of Sarlis is not condemning the House of Eastgard. I am equally disappointed in King Adaria. In my opinion, you're not fit to become the king. It looks like we have no other option. Duke Eastgard, tomorrow, I will be attacking the House of Ziraka City with my generals. What, young master, Adaria, you can't. Ignoring everyone, Adaria continued on. After I defeat your troops, I will enter your city and in front of the crowd I will cut your head and place your head on the city walls. Shock, silence. Even Duke Sarlis was not expecting this kind of bold words from the young dragon's mouth. Everyone standing in the hall turned silent. Watson, Amber, Julia, and others were completely shocked. Going to face a powerhouse like Duke Eastgard and his thousands of troops with just 7 first-order body cultivators was no different than committing suicide. At this moment, everyone didn't know what Adaria was planning by saying something so crazy. This was pure madness. Even a fool wouldn't dare to go against an army of more than 10,000 troops. After 3 minutes of silence, Duke Eastgard couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Ha ha ha, since you have dared to say these words, then I will wait for your arrival. Tomorrow, I will place 5,000 troops in front of the eastern gate. Let's see if you can actually fight your way through. With that, Ryan left the meeting, leaving Duke Sarlis and Adaria, while Amber and the other 6 generals looked at each other with determination. Since Adaria had given them their lives, they were going to follow their king till death. Tomorrow will be either death or victory. After another 5 minutes of silence, Duke Sarlis sighed and asked, "What are you planning to do, Your Majesty?" This time everyone noticed how Duke Sarlis addressed Adaria. "Duke Sarlis, are you also going to rebel just like Duke Eastgard?" "Back. I was never planning on betraying my motherland. I swore to protect this land, and we Sarlis, noble house, value promise more than anything. I won't hesitate to give up my life for this land. But that doesn't mean I recognize you as the king. If you want to gain my recognition, you will have to prove your will. I want to know just how far you're willing to go for this kingdom. I see. I wish Duke Eastgard was a person like you, though I don't wish to shed blood. That doesn't mean I don't know how to kill others. Duke Eastgard, if you manage to take over Ziraka City, tomorrow will I gain your recognition." No one knew how Adaria was going to kill an army of 5,000 troops. Each troop will have the power of first order. Even Duke Sarlis can't think of a way. After another minute of silence, Duke Sarlis replied, "If your Majesty manages to survive and take over the Ziraka City, then the House of Sarlis will swear their allegiance to you." "Duke Sarlis, let me clear this. I don't want your house allegiance. I want your recognition." Sarlis was one of those legendary people who managed to defend the borders of the Istran kingdom for 39 years. Under his power, no invader from the Nepoka kingdom has managed to enter Istran border, while the House of Eastgard robbed people with taxes just to increase their military power. The House of Sarlis has never done anything that violated the kingdom's rules. Although Duke Sarlis didn't pay the tax for years, Adaria feels the reason for not paying the tax has something to do with the past Adaria who spent money like crazy. More importantly, from reading the records of the past, it was clear that the House of Sarlis always has been more loyal than the House of Eastgard. All the kings of the past highly valued the House of Sarlis over the House of Eastgard. Loyalty was in the blood of the Sarlis family. "Your Majesty, I don't know how you're going to defeat an army of 5,000 troops without any help, but if you manage to survive, I will personally come to the capital and have a conversation with you regarding this kingdom's future." It was Sarlis' way of telling Adaria that the Duke wants to know his plan for rebuilding the kingdom. "Then you better clear your schedule for the day after tomorrow." "Ha ha ha, from your Majesty's tone, I can feel the confidence. I will wait for the day when I finally get the chance of meeting your Majesty." The more Duke Sarlis talked with the king, the more he came to like him. At the beginning of this meeting, Duke Sarlis had a bad impression of Adaria, but as the meeting progressed, Duke Sarlis was increasingly beginning to like Adaria. The Duke liked the mentality that this young man had. He had gathered his courage to face an enemy knowing that his chances of losing were 99.9%. Sitting on a chair, Duke Sarlis stroked his long white beard. I am impressed. When I was of His Majesty's age, even I didn't have the courage to face 5,000 troops alone. Without meeting me, you already have earned my recognition, Your Majesty. This kingdom needs someone who is ambitious and courageous like you. I can't let anyone kill Your Majesty. Haku, your orders, sire. You already should know what to do. Haku simply nodded his head and disappeared. Scene change. What the hell are you even thinking? You can't face an army of 5,000 by yourself. Julia furiously walked up to Aditya. She grabbed his shirt and looked very furiously. This was the first time Aditya has ever seen Julia lose her calm. I am not going. I have my 7 generals with me. Aditya knew that anyone in this situation react the same as Julia and others. Your Majesty, even though you have the power to kill even a mid-second order, taking on 5,000 trained soldiers is suicide. Even if you take them without, the outcome of the battle won't change. Listen, everyone. I know what I have said might sound crazy, but just me, I am not going there to die. I have a backup plan. Nothing will go wrong, just trust me this once. Young master, this is crazy. This is too dangerous. Watson, do we have any other choice? Without Duke Sarlis's help, we can't defend the capital. So, it's better to follow my plan. After somehow calming everyone down, Julia proceeded to repair Scott, Tyler, Josh, Nathan, Alina, and Henry's crippled heart. Now all of them had recovered a part of their cultivation. It might them from 2 weeks to even a month to recover their lost cultivation. For the rest of the day, 7 of them spent their time training the slaves who now are called the recruits. Next day, just when the first light of the morning came, brightening everything, Aditya and his 7 generals left the castle. In the early morning, the streets of the city were empty. Everyone was still sleeping. Riding a horse, the king and his 7 generals left the capital. Watson, I think you should have gone with him, Julia asked while looking out of the glass window. Milady, you should just wait for the good news. Nothing is going to happen to His Majesty, Watson replied with a mysterious smile on his face. Only Watson knew what earth-shaking event was going to happen today. The is coming. Vote for more chapters. Chapter 20. Zane, that idiot king is going to come today. Make sure to use 5,000 troops and crush him. I don't have enough time to play with that idiot. Today the Prime Minister of the Zulux Empire is going to come, so take care of that foolish king and end his story today. I don't want any unnecessary drama. I understand. Zane was trying his best to not show any anger. Deep down, he was so angry that he wished to rip this man's head with his bare hands. Zane did as Duke Ryan ordered him to do. He placed 5,000 troops before the city gate. Today, the eastern entrance of Ziraka City was closed because of the fight that could start at any given moment. Standing at the top of the wall, Zane's heart beat wildly as he waited for the long-awaited battle to begin. Today, many powerful figures had their eyes set on this battle. Among those people there was the goddess of wealth, Haku, Commander, Duke Sarlis, and some other powerful figures of this continent. Today, history will be created. Zane looked at the 5,000 soldiers. These soldiers are those who have sworn their loyalty to Duke Eastgard. These soldiers wouldn't hesitate to kill an innocent. Zane specifically chose them to face His Majesty, while Duke Eastgard was having a meeting with the Prime Minister of the Zulux dynasty. The 5,000 soldiers who were ready to face Aditya eagerly waited for his arrival. The whole world seems to have gone silent. Only breathing sounds could be heard. It already has been 3 hours since the soldiers have been standing in formation and waiting for the opponent to show his face. When will the enemy come? I don't know, but I am sick of waiting. We have been standing under the afternoon sun for 3 hours. Today the 5,000 soldiers especially looked very excited and energetic. The reason for their excitement was simple. It was rumored that whoever lands the final blow on King Aditya will get a special reward from Duke Eastgard. The thought of Aditya defeating 5,000 000 never comes to their mind. All the soldiers were more focused on thinking about how they are going to land the final blow and get the reward. Do you think we should really stand against the king of Eastern Kingdom? One of the soldiers felt hesitant. His family lived in the capital and has been under the king's protection. He felt by standing against the king, he was betraying his family and motherland. Of course, we should. After Duke Eastgard takes over the capital, we all will receive more benefits than the current king could ever give us. Another soldier replied. All the 5,000 soldiers were personally handpicked by Duke Eastgard. He wanted to make sure that his soldiers would stay with him in any situation and wouldn't betray him. The sun was right above their head. Outside the eastern walls, there was 8 km of grassy land. The Duke often used this huge open field to train his soldiers. Unlike Duke Sarlis, Duke Eastgard gave more priority to the military. But that doesn't mean Duke Sarlis's military power is weaker than Duke Eastgard's. Both houses had more than 100 years of history. While the House of Eastgard focused on quantity, the House of Sarlis focused on quality. Sarlis troops were far stronger and more experienced than the troops under Ryan. Hey, what is this thing in the sky? Where? Right above you. Everyone who looked at the sky saw something that they would never be able to forget in their lifetimes. A big shadow covered the sun. For a moment, everyone felt like the sun was swallowed up by the shadow. But after a few seconds, a dark red light began to appear. The dark red light was so intense and bright that the sunlight was replaced by red light. Any person near or around the Ziraka city saw this phenomenon. The people in the city also saw this sudden change. For a moment, everyone panicked. As seconds passed, everyone realized that what once seemed like a red shadow that threatened to devour the sun was actually a dark red flame. The dark red flame looked like some kind of meteor that threatened to destroy the entire city. God, what is happening? Is this the end of everything? I think this is the wrath of the gods. What should we do now? With each second passing with the gravity, the dark red flame that looked like a meteor only kept increasing its falling speed. After a few seconds, everyone's faces turned pale, seeing what previously looked like a meteor was actually a 2-meter-long lance that was covered in a giant web of red flame. The red flame around the lance made it look like some kind of meteor. What the hell is this? Can we even survive this attack? All the 5,000 soldiers who previously looked very relaxed and occasionally cursed Aditya now trembled in fear. Their faces turned pale as their bodies froze in fear. Zane coldly looked at the 5,000 soldiers from the top of the wall. As the lance closed the distance, everyone can see that the lance was about to fall on the grassland located on the eastern part of the city walls. Sir Zane, should we help them? One of the soldiers asked. There is no need. Everything is going according to plan. Prepare for the big impact. Order everyone to take shelter behind the walls. Saying that, even Zane, who was a second order, quickly took shelter behind the walls. The attack was so strong that even a second order like him had no confidence in surviving. Everyone run back to the city. We can survive if we take shelter behind the walls. No one knew who said those words. But hearing those words, the soldiers whose bodies were frozen in fear had found some hope of surviving this nightmare. They quickly began running towards the wall, but it was already too late. Not only Zane had ordered to keep the gates closed, but also the lance was only 3 km away from hitting the earth. Some soldiers realized this and fell to their knees. In the end, they couldn't understand why low existence like them was being killed just when the lance had a huge wave of 30 meters of red flame. Covering it was only 1 km away. Everyone, even those who were hiding in the city, felt the terrifying temperature. Even before the lance could hit the ground, the terrifying temperature of the flame was enough to melt the bodies of the 5,000 soldiers like butter. Zane, realizing this high temperature might end up leaving the soldiers hiding behind walls with severe second or even third-degree burns, quickly used all of his powers to form a huge energy barrier covering the eastern walls. Damn it, boo-boom. It was like the horror-struck sound that came with a violent earthquake. was the painful roar of the earth itself. When the lance was crushed, a huge wave of red flame spread everywhere. The impact was so powerful that the earth began to crumble and shatter, forming a huge crater. When the people who were 15 km away from the Ziraka city heard the sound explosion that came with the earthquake. However, it was the people of the Ziraka city who experienced the wrath of the Crimson Dragon. The explosion sound was loud enough to cause some ordinary people to faint. The earthquake was strong enough to cause cracks to appear in some new build houses. As for the old houses, those houses broke down, as those houses could handle the terrifying earthquake, even though Zane was using his power to keep the red fire wave that spread when the lance impacted the earth. Many newly recruited soldiers fell unconscious with blood coming out of their mouths and ears due to the explosion sound. Ryan Eastgard, a few hours ago, started his meeting with the Prime Minister. The Zulux dynasty has offered its wings to Ryan. By betraying the king, the Zulux dynasty was going to help Duke Ryan in conquering and overthrowing Duke Sarlis. No one knew that Ryan was going to attack Duke Sarlis. Everything was proceeding in secret with utter caution. Your Highness, the Zulux king is more than happy to help a fellow ally. The Prime Minister spoke in a flattery tone, with a hidden sinister smile on his face. But before Duke Ryan could reply, an earth-shaking earthquake shook the entire city while a mighty roar of the earth caused chaos in the whole city. What's happening? At this moment, everyone who was looking to know the end result of this confrontation had only one question in their mind. What the hell was going on? Today, many figures from the Zulux dynasty and the Nepoka kingdom came to watch the fight that was supposed to be known as the most idiotic fight in history. Everyone came even though they knew that foolish king was going to die. No one was expecting to see an attack that was strong enough to injure even a third-order cultivator being used on the soldiers. 10 km above the sky, a certain figure with long dark blue hair was standing in the sky and looking down. If one looked closely enough, they would see that the person's face had turned pale and lost all of its colors. Everything went better than I expected. Aditya smiled with his pale face. Ding, the host has killed peak first order. The host has gained experience points. Ding, the host has leveled up. Ding, the host has killed peak first order. The host has gained experience points. Ding, the host has killed peak first order. The host has gained experience points. Ding, the host has leveled up. 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 Ding, the host has. Vote for a bonus chapter. Chapter 21. The Ziraka city was surrounded by multiple mountain ranges, which made it very difficult for the city to be attacked. In the history of the Eastern Kingdom, no invader has managed to conquer the city. All the mountain ranges were covered in green trees. 10 km away, deep in the mountain, Aditya and his fellow generals were preparing to launch their attacks. Everyone, I want all of you to pour your mana into this artifact. The artifact was actually a fourth star bracelet made out of white gold with mysterious runes drawn on the surface. Watson found this fourth star artifact collecting dust in the treasury. One had to know that not everyone could obtain a fourth star artifact just with money. In this world, even the lowest tier artifacts are extremely valuable. Artifacts with above third star were considered national treasures. For tier 2 or tier 3 kingdoms, having a third star artifact was far more valuable than anything. The Zulux and the Nepoka, both kingdoms, wouldn't hesitate to declare war on the Eastern Kingdom if they were to learn that a tier 1 kingdom like them had a national grade treasure. Majesty, what is this? Josh scratched his head in confusion while he looked at the white bracelet. The bracelet was too small for his size. Among Josh was the only one who looked like a beast. You idiot, this is an artifact. Have you never seen an artifact? The dark elf Scott replied in annoyance. After saying that, the proud dark elf took the artifact and began pouring all of his mana into the bracelet. Being a dark elf, Scott had the second most mana after Amber. Josh didn't look offended hearing Scott calling him an idiot. Even Josh himself knew that his specialty was not smartness. The artifact was found in a dungeon For some reason, my adopted father decided to not use it and kept it in the treasury, only to let it collect dust. When saying the last part, Aditya felt his heart bleed. How could someone just throw a 4th-star artifact and not use it? Your Majesty, can you tell which grade artifact is this? Henry, the quietest and coldest one in his 7 generals, asked. This is a 4th-star artifact. What's with that look? This is a 4th-star artifact, whether you believe it or not. Even Aditya had the same reaction when Watson gave him the artifact. After getting the artifact, he made Watson recheck all the stuff in the treasury. It turned out that other than some useless old armors and old flags, there was really nothing else left in the treasury. The bracelet was covered in dust. No one picked it up thinking this was just one of those useless items. After this small incident, everyone finished pouring all of their mana into the bracelet. Everyone here knew the value of this 4th-star artifact. Without even Aditya telling them, everyone knew that. They shouldn't tell another soul about it. By the way, Your Majesty, can you tell us about the function of this bracelet? Alina asked, feeling very curious. The main function of this artifact is that it can give me the ability to fly. Saying that, Aditya put the bracelet on his right hand as the system showed the bracelet's functions. Bracelet of Wind Fairy, low-grade 4th-star artifact description. Description. Time, the artifact slowly lost its other functions, becoming a 4th-star artifact. The artifact was built by the Wind Fairy, and later it was given to a human as a gift. The artifact was said to be lost when the 7th owner died in a war. The Bracelet of Wind Fairy gives the user wind abilities. Function 1. Function 150 plus, 15 plus, and 30 plus. Function 2. Function 2 and 1000 plus. Function 1. Function 3. Function 3 and 100 plus. Function 4. Function 4. A critical hit using wind magic increase by 15%, worthy of being called a 4th-star artifact. I wonder what functions a high-grade 4th-star artifact has. All artifacts, weapons, and potions from 3rd star or above stars have 3 grades: low, mid, and high. Aditya could feel the increase in his agility. His body felt much lighter than before. He could feel his reaction speed also has visibly increased. After some thinking, Aditya decided to invest all of his free stats into his mana. If I want this attack to be deadly, then I will have to use as much mana as I can. Mana. 96 right arrow 118. Aditya then looked at everyone and nodded his head. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the clear sky just when he thought about flying, as if the artifact could understand his feelings. An invisible pair of wings appeared on his back. Before Aditya could understand what was happening, the invisible wings that were entirely made from wind elements started to take Aditya up in the sky. For a few seconds, Aditya was very scared, but after 10 seconds, Aditya got comfortable. It was like the artifact taught him how to use those invisible pair of wings made from wind elements. Or maybe this has something to do with Aditya being a dragon. After reaching a certain height, Aditya took out the 2-star lance. Yesterday, after checking all the 15 2-star weapons, Aditya decided to use the 2-star lance to execute this deadly attack. The idea is to take out everyone with just one attack. By adding my red flame and with this world's gravity constantly increasing the lance's pace, by the time the lance reaches the ground, it should create a huge explosion. To make this attack stronger, Aditya wanted to use gravity. The higher an object goes, the more gravitational potential energy it gains. When it falls, its potential energy is converted into kinetic energy. And since energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only converted, then it will move at a faster speed, thus giving more destructive power to a simple attack. Fast forward to the present, standing in the sky, seeing all the destructive and the mushroom-like cloud that rose in the air, Aditya felt he had overdone things a little. I hope I don't accidentally end up killing any innocent. It looks like I will have to pay all the house repairing damages. What a pain. All the mana that his 7 generals gave was nearly dried up. Right now Aditya was still 10 km away from the earth. With all of his mana being used in the attack, Aditya was having a hard time maintaining his consciousness. Huff, huff, ding, you have leveled up. While falling from the sky, Aditya could feel his body getting stronger with each passing second. His stats were rapidly increasing when Aditya was only 2 km away from hitting the ground. At this moment, his falling speed had reached above 100 kilometers. He quickly used the little bit of mana that was left in the bracelet to use the wind element to decrease his speed. Zane deactivated the barrier that he used to protect everyone from the impact of the attack. Once the wave of red flame was gone, after deactivating his barrier, he saw someone landing on top of the wall. The figure was wearing a golden cloak with a red crescent moon symbol on the back. The man had the aura of a king around him. Just looking at this man, Zane had endless respect in his heart. This was the first time Commander Zane ever felt so much respect for someone. Your Majesty. Seeing the high-class dress that Zane was wearing, Aditya knew who this man was. Only that certain person would address Aditya respectfully. I assume you must be Zane. Zane nodded his head with a relieved smile. Even he was worried, not knowing His Majesty was going to fight an army of 5,000. But seeing what His Majesty just did, Zane knew in his heart that the risk he took was worth it. 2 days ago, Aditya received a secret letter from Zane. That night after killing the vile crew gang members, Aditya secretly visited Ziraka City. With his speed, it was not difficult to reach Ziraka City within 4 hours. Zane wasn't expecting the king himself to come. Zane took his time to tell all the things that Duke Ryan was plotting against the kingdom in secret. That day, Aditya also made his plan. Everything that happened so far was all according to his plan. The meeting and his ridiculous claim to fight 5,000 soldiers. Duke Ryan is a proud man, knowing that he can easily kill him. He decided to leave things in 5,000 soldiers' hands. His single carelessness gave me the opportunity that I needed to enter the city. Everything went according to how I wanted. Commander Zane greets His Majesty. Zane quickly kneeled on one knee and then lowered his head. Zane, I cannot thank you enough for what you did. There is no need for you to lower your head. As the king of this kingdom, I have failed everyone. But even then you choose to put your trust in me. For that, you will forever have my gratitude. It was true that Zane was doubting if he had made the right call. But after meeting Aditya, all of his doubts disappeared. He realized that their king was far more capable than any king he had ever known. It was just that he couldn't understand why His Majesty neglected the kingdom for 3 years. Zane, you may stand up. When everything is over, I will reward you for your service to this kingdom. Now tell me about the current situation of this city. After standing up, Zane looked around. Your Majesty, other than the 5,000 soldiers that just died, all the other soldiers are under my command. It took Zane a lot of time, almost a year to convince everyone to not betray the kingdom. Good, now it's time to deal with that asshole. I hope he is ready. Aditya's eyes turned extremely cold as killing intent began to leak from him. His face turned lifeless. It was like Aditya was a living dead. Just looking at the current Aditya's eyes, Zane felt his very soul tremble in fear. He couldn't dare stare at those dead eyes that seems to contain endless killing intent. Zane, you take control of this city. Kill every people who are related to Duke Ryan. Don't stop until every member of the House of Eastgard is dead. In order to rule, the ruler sometimes had to make cruel decisions. If Aditya kills Ryan today, who knows in the future one of the successors might come to take revenge. Instead of waiting for the problem to grow, it would be better to cut everything down. As you wish, Your Majesty. Zane didn't have even a shred of mercy for the people with the Eastgard house bloodline. Over the years, Zane had seen just how cruel, arrogant, and merciless the members of the House of Eastgard, except for a certain person that made Zane's heart melt. Everyone in that family was a sinner. Zane hesitated for a second before asking, Your Majesty, I have a request. Aditya stopped as the coldness in his eyes melted. Aditya was never going to treat his people with coldness and cruelty. What is it? Zane sighed in relief, seeing that His Majesty was patiently willing to listen. Again he felt he had done the right decision. Actually, she is the daughter of Duke Eastguard. I really love. Stop. Zane raised his head to find Aditya looking at him with a smile. Can you guarantee that she won't turn against the kingdom? Yes, she hates her father more than anything. I swear on my life that Selena is not that kind of girl. Good, then you can keep her safe. Once we're done with everything and you two can come to the capital and have a meeting with me. Zane sighed in relief. I can't thank you enough for your kindness, Zane said as he stared at the spot where Aditya was standing a few seconds ago. Chapter 22. Sir Ryan, do you have any idea who could have launched an attacking powerful as this one? The power behind this attack is enough to seriously injure even a beginner third-order cultivator. The Prime Minister of the Zulux dynasty was frightened. The man named Joseph Holland was so very scared he will never forget what he has seen today. It looks like Duke Ryan messed with someone he shouldn't have. Until the situation calms down, the Zulux dynasty shouldn't get involved with a force that is capable of launching this kind of destructive attack. With these thoughts in his mind, Joseph was slowly thinking of a way of escaping. Duke Ryan didn't reply to Joseph. He was too stunned and shocked to speak. For a while he couldn't say anything. This was Duke Ryan's first time seeing something like this. From the power contained in that attack, the attacker should be someone with third-order cultivator power. But as far as I can remember, I have never offended any force with high-order cultivator supporting them, unless it was then Duke realized and was able to connect all the dots. Unless a third-order cultivator is assisting that king. Maybe that's why he dared to challenge me, and even told me that he was going to fight against 5000 troops. The more he spoke, the more his words made sense. The more Joseph listened, the more frightened he became. If the king has a third order backing them, then the Zulux dynasty can't afford to start a fight with the Isteran dynasty. First, I have to get out of this place and report everything to His Majesty. With these thoughts in his mind, Joseph Holland stepped back. Duke, due to some urgency, we will head back. The negotiation can continue later. Hearing Joseph's words, Duke Ryan's face instantly turned dark. Ryan could obviously see through the Prime Minister's excuse. Anyone in his situation would have done the same. After all, no one would be willing to offend a third order. For now, I will let you leave. But once I have settled things here, I will personally give you and your Zulux dynasty the taste of betrayal. I believe this is the first time we're meeting face to face. Let me reintroduce myself. Duke Ryan's entire body trembled for a second hearing the familiar voice. He turned around to see Aditya, standing 10 meters away with a relaxed smile. I am the king of Isteran Kingdom. I am the king that you and your family were supposed to serve. My name is Aditya. The look on current Duke Ryan's face was something that Aditya really wished to capture and place the picture in his treasury. So it was all your doing. Ryan's voice started to tremble as anger started to leak his bloodlust, but Aditya remained unaffected. Although he was feeling the pressure of a peak second order, Aditya didn't show it on his face, as the current Aditya's stats also have multiplied because of his skills. I don't know how you managed to bring a third order to kill my troops, but since everything has come down to this, I won't die until I take you with me. You shall join me in hell. Nah man, I am good. I am not a hell product. Hell is better suited for someone like you. Heck, even your daughter wants you dead. Lightning bolt. Ryan put his palms together and released a yellow bolt of lightning at Aditya. Boom. That could have seriously injured me. The former Duke's body stiffened hearing the familiar voice of the king coming from his back. How? Ding, the aura of soul fire has been activated. Aura of soul fire. Time, 7:44. Let's just say that a certain skill of mine has been activated, giving me a 40% boost in my stats. 221 plus. Passive skill aura of soul fire activated, and gave him a 40% boost in his stats. I don't have time to play with you. You betrayed me and this kingdom. You and your family will never be forgiven. There was not even a trace of regret in Ryan's eyes. Ryan fell on his knees and closed his eyes. He was the type of man who didn't fear death. Duke Eastguard always has been ready for his death. It's unfortunate that the Eastern Kingdom has to lose a brave warrior like you, but the deeds you have done cannot be forgiven. Aditya took out a black sword and walked to finish his former duke. I don't regret what I have done. I am a man of ambition. I wanted to become a ruler. I know that. My actions cannot be forgiven. I am not looking for forgiveness either. But as the man who has served this kingdom for multiple decades, all I request is you spare my daughter. Aditya was about to land the final, but he stopped midway after hearing Duke's last words. He didn't think that a cruel man like Ryan would ask for his daughter's life at the end of his life. I know that my daughter hates me. I always have mistreated her. I just want to do something good for her. For a moment, Aditya's hand trembled. Hesitation appeared in his eyes. My king, if you're not cruel enough to land the final strike on your enemy, then the people close to you will suffer. King needs to be cruel towards his enemies. Bang! Aditya couldn't bring himself to sever the Duke's head. He instead went for his chest and pierced his heart. Ding! You have killed a peak second-order lightning mage. You have gained experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! You have seen change. Hurry up! We have to leave this city as soon as possible. The Prime Minister, Joseph Holland, was about to leave the city through the western gate. Sir Joseph, it seems you're in a hurry to leave. Joseph's face turned pale seeing the 10,000 troops of the Sarlis House led by the infamous Haku, the commander of the Sarlis House, with the Duke and his family being slaughtered. The city and the land of Ziraka City were back under the rule of King Aditya. After several hours, the chaos in the city finally died down. All the supporters of the Duke were publicly executed. Aditya then appointed Zane as the temporary governor of Ziraka City. He also told Zane to pay the damages done to many houses in the city because of his attack. With that, Aditya and his team left Ziraka City and were on their way to the capital. The news spread like wildfire. The death of Duke Ryan and the capture of the Prime Minister, Joseph Holland, spread in neighboring kingdoms within a few hours. Both Nepoka and Zuluk's dynasty received the news within a few hours. What shocked kings the most was the rumor of a third-order cultivator backing the Eastern Kingdom. This caused both kings to temporarily stop their plans of attacking the Eastern Kingdom. It was not just the kings. The news within a day reached Aditya's wives who were living on other continents. The news was so shocking that it picked up the interest of all the fairies. After today's event, both Nepoka and Zuluk's kingdom's kings knew that they couldn't underestimate King Aditya. The man played the role of a frightened sheep to lure the enemy. Before leaving Ziraka City, Aditya has taken 5 carriages and 2,000 soldiers with him. He knew after what he has done, the number of spies sent by both kingdoms would drastically increase. So he needed to increase the security of the city. 1,000 soldiers would be used to guard the city walls, while another 1,000 soldiers would work to keep the crimes in the city as low as possible. Their jobs would be similar to police, sitting in the golden carriage, which was no different than a small, luxurious wooden house that even had a bathroom. Aditya and his 7 generals was relaxing and recovering their used-up mana. Today was an exhausting day. Nathan, have you buried Duke Ryan? In the public, Duke Ryan was a criminal, but those last words of the Duke touched Aditya's heart. He warrior like him should at least receive a proper burial. Your Majesty, I have buried his body deep in the mountain forest. From tomorrow onwards, you all should focus on recovering your cultivation. With their Prime Minister being captured, I am sure the Zuluk's kingdom won't sit still. We can expect a war within this month or in a few months, or maybe in a week depending on the situation. Understood, Your Majesty. Aditya was planning on asking Zane to send a few instructors to train the recruits in his general place. Before midnight, Aditya and everyone managed to return back to the capital. After placing the soldiers along with his original 100 soldiers and dealing with the soldiers' food issues, Aditya and Watson finally got time to have their dinner. Your Majesty, how did everything go? Watson and Julia were still shocked, even before Aditya and the troops returned to the capital. The news reached their ears only after a few hours of the Duke's death. Everything went perfectly. Tomorrow Duke Sarlis and Zane, with former Duke Ryan's daughter, will come to the capital and have a meeting with me. Aditya then explained why he spared the traitor's daughter. Everything will be decided tomorrow. By the way, Your Majesty, what should we do with Joseph? Should we execute him? Watson knew that Aditya already had thought of different use. Let that man live in our prison for a few days. It has been years since the last criminal was captured. Be sure to give him quality meals 3 times a day. We should expect an envoy from the Zulux dynasty by today or tomorrow. At that time we will have rich. Knowing that the Zulux and Nepoka kingdoms had the wrong assumption of a third-order cultivator helping the Istran kingdom, both kingdoms won't attack, at least for now. Aditya can use Prime Minister to get ransom from the dynasty without having to worry about the Zulux dynasty attacking them. After having dinner, everyone went to bed. However, Aditya couldn't seem to fall asleep, so he went to sit under the moonlight for some time. After killing 5,000 soldiers and a peak second order, I have leveled up 21 times in total. Name: Aditya Bainith. Race: Dragon. Bloodline: Inferno Blaze Dragon Bloodline. Current class: War Dancer. Current class level: 26. Right arrow 47. Innate skill: Instant learning and adaptation. Fiery Blaze Weapon Mastery. Passive skill: Eruption Wave Molten Bolt. Silence Mind Blast of Divine Fury. Aura of Soul Fire. Artifact: Bracelet of Wind Fairy. Strength 96. Right arrow 117. Speed 100. Stamina 96. Right arrow 117. Health 96. Right arrow 117. Mana 96. Right arrow 118. Right arrow 139. Free stats 42. Now I am only 3 levels away from reaching second order. Aditya looked at the Bracelet of Wind Fairy. It was only because of this 4th-star artifact that he was able to defeat the enemy. Even without using the bracelet, Aditya felt that with his 7 generals he could have defeated the 5,000 troops head-on, though he is not sure if he could kill everyone without taking serious injuries. What are you doing here? Aditya knew who this person was. He looked back to find his wife, Julia, wearing a beautiful set of bunny pajamas. The moonlight seems to make her entire body shine in the dark. For a moment Aditya couldn't take off his eyes from looking at her. I couldn't sleep, so I was relaxing under the moonlight for a while. What about you? Julia sat next to Aditya and looked at the half-moon that lit the night sky. I can use the moonlight to cultivate, so sometimes I come out here to cultivate under the moon. After that, neither of them said anything. It was a peaceful silence that both enjoyed. After looking at the moon for a while, Aditya looked at Julia only to find her staring at him as well. She hurriedly averted her gaze and pretended to look at the object behind Aditya. Aditya smiled and said nothing to expose her, and like this the night slowly passed. Chapter 23. Next day, the news of Duke Ryan's death spread throughout the kingdom. The respect that the people once had lost for their king began to return. Everyone felt under Aditya the golden age of the Istran kingdom would come. The people were in high spirits after knowing that the biggest guild on this continent was going to open its branches in 3 cities of Istran kingdom. Even the recruits who were training were affected by this change. They now looked even more excited and motivated than before. The recruits believed that their future was secured under Aditya. Your Majesty, I have received some exciting news. Watson gave a letter to Aditya. What is it? He asked, even though he already knew. Duke Sarlis and Commander Zane both have sent all the unpaid taxes along with the interest. After counting, it seems now we have over 37,000 royal gold in our treasury. Not only that, but Zane also has sent the iron ores that were mined in the last 6 months. This was really great news. Watson, now that we finally have money in our hands, we can't waste any more time. Hire some construction company to rebuild all the roads, the city walls, and the castle. The 2 men were soon lost in planning how the whole city was going to be reconstructed. Aditya and Watson both decided to expand from the eastern side. Several new roads, tunnels, public baths, barracks, and bridges were planned. The idea was to hire the common people to provide them with jobs. The Eastern Kingdom mainly imported foods and other daily necessities from other neighboring kingdoms. The kingdom was mainly dependent on the Nepoka and the Zulux dynasty for food and other basic items. If a war starts, there is a high possibility that both kingdoms will cut off their good supplies. Since both kingdoms surrounded the Eastern Kingdom and separated the kingdom from the rest of the continent, it would not be possible to import food from other kingdoms. This is why Aditya didn't immediately kill the prime minister of the Zulux dynasty. The only possible way of importing would be through the sea, but without any port, their option was limited to only 2 kingdoms. So we will have to build a port city. Yes, I believe building the port city would be the right choice. Given how fast we're progressing, war with 2 neighboring lands is bound to happen, so we might as well take this chance and start our plan of making the port city. 95% of the Eastern Kingdom land mass is mostly a range of mountains. From the beginning, the people were dependent on hunting fish. With the increase in population, the food demand also increased. After some thinking, Aditya couldn't help but ask, what about the Silver Meadow Grove forest on our southern borders? The forest is unoccupied. We can expand our borders in that direction and clear land for agriculture. Sigh. From what I have learned, the Zulux dynasty and the Nepoka kingdom want the Eastern Kingdom to remain dependent on them for food supplies. This is why they don't allow the port city to be built in the past. As for clearing the land and expanding our borders in the south, the Zulux dynasty has strongly warned us in the past to not increase the borders, otherwise a war will be inevitable. Bang! Aditya angrily smashed the table. This is pure bullying. They won't let us expand, nor they will let us build a port city. Anything we try to do, they will always threaten us with their military. I am tired of this. Screw them, everything is going to change. Watson tomorrow sends a team of 500 soldiers to help the villagers in cutting down the trees. We're going to expand our borders. I don't give a shit anymore. At the same time, start investing in our port city project. Watson was surprised. This was the first time he had seen Aditya get so angry. Knock, knock. Young master, Duke Sarlis and Zane has come to have an audience with you. The head of the Sarlis family greets His Majesty. Duke Sarlis, who had the blood of a lion, kneeled in front of Aditya. Just like Josh, Sarlis was a beastman from the lion race. He had the head of a lion and the muscular body of a human. His hair was crimson red in color, and he was 7 feet tall giant, carrying a battle axe with him all the time. His fairly short-sleeved furred jacket covers him too well below his groin and is buttoned up completely at the center. The sleeves of his jacket are a little narrow and reach down to well above. His hands, they're decorated with a single thread lining at the sleeve ends. The jacket has a rectangular neckline which reveals part of the refined shirt worn below it, and is worn with a wide rope belt which is held together by an ornate pin. The rope belt is a functional addition, but does have some decorative value. His pants are simple and quite wide, and reach down to his hard leather boots. The boots are made from a pretty rare leather, but are otherwise a simple design. Red pupils and the might of a lion, Duke Sarlis truly looked like a noble. Unlike Duke Ryan, Duke Sarlis was very calm and intelligent. Zane, former commander of Duke Ryan, this lowly servant greets His Majesty. Zane was wearing his battle armor and had a sword on his waist. Kneeling next to Zane, there was a young lady of Zane's age. She had long blonde hair that reached down her waist. She had tied her hair in a ponytail. She had a mole on her left cheek that only enhanced her beauty. Her dark brown pupil looked at the world in curiosity. Kaya Eastgard was truly a beautiful woman. Her relatively simple dress flows from top to bottom and has a cowl neckline, which tastefully reveals the modest dress worn below it. The silky corset of her dress covers her stomach, where the continuous flow is broken up by a large rope belt worn low around her waist. Below the rope belt, the dress opens up and reveals the dress below. The front of the top dress is shorter at the front and curves outwards. The back continues to flow a short length behind her and ends in a broad curve. Her sleeves are quite long and quite wide. Their flow is broken up well above the elbow where they are divided by long cosmetic brands. These are the same fabric and color used to outline the sleeves, bottom and neckline of the dress. Kaya Eastgard, former princess of House of Eastgard, greets His Majesty. Looking at the Kaya, Aditya suddenly felt guilty. Even at the very last moment, her father requested to spare her life. Aditya didn't show these complex thoughts on his face. You all may rise. You all must know the reason why I have called you here. First of all, I wish to ask some questions to the princess of the Eastgard house. I will answer anything. Miss Kaya, do you hate me for killing your father? No, I don't. That man wanted to sell me to another noble's house just for benefits. I never received any love from him. There was no feeling I had for him. At the end of the day, he was just a stranger who wanted to take away my freedom. Miss Kaya, let me tell you the last words of your father. Even at the very end, instead of begging for his life, he begged me to spare your life. I think this one sentence says many things about your father. Kaya's body slightly trembled hearing Aditya's words. Miss Kaya, the House of Eastgard will continue through since you're the last remaining bloodline. So in the future, if the two of you get married, Zane will have to change his family name. Zane, do you have any objections? Aditya felt both Zane and Kaya will be excellent couples. Being the daughter of a noble, she must have received a high-quality education, so she can manage her family's territories, while Zane, being the commander, can deal with any military issues. Both Zane and Kaya couldn't describe the happiness they felt at this moment. At first, they assumed that the king would take away Kaya's rights as the princess of the Eastgard family. The couple was ready to sacrifice anything to live a happy life. Zane and Kaya looked at each other and nodded at the same time. We have no objections, Your Majesty. Good, you two can enjoy the castle for now. I have some private matters to discuss with Duke Sarlis. Both Zane and Kaya offered their bows and left the throne hall for Aditya and Sarlis. Your Majesty, before you speak, I would like to tell you something. Aditya nodded and signaled him to go on. In these 3 years, I have some extra resources and funds into raising an army of 4,000 soldiers, aside from the 25,000 large troops that I was told to maintain. If your highness wants, I will order Haku to send the 4,000 troops to the capital. Aditya can't express how grateful he was to Duke Sarlis. I really have to thank Sir Sarlis. The capital desperately needs soldiers. Moving on, do you have any information on that man? Yesterday, after the official meeting was over, Aditya contacted Duke Sarlis and asked him to check on a merchant named Amos. Aditya had a feeling that Amos might be from the Nepoka or the Zulux kingdom. So he had Sarlis check both kingdoms. Yes, I do. Apparently, this guy named Amos is really famous in the Zulux and the Nepoka kingdom. From what the spies told me, he is a merchant in the daytime while in the darkness of the night he is the leader of a bandit that robs people. Anything else? If my info is correct, then currently, he is in one of the cities of the Nepoka kingdom that is located near our border. Hehe, tonight is going to be fun. Vote for Chapter 24. So can you tell me where you're taking me? Standing outside the castle, in the middle of the night, Julia the alchemy goddess and Aditya, the crimson dragon, was about to head out. Princess, we're going to Liftwood City. Aditya replied, why are we going to a city that is out of this kingdom, and that is also in the middle of the night? I thought I should take you on a date. The crimson dragon replied while giving a flirtatious wink to the alchemy goddess. HMPH, I don't believe you. Julia snorted and looked away. She tried her best to not show her happy side. This trip is almost like an adventure to her, sneaking out in the middle of the night and going to a city that is located outside the kingdom. Seeing her acting like this, Aditya couldn't help but smile. He pulled her closer and then wrapped his arms around her waist. Wah, what are you doing? Julia asked as her face flushed red. Before today, she never had come this closer to any male in her life. Looking at those purple pupils, Aditya smiled and replied in a carefree tone. Princess, if we want to reach Liftwood City, then we will have to use this 4th-star artifact to fly. Unless you want to walk for days. Feeling his hot breath as he whispered into her right ear, Julia at that moment experienced and felt something that she had never done before. Aditya has to admit that touching her waist feels really good. Are you ready, princess? Make sure you tightly hold on to my body, otherwise you will fall down. Julia didn't reply. She instead buried her head deep in his chest while wrapping her arms around his neck. Swoosh! 2 invisible pairs of wings that were entirely made out of wind elements appeared on his back. Even though the wings were invisible and entirely made out of wind elements, he still could feel the length of his wings. The night sky was clear without any clouds. The cold wind from the sea cooled down everything and gave a slightly chilly feeling. While flying, he made sure to tightly wrap his hands around her waist. He was taking advantage of the situation to feel more of her waist. Duke Sarlis, Watson, and Aditya had a joint meeting where they discussed their future plans. 1,000 plus, and used to fly. Aditya estimated that they can fly for 31 seconds before all the mana battery dies down. 30 plus. Aditya knew that he also had a solution to his problem. Julia, can you please use your spell to reduce both of our weights? Also, if you know any wind spells, try casting them to increase our speed. So this is the reason why you brought me along with you. Aditya's body shivered hearing the dark tone of the woman who was his wife in name. Sigh. Julia decided to pursue this matter later as time was running out. While Aditya is a body cultivator, Julia was a magical cultivator. Being a 2nd order, she had 750 total stats. Since her class was Alchemy Goddess, she had focused more on raising her mana than any of her stats, meaning her 300 plus weight reduction, purity of holy wind, divinity of heavenly wing. Boom! Just 3 spells were enough to increase their speed to 350 kilometers per hour. The first spell reduced both of their weights by half. The purity of the holy wind gave added more wind elements 100 plus 100 plus. Julia, are you all right? Aditya asked in a concerned tone. Casting these spells must have taken a lot of mana from her. I am all right, but the effects of the spells will only last a minute. I have enough mana to cast these spells 2 more times, given how fast we're currently moving. Each minute we are covering 833. 2 meters, which is nearly 30 plus, also significantly decreased. The alchemy goddess repeated the same 3 spells 2 more times, consuming nearly all of her mana. By that time they had covered almost 18 km. Seeing the mana that was stored in the bracelet that acts as a battery was about to run out, Aditya quickly made a safe landing in one of the mountain ranges. Are you all right? The princess's face had turned pale from exhausting her mana. Her face lost its color and she was breathing heavily with an exhausted look. I should be all right if I take one of these pills. Under Aditya's gaze, she took out a white glowing pill that seems to emit some kind of sweet mist. Like eating candy, she threw the pill in her mouth. This pill is the improved version of the mana-restoring pill. Although this pill is still a 1-star and can only restore the full mana capacity of a 1st-order cultivator, it does work on 2nd-order cultivators as well. Unlike the previous one, this one doesn't come with any pain in the heart. By an hour or so, I should be able to recover my mana. Awesome, I have to say, being an alchemist really has some advantages. Aditya could only imagine the difficulty he and his troops would have to go through if Julia wasn't here to support them with pills. Alchemy was always awesome. It's just that 90% of the people don't even have the talent to learn alchemy. Don't worry, give me a few more days and I will make a 2-star mana restoration pill. Well, it is thanks to you we have managed to find another source of earning. The benefits that the alchemy goddess could bring to their kingdom were too many to count. Okay, let's keep walking. We shouldn't be that far away from the borders. After about 3 hours of walking, Aditya and Julia managed to reach Liftwood City. Crossing the borders was very hard, especially with the soldiers of Duke Sarlis guarding and patrolling the borders. It was due to Julia using a wild animal to distract the soldiers that both of them were able to cross the borders. Unlike the Eastern Kingdom, the Nepoka Kingdom didn't bother to place any guards on their borders. Maybe they were too confident in their strength. Knowing the military power of the Eastern Kingdom, they weren't worried about being attacked. Near the Nepoka Kingdom borders, there was a city called Lifwood City. The city of Lifwood was built at the edge of a lush forest and is truly a historic marvel. Its appearance is matched by the backdrop of green, fertile fields which have helped shape the city into what it is today. The materials these fields brought were of great importance, but they were also influential when it came to architectural designs, as the vast majority of buildings are slim and tall, which mimics the grasses and openness of the fields around them. Wood was used to make the buildings and structures of the city. It's this multicultural identity that has truly left its mark. Many kinds of restaurants, bistros, and coffee houses offer a plethora of culinary choices. So this is Lifwood City. Just like any other city, Lifwood City was surrounded by high walls and was governed by a noble house. The city is said to never sleep at night times. The crime rates in the city were very low. There were more than 100 casinos and prostitute centers. The city was way ahead in terms of entertainment, even though it was past midnight. There were lots of people who were waiting in line to enter the city. Aditya and Julia also waited in line for 5 minutes. Halt, name and reason for coming to this city. If you're a resident of this city, then me your residency badge. If you're not a resident, then it will cost 2 silver coins to enter the city. The soldier was writing the names of the people who came into this city, while another soldier was collecting the entry fee. My name is Isaac, and this is my wife, Sasha. We're here to purchase some goods from a merchant, Aditya replied while giving them 4 silver coins. You two may pass. The gate was opened for Julia and Aditya. After entering the city, for a moment both Aditya and Julia were stunned. The entire city was shining. There were multicolored lights almost everywhere. Aditya felt like he had traveled back to some ancient European cities. Wow, I guess this is one of those cities that mainly operated during night times. There were some cities in the continent that heavily relied on tourists. Those cities would build and invest a huge chunk of their earnings in the entertainment sector. Julia, do you want to buy anything? Since Amos was a merchant, he would be found in the shopping district. If you don't mind, I want to buy some materials for my alchemy research. Both of them went to the shopping district. Excuse me, do you have royal butterfly blood? Julia asked one of the shopkeepers that sold alchemy ingredients. Miss, we have everything in our shop. Please come in and take a look. The middle-aged shop owner politely welcomed both of them to his shop. Ma'am, you can tell me what ingredients you need. Aditya lazily watched everything. To him, alchemy was a complicated subject that he will never understand. I need royal butterfly blood, phantom's tooth, crystallized unicorn's blood, and chimera horn. Ma'am, you came to the right place. We have everything. I don't mean to be impolite or mean any disrespect, but these items are a little costly. That's all right. Just give her whatever she needs. After that, Julia ordered a few more items and then Aditya paid for everything. Here is your change, sir. You can keep the change. But in exchange, can you please tell me where I can find Big Brother Amos? I had an appointment with him, but I was a little late due to some incidents on my way. Now, I can't find Big Brother Amos. From the beginning, Aditya has been planning on asking this question to the shopkeeper, seeing how good Aditya was acting. For a moment, Julia doubted if this was the same Aditya she knew from the past. Tonight there is an auction being held at the northern part of the city. You can find Brother Amos there. The shopkeeper replied without thinking too much. Amos was really popular in this city. Thank you, bother. After exiting the ingredients shop, both of them headed toward the auction house. Why did you call Amos Big Brother? Julia curiously asked. Amos is really popular. To normal people, he is known as a saint merchant. To get Amos's location, I figured asking a local would be the best choice. Oh, Brother Amos, are you also here for the ancient book that was found beneath the sea? Do you even have to ask? Other than the ancient book, nothing else here is worthy of Brother Amos's attention. I heard that no one was able to open the ancient book. It is said that the book contains a secret method to increase one's cultivation. Those are just rumors. You shouldn't believe in the rumors. The man named Amos replied while keeping his eyes on the stage. The final moment was here. The book that he has been wanting to find for years now finally appeared. Voter for bonus chapter, chapter 25. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to bring out the item that you all have been waiting for. It is the ancient book of the lost sea. Recently, a fisherman discovered this ancient book when he was fishing. We still haven't been able to open the book yet. After some inspection, we have found that only someone who is second-order rune master can open this book. Now the bidding for the ancient book of the sea will start. Please don't forget that whoever tries to use their influence to oppress others from participating in this bid will be banned from the Silver Grass Auction House. The bid starts from 1,000 Royal Gold, 2,000 RG4, 000 RG5, 000 RG. How about 10,000 RG, 10,000, and 500 RG? The price only kept increasing. The commoners had no chance of even participating in the bid. They could only watch as the VIPs fought among themselves. Are we going to bid for this book? Julia, who now was known as Sasha, asked. No, I am not planning on getting this book. For now, let's just enjoy the show. From his nightmare of the future, Aditya was sure that this ancient book of the sea had the secret to the Black Heart. Amos will get the book and uncover the secrets of the Black Heart. I don't know if the future is still the same. In the future that I saw, he gave the Black Heart secrets to the Zulux king and stood opposite the Istarin kingdom. Something must have happened in that future that made Amos hate me. But now, I am not certain. Many things have changed since that nightmare of the future. The bidding number only continued to increase. 15, 000 RG16, 000 RG16, 000 RG116, 000 RG twice. Congratulations to Mr. Amos for gaining the ancient book of the lost sea. Ladies and gentlemen, with this our auction concludes here. We look forward to seeing you all attend our next auction. Are we not leaving? Wait a minute. So this is the ancient book. In front of Amos there was a dark book. Despite being in the water for years, the pages of this book were still intact. There was some kind of red runic words written on the cover of the book. Let's go. Tomorrow we will find a second-order rune master to help us with opening the book. But sir, where are we supposed to find a rune master? To my knowledge, I don't think there is any rune master in the three kingdoms. Cultivators with the knowledge of rune were extremely rare. Idiot, I can always go beyond the three kingdoms to find a rune master. Amos and his guards walked back to his mansion without any care in the world. Whenever some locals saw Amos, they would bow their heads and greet him respectfully. To the public, Amos was known as Saint Merchant, but in the dark, he was the leader of mountain bandits. Sir, are you not planning on going to the Istarin Kingdom capital? One of the guards asked. No, my very reason for going to that city was over when that bastard king was killed by adopted Grandpa. By now that king must have found the secret message I wrote to Grandpa. I can't go to Istarin territory for now. Amos was very angry. He wanted to revenge. How dare a lowly kingdom's king to kill his grandpa? He was very furious. After walking for a while, Amos finally reached his mansion. The mansion was 50 meters big, surrounded by 2-meter-high walls. Just as Amos was about to enter his house, he noticed that everything in his mansion was strangely very quiet. Hey, UN. His words got stuck in his throat seeing his guards knocked out lying on the ground. Before Amos could understand what happened, felt his senses getting blurry. After a few seconds, he also lost consciousness. Two figures wearing dark clothes, covering their faces with a black cloth, appeared on the roof of the mansion after Amos fell unconscious. Having an alchemy wife really has its advantages, especially in these types of situations. Who are you calling your wife? For the record, I never agreed to become your wife. Julia pouted. Aditya stared at her for a few seconds before saying, "You're my wife by contract. HMPH. I don't follow these stupid contract rules. Heck, we never even got married in the first place. So you're fine being my wife as long as I marry you." Hearing Aditya's words, the princess acted as if someone had stepped over her tail. She glared at Aditya and signaled him to shut his mouth, to which the Crimson King nodded his head with a helpless smile. "I can't believe you're so shameless. I shouldn't have come with you in the first place." Aditya has been teasing Julia ever since they went out of the castle. It was like the proud King Aditya was gone and was replaced by a shameless man who wants flirt with her. Ha ha ha. Well, without you it would have taken me an extra few hours to reach here. Not to mention, without your amazing alchemy skills, I couldn't have knocked down all these second-order cultivators. Before Amos reached his mansion, Julia used one of her second-order pills to knock out everyone unconscious. When this pill is used with water, colorless smoke would spread in the surroundings. Poor Amos couldn't see it coming since the smoke had no odor and color. Fortunately, the princess had given him the antidote, otherwise even with their mask, he could have been knocked unconscious. "If you're grateful then, you better buy me some expensive alchemy ingredients." "Sure, princess, your husband shall buy you whatever you want." When it came to her alchemy research, Aditya never hesitated to spend his earnings. Sigh. Julia had given up. She was too tired to fight back. Whatever. Just finish the job already. The effect of the pill will keep them knocked out for 2 hours. With pleasure. Aditya jumped down and was about to kill one of the second-order guards. "You can always turn your head if you don't want to look, princess." HMPH. This princess is not a child. I have lost the count of people I have killed. Yeah, like I believe your words. Saying that, Aditya started slicing off the unconscious guards' throats one after another. Ding, the host has killed mid-second order. The host has gained experience points. Ding, the host has leveled up. Ding, the host has leveled up. Ding, the host has leveled up. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching second order. Ding, mythical class. War Dancer has reached second order. Ding, after reaching second order, the host is now eligible to select a second class. Ding, a random mythical class or higher grade class will be selected by the system. Aditya for a moment didn't know what to say. He would rather choose a rare class than get a random mythical class. But then again, every mythical class is overpowered and it comes with multiple unique and rare skills. I guess this is the better way. I won't have to waste too much time deciding which class I want to choose. Let's just hope that I don't end up with some useless mythical class. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the Rune Monarch class. Ding, since the host is already a second order, the Rune Monarch class also has been upgraded to second order. Ding, upgrading both classes to second order has given the host new skills and also has evolved some of the previous skills. Ding, Fiery Blaze has evolved to become to 2-star Crimson Blaze. Ding, Weapon Mastery has evolved to become to 2-star Weapon Grandmaster. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning a new 2-star passive skill Disturbance of Blessings. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning a new 2-star passive skill Mystic Surge. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning a new innate skill 2-star Runic Enchantment. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning a new passive skill 2-star Charm of the Inferno Rune. Ding, congratulations to the host for learning a new passive skill 2-star Lunar Vision. Ding, awakening a second class has increased the host mana by 50+. Ding, the host bloodline has evolved from Inferno Blaze Dragon to Crimson Heavenly Dragon. Ding, the host stats have been increased by 50+. Ding, after reaching second order, the host has gained the ability to transform into a dragon. The host has gained a new innate skill called Dragon Transformation. What is going on? Julia became worried seeing Aditya not moving. She could feel tremendous changes in his bloodline. Grah! A huge roar escaped from Aditya's mouth. The roar was so strong that the entire city of Lifwood started shaking as if an earthquake has come. Julia almost lost her consciousness just from being close to Aditya. The roar was so strong that it caused Amos and other knocked-out guards' ears, noses, and mouths to start bleeding. Fortunately, just as Aditya let out his loud and terrifying roar, he regained his senses. He realized what he has done already alerted everyone in the entire city. There is a dragon in the city. Everyone hurry up. We must slay the dragon. Even from the distance, Aditya could hear the people's panicked tone. It won't be long before guards come to this place. Under the shocked eyes of the alchemy goddess, Aditya stretched out his right palm as an orb of dark crimson. Red flame appeared in his palm. From the orb of dark crimson flame, small red wisps of flame started burning the bodies of the guards and Amos. Ding, the host has leveled up. Ding, the host has leveled up. Ding, the host has leveled up. Ding, the host has. Aditya quickly put the ancient book in his storage ring, and then appeared in front of Julia. Let's leave this place. Julia thought Aditya was going to use the bracelet of Wind Fairy to fly away from this city, but instead he did something that blew her mind. 2 pairs of dragon wings appeared on his back by tearing his shirt. Each dragon wing was crimson red and was 2 meters long each. The wings looked something like this. Wrapping his arms around her waist, Aditya flew off to the sky. When Aditya started flapping his newly formed wings, he didn't feel any discomfort. It was as if he was familiar with his wings and dragon body. By instinct, he knew how he had to move his wings to fly. Vote for bonus chapter.